Order, please. Before we begin the daily routine, I just want to let the members know that tomorrow, prior to the daily routine, I'll be ruling on the 2 points of privilege that were put forward at a previous session of the legislature, and that ruling will be tomorrow morning. I also want to make a ruling on the point of order from the opposition House Leader yesterday. Yesterday, the opposition House Leader rose on a point of order alleging that the Premier communicated with the clerk over whether a certain part of the debate was out of order. The member stated his concern with ensuring the independence of the clerks be maintained. All members of the House are welcome to communicate with the clerks for the purpose of receiving advice, including whether something constitutes a potential point of order. Accordingly, the point of order is not sustained. However, I do wish to draw the attention to the House that many members, both government and opposition, frequently offer procedural, unsolicited advice to the clerks during question period when those members do not agree with the ruling of the Speaker or seek to have the Speaker make a ruling. This practice should be discontinued. The clerks are not a conduit for appeals of Speaker's rulings and non-rulings. The clerks may advise, but the Speaker and Deputy Speakers rule. If a member believes a rule has been breached, the proper course of action is to do what the opposition House Leader did. Wait until after question period ends and then raise a point of order for the Speaker to rule on. And with that, there is also another ruling to come forward, and I'll ask the Deputy Speaker to come forward and make that ruling.
Yesterday, the member for Halifax Atlantic rose on a point of order alleging the member for Glace Bay, Dominican made an unparliamentary remark off the record while the member for Halifax Atlantic had the floor. I did not hear the remark myself. A review of the raw audio recordings of proceedings and alleged remark could not be made out, so accordingly there is insufficient evidence to sustain the point of order. I will now ask the Speaker to resume the chair. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Deputy Speaker asked the member for Halifax Atlantic to table documents from comments he had been making, and I wonder if you could confirm if those documents have been tabled, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
At this point, I can't confirm, but I will certainly find out and make the members aware. Okay, with that out of the way, we'll get into daily routine. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of, the honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to present a petition, the operative clause of which is, we, the undersigned, call on the Government of Nova Scotia to require the installation of air conditioning in every nursing home and long-term care facility in the province. The petition has 103 signatures, and I have signed it also.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Law Amendments, I am directed to report that the committee has met and considered the following bills. Bill number 196, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act. Bill number 198, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1992, the Emergency 911 Act, and Chapter 8 of the Acts of 1990, Emergency Measurement Act. Bill number 200, an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2019, the Nova Scotia Museum Act. Bill number 203, an act to amend Chapter 246 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Labor Standards Code. Bill number 204, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, respecting marketing levies. Bill number 206, an act to amend Chapter 37 of the Acts of 201, the Underground Hydrocarbon Storage Act. Bill number 207, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act, respecting the Hydrogen Initiative Program. Speaker, the committee recommends these bills to favorable consideration of the House without amendment.
Ordered that these bills be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. The Honourable Member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, wait, they put me on.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee on the Standing Committee on Community Services, I am pleased to table the annual report for 2022.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Oh, I'm sorry. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukdale.
In consideration of member statements to come, I would like to table a document from CBC St. John's on October 5th entitled Newfoundland Government Writing Checks of up to $500 for cost of living relief.
The paper is tabled. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in consideration of a member statement I'll be giving today, I am tabling a document from the Living Wages Nova Scotia 22 report from the CCPA Nova Scotia.
The paper is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the gallery today, we have several guests joining us from the Strongest Families Institute. I would ask that they please rise as I introduce them so that they may receive the warm welcome of this House. First, we have Dr. Patricia Potty, CEO and President. Mark Long, Director of Software Engineering. Teresa Cunningham, Vice President of Strategy and Engagement. Darcy Camo, Vice President of Finance. Michael Hughes, Director of Information Technology. Anne-Marie Shannon, Director of Communications and Fundraising. And Brianna Potty, Senior Manager and Project Lead. I ask them to receive the warm welcome of the House.
We certainly welcome all visitors to the legislature and hope you enjoy your stay. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for the benefit of the House, this is a team that all Nova Scotians should be proud of. This is a team that makes it their mission to provide timely access to mental health care. In fact, it is that mission that led the Strongest Families Institute to develop an online app that allows their clients to access personalized mental health programs from anywhere at any time. Mr. Speaker, this is an app that has earned them the Council of the Federation Award for Innovation in Mental Health and Addictions Care. And again, I just want all members to recognize the important work that this team is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in February of this year, Canada's premiers established the Council of the Federation Award for Innovation in Mental Health and Addictions Care in recognition of the challenges that continue to impact people across the country and to highlight the innovative work individuals and organizations are doing to promote individual wellness. And whereas here in this province, exceptional work is being spearheaded by countless individuals and communities to improve mental health and substance use supports, work that is positively impacting the lives of many Nova Scotians. And whereas Strongest Families Institute of Lower Sackville is among this group and was recently selected as a recipient of this award for their work on an online application that allows people to download personalized educational mental health programming, ensuring access even when working offline or where internet coverage may not be available. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House of Assembly join me in recognizing the innovative contribution that the Strongest Families Institute has made to the delivery of mental health and addictions care here in this province and indeed in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion indicate aye?
Aye.
Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas it is important that Nova Scotians make the crucial decision to protect themselves and the most vulnerable people in our province from influenza and COVID-19, and whereas Nova Scotians can get free influenza and COVID-19 vaccines across the province, and whereas the Nova Scotians should choose to get their influenza or COVID-19 vaccines from their pharmacist, pharmacy technician, family doctor, nurse practitioner, or family practice nurse. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in receiving their annual influenza and their COVID-19 vaccine. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion indicate aye?
Aye.
Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas this week is Small Business Week 2022 and serves as an opportunity to recognize and honor small business owners and the significant contributions they make to our province. And whereas small businesses bring growth and innovation to the economy, employ our friends and family, and build our communities, and whereas time and time again, small businesses have demonstrated their resilience, their dedication, and their generosity to the customers and communities they serve. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize Small Business Week, and whenever and however we can, let us all show our appreciation for small businesses by buying local, eating local, and supporting local. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without delay.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed?
Agreed.
It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion indicate aye?
Aye.
Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting administration and enforcement.
The honourable member for Bedford South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting administration and enforcement.
Bill 217, an act to amend Chapter 401 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Residential Tenancies Act, respecting administration and enforcement.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Climate Resiliency in Healthcare.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Climate Resiliency in Healthcare.
Bill 218, an act to ensure climate resiliency in healthcare.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act.
The honourable Minister of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act.
Bill 219, an act to amend Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1994-95, the Gaming Control Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. I beg leave to present a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting comfort in long-term care.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting comfort in long-term care.
Bill 220, an act to amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting comfort in long-term care.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Youth Housing Strategy.
The honourable member for Bedford South begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting a Youth Housing Strategy.
Bill 221, an act respecting a youth housing strategy.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Housing Supply and Services.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Housing Supply and Services.
Bill 222, an act respecting housing supply and services.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on the future day. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Dissolve the Municipal Finance Corporation.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Dissolve the Municipal Finance Corporation.
Bill 223, an act to dissolve the Municipal Finance Corporation.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act respecting Perennia Food and Agriculture Corporation.
The
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Perennia Food and Agriculture Corporation.
Bill 224, an act respecting Perennia Food and Agriculture Corporation.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Member for Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 17th, I was honored to speak at an event celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Queens County Ground Search and Rescue and its Ladies Auxiliary. This is such an impressive milestone for this organization. 40 years of tireless and selfless volunteer service to communities courageously responding to broad spectrum of emergencies and situations. Members have recruited, maintained, trained, and equipped members, educated youth, supported community events and programs, and fundraised to sustain this essential life-saving organization. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating past and current members on this accomplishment and in thanking them for going above and beyond in their service to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Heather Byrne, who served as the Executive Director of Alice House for the last 8 years. Alice House gives women and their children a way out of abusive relationships by providing safe housing, counseling, and support services. Heather's list of achievements is lengthy, from strengthening the finances of the organization to creating and implementing a strategic plan to leading the team through an organizational transformation in response to a global pandemic. Under Heather's leadership, Alice House managed not only to continue their essential work, but to improve it. I will miss her leadership in the community, but look forward to seeing where she will take her talents next. Please join me in congratulating Heather Byrne on the last 8 wonderful years with Alice House and wishing her well in the future.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the accomplishments of Mary Demings. Marie is a mezzo-soprano hailing from Spring Hill, Cumberland South. Marie holds a Bachelor of Music from Acadia University and the Masters of Music from the University of Western Ontario. Marie is an accomplished performer who has had solos in many shows, including Slow Rise Music, Fair Use, Acadia Performing Arts Series Tom Regan Memorial Concerts, Shattering the Silence, New Music Festival, and Parisbro Classic by the Bay. Marie has also participated in performances including Summer Opera Lyric Theatre, Halifax Summer Opera Festival, Against the Grain, and so many more. Mr. Speaker, her upcoming engagements include the singing role of Juno in the Toronto Opera Theatre's production of, I'll say this wrong, Orphée, in the underworld of Good Mess Opera Theatre. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating Marie Demings on her outstanding accomplishments and wish her all the best of luck in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand to recognize a Cole Harbour resident, high school teacher, playwright, and director, Chris Kokalutsi. He is a member of the Playwrights Guild of Canada and a member of the Playwrights Atlantic Resource Centre, and I thoroughly enjoyed his Canadian premiere of his new play called The Murder of Mary Lane at the Halifax Fringe Festival and performed at Neptune Theatre's Scotiabank stage. The play was written and directed by Chris himself. It's based on a murder case that took place in 1899 in Brandon, Manitoba. His play blends historical accounts and texts with speculative fiction, exploring themes that still resonate today. Another of Chris's plays, called Quiet Courage, about the Halifax explosion, was performed in Toronto for the 100th anniversary. I ask that the House of Assembly join me in thanking Chris Kokalutsi for his ongoing contributions to the performing arts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax, Chebucto.
An important development in the economy of our region took place on the 5th of October with the announcement by the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador of a one-time payment of $500 to adult residents of that province with incomes under $100,000 in an effort to mitigate the impact of the soaring cost of living. 392,000 of Newfoundland and Labrador's 525,000 residents will receive a $500 check. The payments are anticipated by the province's Minister of Finance to be in people's hands by Christmas. Premier Andrew Furey said of the payments that the cost of living is a current and real emergency for many people in our province. This is our effort to help right now when people need it the most. With this announcement, Newfoundland and Labrador joins Quebec, which has just announced a second payment of $600 in addition to the earlier $500, and Prince Edward Island, which announced an inflation-countering payment of $150 in July. The government of Nova Scotia continues to oppose such a payment for the people of this province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Lisa Hines. In March of 2018, she filled in for her late father, David Coombs, as General Manager of the Hants County Exhibition Park, home to North America's oldest agricultural fair. This year, the Hants County X celebrated its 257th year, and Lisa was right on the front lines as the coordinator. Lisa spent many years as an active director for the Windsor Agricultural Society, which is not surprising as she was born into a family that put a strong emphasis on the educational values that agricultural exhibitions can provide to children. The Hants County exhibition is really a family tradition for her. Her history and beliefs all played a part in her being instrumental in the development of the Future Farmers Friday, which started in 2017, where school-aged children get to learn about the agricultural firsthand. As if Lisa has not done enough, she also holds a Bachelor of Design and Communication, owns and operates Little Horse Communications, and is a very busy nanny goat to her two handsome grandsons. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree Lisa needs a round of applause for what she has already accomplished, what she's currently working on, and for what she will do in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of Women's History Month, I rise to recognize Elizabeth Esquimo Dumondo for her community contributions. Elizabeth is a former Philippine Consul General for Nova Scotia. She now spends her days as a bridging coordinator for Immigrant Services of Nova Scotia. Elizabeth is a strong advocate for Asian voices and a leader in the Filipino community. Elizabeth and I have worked on many immigrant issues and events. I'm so proud to have her as a constituent of Clayton Park West. We are undoubtedly a better constituency with citizens like Elizabeth. I would ask that the House join me in recognizing Elizabeth for her extensive service to our community. Thank you, Elizabeth.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to say everyone deserves a decent job, quality time with their friends and family, and leisure time. In Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, the work-life balance is weighted in favor of work and has been demonstrated by our weak labor standards. Nova Scotia has the longest regular work week in the country. Overtime is only paid after 48 hours of work. In Nova Scotia has the least generous benefits for sick leave it also has the lowest number of statutory holidays, minimal or even non-existent provisions for other leaves, and barriers to unionization. Minimum standards are inadequate, with 54% of Nova Scotia workers have no access to paid sick leave. According to the CCPA in Nova Scotia, we are treating workers like cogs in a machine. This approach to work is unsustainable and partially to blame for our labor shortage. It is time to modernize our labor standards, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to remember Gerard Veldoven of Amherst. He passed away on August 21st of this year. He held a special place in the community of Amherst, of Northern Nova Scotia, and really was world-renowned for his work advocating for the 2S LGBTQ community. He was a teacher at the Interprovincial School for the Deaf in Amherst. As well, he owned and operated Carvel Upholstery and Draperies with his late husband, Norman. He is best known for his unwavering commitment for equality for the 2S LGBTQ community. He and Norman were the first same-sex couple to be legally married in Nova Scotia in October 16th of 2004. Throughout his life, he continued to fight for equal rights, as he said in his own obituary, quote, for those who also face challenges in society due to persecution. Family and friends miss him and his impact on his community deeply. Today, please join me in remembering Gerald Valdovan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the lives and contributions of Rachel McFarlane and Justin Liam. Both were members of the Antigonish Affordable Housing Society who recently passed away. At the time of her passing, Rachel was chair of the Antigonish Affordable Housing Society. She was a dedicated and passionate advocate who believed that providing affordable housing improved the quality of life for our community members. Rachel provided wisdom and leadership to all those who were fortunate to know her. Justin was a volunteer director with the Society. He worked tirelessly to see the Appleseed Court housing development come to life and cared deeply for those who called it home. He was a kind and generous person and gave freely of his time and expertise wherever he could. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in sending sincere condolences to Rachel and Justin's families, their friends, and all those whose lives they touched. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize another group within my constituency who stepped up to help others during Hurricane Fiona. The members of Holy Family Parish and the KOC, led by Norma Blinkhorn, really stepped up to help their community. Over a week of delivering meals, over a week of making treat bags for children, school lunches, all kinds of wonderful things that they did for our community. So I would like to thank Norma and her team. Also the homemakers who delivered meals to seniors in need, led by Alicia Buffett. And I'd also like to thank Rita DiPercio and Alana Verschuren from MNP, who helped myself and my constituency assistant fill out disaster forms in the parish hall, which really helped to lighten our load. So thank you so much to the folks at Holy Family Parish for all of the hard work and dedication they have in our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the life and accomplishments of Gerald Veldhoven. Gerald passed away this past August and left behind an incredible legacy. For many years, he spearheaded initiatives across Pictou and Cumberland counties to better the lives of queer Nova Scotians. The rainbow flags raised in many Nova Scotian towns are thanks to his efforts. Gerard and his husband Norman Carter were the first male same-sex couple to get married in Nova Scotia. Their 2004 Amherst wedding was celebrated by media, neighbors, and others across the province. In 2020, he released his autobiography, A Passion for Equality, My Personal Journey. A brave trailblazer, his advocacy continued throughout his entire life. Mr. Speaker, I ask my fellow members to join me in celebrating Gerard Veldhoven's life and all the contributions he made for and to our province's 2S LGBTQ+ community.
The honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to applaud the staff at the Nova Scotia Community College, Cape Breton, who prepared over 2,000 meals following Hurricane Fiona. The staff, who were also without power themselves, volunteered their time to prepare meals for emergency first responders following Hurricane Fiona. The staff knew they wanted to do something to help following the devastation in Cape Breton caused by one of the worst storms we've seen in its history. I would like to take this time today, Mr. Speaker, to praise the NSCC staff and the heartfelt contribution to the community during a very difficult time in Cape Breton. It was very well received, and I certainly appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, the province of Nova Scotia, which is becoming well known for its wine, has recently added one more winery, the Maison Muse in Fils. The winery's partner, Marcel and Alec Leblanc and Danielle Surest first broached the subject of starting a winery when the Leblancs bought a property in Comoville in 2014. The Leblancs would bring their business experience and commit to learning viticulture, while Danielle would bring his winemaking skills. Some years later, the winery launched its first two wines from its vineyard grapes, the Acadie Blanc in 2020 and the Rosé in 2021. As the three focus on the future expansion of their winery, I ask that all members join me in congratulating Maison Muse in Fils on their successful launch of their first two wines and wish them well in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, in this Small Business Week, I rise to recognize a small business owner and hairstylist from Dartmouth North who centers non-binary Haligonians in their practice, Steph McNair of Mainland Hair. Salons and barbershops can be very gendered spaces, which can exclude folks who don't fit into the gender binary. Creating a space where folks didn't have to navigate cisgender and heteronormative beauty standards just to get a haircut or color was part of the reason Steph got into hair work in the first place. Steph, a master stylist, opened Mainland Hair Non-Binary Beauty in 2019 in one of the colorful houses on Vintage Row of Queen Street in downtown Halifax. It was just months before the COVID-19 pandemic closures in the spring of 2020. Steph and Mainland have made it through the pandemic thus far due to the support of the 2S LGBTQ+IA community that are at the heart of Mainland. I ask the House to join me in thanking Steph for creating a space where everyone can feel safe to be and celebrate who they truly are. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Lisa Crocker of Lower Sackville. Lisa Crocker, restaurant manager of Subway in Lower Sackville, was featured on an episode of The Amazing Race Canada, which aired on July 12, 2022. Lisa entered a contest through Subway to appear as guest on The Amazing Race Canada. She was selected out of hundreds of entrants from all across Canada. Lisa's task was to provide the Amazing Race team members with their next clue once they had successfully completed their prior challenge. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Lisa Crocker on a job well done and for making her community proud during her appearance on The Amazing Race Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Annapolis.
Mr. Speaker, last month, the Middleton Sports Heritage Wall of Fame held the 23rd annual induction ceremony. One of these very deserving inductees was Derek Allen Smith, a Middleton native. In high school, Derek won medals in shot put and discus at the provincial level and earned 10th place finish in discus at the national competition. He was ranked #1 in the country in the Highland Games Junior Division in 2016, 2018, and 2019. In 2017, he was the Maritime Junior Highlands Games champion and placed 3rd at the Junior Canadian Championships. In powerlifting, Derek was the Nova Scotia and Eastern Canadian Powerlift champion in 2017, and in 2018, he became the Canadian and World champion. In 2018, Derek walked on to the St. FX football team and played until 2020 without prior football experience. In his daily life, Derek is a highly skilled nurse working at the Valley Regional Hospital. I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Derek on being inducted into the Middleton Sports Heritage Wall of Fame, on his extraordinary athletic career, and for his critical role as a nurse in the Annapolis Valley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during Small Business Week to recognize the Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission. Led by Executive Director Tim Rusesco and an amazing board of directors, the Commission has been championing small business interests for many years. In addition to supporting local businesses with funding, advocacy, and capacity building, the team has brought iconic street art, beautification, festivals, and food crawls to downtown Dartmouth. In the last 10 years, the downtown core has seen a massive expansion of shops, eateries, and experiences for all ages to enjoy. The Downtown Dartmouth Business Commission is as committed to building community as it is to building commerce and has helped put Dartmouth on the map. Please join me in thanking them for all of their hard work.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, the East Hants Stingray Swims team had the opportunity this summer to have their team compete together since the first time since 2019. With the team consisting mostly of new members as well as being in a new aquatic center, they went on to provincials on August 21st, hoping for the best. During provincials, the Stingrays 15-person team was able to bring home 12 medals, 3 gold, 4 bronze, 4 silver, 5 bronze. The swimmers also earned highest points in multiple age groups in the small teams awards as well as overall small team award. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the East Hants Stingrays for their great season, as well as I'd like to thank all the volunteers who helped them make this season such a success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to highlight an incredible housing project in Timberley Prospect.
The Sunflower in the Lakeside community has recently opened its doors, a 25-unit project. And I want to first thank the federal government for investing in the Rapid Housing Initiative. It's a great program to invest in housing and communities and highlight the work of Adsum House, led by Sherry Lecker, that oversees this project for women, children, and gender-diverse people to live in this 25-unit development for $300 a month. It's a net zero project. I want to highlight Passive House. There's a local person, constituent Natalie Leonard, that runs Passive House in Hubli that was involved to ensure this project was a sustainable one. And Dora Construction, led by Donald McDonald, for their corporate culture to build something unique like this. And I want to commend all those involved for building this project. And I want to encourage provincial government and the federal government to work together to build more of these across the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the South Bar Volunteer Fire Department on the department's 40th anniversary. On September 18th, I had the privilege of attending the fire department's open house to celebrate with the members. It was an extremely well-attended event with food, treats, and music by Rob Murphy, and a special guest, Sparky the Fire Dog. Sparky delighted the children in attendance, mine included. Rory and Isla loved Sparky, and they loved their honorary fire chief hats, Mr. Speaker. Rory will not take hers off. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating and thanking the South Bar Fire Department on their 40th year of community service. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to thank the line workers from Nova Scotia Power, all of the women and men that helped remove trees, and others from outside of the province who worked tirelessly to have my constituents' power restored after Hurricane Fiona. I met with many of these workers in the field during the storm's aftermath and recognize the very important job that was on their shoulders. The damage they faced was extreme, and it truly takes dedicated workers like them to work through those kinds of obstacles and keep going every day, morning, noon, and night for weeks. I and my constituents are very grateful for those workers and their service to our area as they work to restore power. Today, please join me in thanking the line workers of Nova Scotia Power and all those that helped restore power to my constituents in Cumberland North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer my congratulations to James Jeffrey of North River. In August, James traveled to the 2022 Canada Games in Niagara to compete in the triple jump. James has already had several major accomplishments, including placing first in high jump at the 2022 Canadian Indoor Track and Field Championships and second place in the long jump at the Provincial Championships. Mr. Speaker, James Jeffrey represented Colchester North admirably at the Canada Games, and we are very proud of his achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we continue Small Business Week, I would like to talk about a place in Cole Harbour, Mr. Speaker, that is special to me personally. I was not doing well mentally and looking for something to help me physically when I walked into Oxygen Yoga and Fitness in Cole Harbour. The instructors there are incredible and so caring. I have found that not only have I improved my physical well-being, but my mental health as well. The classes there are great for helping to unwind and strengthen the mind and body, and I look forward to my time in the studio. I always leave energized and refreshed. There are many locally owned yoga studios around the city, and I would encourage all community members to give one a try in their neighborhood. And if you are near Oxygen Yoga and Fitness, tell them Tony sent you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, today is Purple Thursday. Purple Thursday was created as a campaign of the Canadian Royal Purple Society to raise awareness of the intersection of intimate partner violence and traumatic brain injury. Intimate partner violence includes many different types of violence, abuse, and intimidation. 90% of the physical violence includes actions that could lead to traumatic brain injuries. Brain Injury Nova Scotia is co-sponsoring the recognition of this day in Nova Scotia this year. Brain Injury Nova Scotia works all year to support the over 70,000 Nova Scotians living with traumatic brain injuries and their families. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in recommitting to ending intimate partner violence and thank Brain Injury Nova Scotia for their work.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Nova Scotia's women's soccer team on their bronze medal at the 2022 Canada Summer Games. I'm proud to share that 4 Fall River players, Ellie Lancaster, Emma Crow, Sierra Gallant, and Maya Archibald, helped in bringing this medal home to Nova Scotia. It's worthy of noting that Maya Archibald is currently representing Canada at the World U17 Women's Championships in India. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating and recognizing the hard work of these amazing local women who have not only made the residents of Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank proud, but all Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, during Hurricane Fiona, a number of government departments stepped up to ensure that we tried to recover after, during, and after the event. One of the departments I do want to recognize locally on the ground are the staff of the Cape Breton Regional Island Housing Authority. Throughout the pandemic, they were there to support a lot of the families that live in many of the housing neighborhoods that we have in the CBRM. They went above and beyond to make sure that everybody was fed, to make sure that they did whatever they could to put the lights on and make sure that as food was made available through various not-for-profit organizations, staff even went around to help deliver the food and help fill out the forms. So I do want to recognize all of the staff from the Cape Breton Island Regional Housing Authority. I saw it firsthand myself, them going around to see all of the residents in the Greater Sydney area, and I really appreciated the support they provided to families.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an amazing community member, Sabrina Hum. Being a longtime resident of the North End, Sabrina can always be found helping others out, whether it is her friends, seniors, or community members. Sabrina is always helpful and genuine with her attentions to help or do for others. She organizes events in her community for the kids and families. She makes sure to have an Easter egg hunt, summer events, Halloween treat giveaways, movie nights, and many, many more things. Fun things, and especially fun things for the kids in her community. She's always ready to help and have fun and cook as well. I'm pleased today to rise and appreciate the hard work and energy spent by this beautiful person, Sabrina, and I'd like the House of Assembly to help me in this acknowledgement.
The honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Victoria Cook from Mulgrave. Victoria is a grade 8 student, is the youth representative on Mulgrave Town Council. Her first term has been a successful one. She brought forward a request for rainbow crosswalks in Mulgrave. She brought this idea to the table after speaking with youth and other community members who felt the LGBTQ+ community needed to be acknowledged in their area. Mr. Speaker, with Council's full approval, Victoria took charge of the project and was able to be a part of the process to see it through. Community volunteers, adults and youth alike, were able to assist in the painting in the first rainbow crosswalk August 19th, and the next one will be painted further down the road after paving work is completed this fall. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Victoria Cook on her interest in representing youth in her community and for putting herself forward for this role on Mulgrave Town Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Mark Brophy, who has been named the Municipality of the District of Yarmouth's Volunteer of the Year for the 2022 Nova Scotia Volunteer Awards. Mark volunteers as the junior director at the Yarmouth Curling Club and was a big help with the construction of the recently installed and highly anticipated Yarmouth Splash Park. Mark is also a huge advocate of clean communities. He works tirelessly at organizing community cleanups, helping remove over 25,000 pounds of trash from our community shores and ditches during the most recent Earth Day weekend cleanup initiative. He's also instrumental in many cleanups of our beautiful Port Maitland Beach. I ask this House to join me in congratulating Mark Brophy on receiving this prestigious award and in thanking him for his tireless dedication to the health and well-being of our community.
Good job. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, the Avenue is an historic African Nova Scotian community located in what is now Creighton Park, originally settled in the 1800s. Recently, the Halifax Public Libraries published an article by Kate Foster entitled Where I Belong, tracing the history of Dartmouth's The Avenue, that featured Creighton Park resident and Avenue descendant Carolyn Fowler. The Avenue was a tight-knit community built on fellowship, faith, laughter, and music. However, the over 100 residents were subjected to systemic and environmental racism, and most were displaced by development. As Carolyn says in the article, we weren't meant to survive. Many built good lives for themselves, learned trades, worked, built property. They paved the way through their perseverance. The article joins Adrian Lucas's 1998 thesis, Survival of an African Nova Scotian Community Up the Avenue Revisited, honoring this important part of Dartmouth North. I ask the House to join me in thanking Carolyn, Adrian, and Kate for their efforts in bringing the Avenue's history to the fore.
The honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Guildhall Summer Series Committee for their commitment to providing free musical concerts every Thursday throughout the summer. Every Thursday evening, the community and visitors are treated to a free outdoor musical concert featuring wonderful local musicians at the Guildhall. Each year, the committee invites musicians to express their interest in participating, and the response has been overwhelming, creating a challenge to choose from so much talent. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask that all members of this House join me in thanking the Guildhall Summer Series Committee for providing this free event for all to enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
It being Small Business Week, I would like to give a shout out to one of our Indian restaurants in Bedford, Red Chili's Flavors of India. I just heard a cheer from the back row. I think one of my colleagues may eat there a bit. The restaurant opened to rave reviews back in 2019, and then in 2020 they decided to open an ethnic grocery right next door. But then again, COVID came, and so that was delayed for a bit. But their resolve and their resilience is underlined by what they did next. The four owners actually didn't take salaries for a great deal of that time. Arun Johnny and his partners have pivoted to offer special menus for Indian holidays like Diwali or Onam. And I would just point out that the Feast of Onam features 26 dishes. I can tell you the lineups in the parking lot are huge. Everybody in our community enjoys their food, and I'd encourage members to check it out. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October 5th, 22, there was a chart released called Homes Lost to Short-Term Rentals in Nova Scotia Municipalities. This chart compared the number of short-term rentals which are registered with the government and the active short-term rentals on the market as of October 5th. The key takeaway of this chart is the number of entire homes, homes where there's no primary resident. These are record numbers, over 3,700 province-wide, and in HRM, over 1,600 homes that could have been purposed for long-term use if regulations had been brought in. The other sad fact is that almost 2,300 of these in Nova Scotia are 2 to 5 plus bedrooms, including about 900 in HRM. I would encourage all members of this House to take a look at this information as the housing crisis is getting worse.
The honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Summer Carnival Committee for their unwavering dedication to our community. This year marks the first in-person event since the pandemic. The 2022 Carnival schedule ran from Sunday, July 31st to Sunday, August 7th, a week filled with numerous community events. The fun included sand sculptures, free breakfast, a car show, bingo, fireworks, and a seniors' tea that I was happy to co-host, just to name a few of the organized events. Without community involvement and volunteers, this much-loved event would not be possible. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Eastern Passage Cow Bay Summer Carnival Committee members for their ongoing efforts and amazing community spirit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Speaker,
I'd like to take a moment to recognize and bring awareness to a healthcare experience my dear friend Mark and his family struggled through. Mark called me in a panic as his son was going through both a physical and mental health crisis. Mr. Speaker, we spent days talking and texting to try to find the help for his son. Mark's son was struggling and was in desperate need, yet could not find the appropriate health care here in Nova Scotia. These stories are all too common, and more Nova Scotians are going without. Mark's son is now, luckily, receiving help, but in Quebec. If not for Mark's refusal to give up, who knows what would happen. Love you, Mark. Healthcare is not political. It is life or death, and we need to stop treating it that way and stop pointing fingers and work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Digby County exhibition on their return this past summer. The Digby County exhibition was held from August 24th to 27th. After 2 years of canceled exhibitions, they came back stronger than ever with the help of volunteers, community members, and participants. The exhibition has been operating since the late 1800s. It's been in place it has been a place for community members in Digby County to gather and celebrate agriculture through various activities, including ox pulls, horse pulls, 4-H Day, various exhibits by the public, and 4-H clubs, 8 horse shows, and much more. Mr. Speaker, please let us recognize the Bear River Agricultural Society and the Digby County Exhibition Society for all of their incredible work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston.
Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Bernadette Hamilton Reid, who is not only a small business owner, but a community connector and collaborator. She is a respected community leader, advocate, and ally. She leads by example and does not miss a community event. She's consistent support in all sectors of community engagement, entrepreneurship, business, economics, politics, education, arts, and culture. She is passionate about helping Black entrepreneurs and works tirelessly to create and find opportunities. Sankofa African Gifts bring Africa to the world by showcasing outstanding products that depict rich and vibrant culture of people of African ancestry. Her business proudly carries jewelry, prints, artworks, books, and I'm all too happy to congratulate her on this enormous amount of work that she does. Additionally, she somehow finds time to being a loving mother, devoted wife, sister, and grandmother, and to her own personal developments. I want to ask the House to acknowledge her great work and recognize Bernadette Hamilton Reid.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an important cultural tradition in my constituency, the Millbrook Powwow. August 13th and 14th, 2022, Millbrook hosted their 22nd annual powwow. The Millbrook Powwow had been on hiatus for 3 long years due to the pandemic and its restrictions. This year, our community was grateful to have this powerful tradition back in full force. Over 50 craft and food vendors were available over the 2 days of captivating drum and dance competitions, which featured many gifted performers of traditional Indigenous song and dance. The Millbrook Powwow was an important opportunity for the entire community to experience and celebrate the rich heritage of First Nations culture. Thank you to all the hardworking volunteers who make this event possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I want to extend congratulations to the Fairview Clayton Park Farmers Market on a successful second season. This small but mighty market has a great selection of local crafters, producers, bakers, artists, and community groups. When you shop the indoor-outdoor market, you are greeted with the musical stylings of the resident musicians Jeff and Gary, who always kept the shoppers entertained. This small business could not have been so successful without the support of our local arena, Centennial Arena, and all of the staff who helped out each week.
Order, please. The time for member statements has expired. We'll now go to oral questions put by members. The time is now 1 p.m. We will finish at 1:50 p.m. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, renewing our province's healthcare infrastructure is pivotal to delivering Nova Scotians with top quality modern care. It's also critical to dealing with the capacity issues that we're experiencing in our province when it comes to our healthcare system, and is actually crucial to recruiting and retaining doctors and other medical professionals to work in our facilities. Previous government obviously prioritized this with generational projects, and we are seeing the results of those projects now. Shovels are in the ground at the healthcare redevelopment in Cape Breton, which is going to expand cancer and critical care there, among other things. Shovels are in the ground at the outpatients facility in Bears Lake, which is going to expand primary care. And the project is on time and on budget in both cases, Mr. Speaker. However, with the QE2 redevelopment project, we do not know whether that project is going to be on time or on budget. Could we please ask the Premier for a commitment today that that project, the QE2 redevelopment, will be on time and on budget?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the important question. Obviously, investments in healthcare infrastructure are something the prior government took serious, for sure. We do as well. We know that investments in infrastructure are required, for sure. There are a number of projects that we're continuing on, or some that we've added to, and some that are still in the active procurement process. The particular project the member asked about is still in the active procurement process, so we'll let that process continue on, Mr. Speaker, but we will, as a government, continue the investments in healthcare infrastructure because that's what Nova Scotians have asked us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader at the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The QE2 redevelopment project is absolutely critical to acute care services. It impacts acute care services and ambulatory services across the province. We know it's also going to be critical to expand and modernize our cancer care options, as well as hospice care, among other things. It's also linked to long-term care wait times with the inpatient capacity of that hospital, Mr. Speaker. However, it looks like this project is going to be severely delayed because this government delayed approval by close to a year. Could the Premier explain to the House why that delay in approval occurred and what the government is ready to do to get that project back on time and back on budget?
The Honourable Premier.
I completely disagree with the member's characterization. There are lots of moving parts on these files. The member would know, as a former Minister of Health, I think in 5 months in the portfolio he talked about, did very little. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, our minister in 5 months accomplished incredible amounts of initiatives to improve healthcare. So, you know, to the extent that we inherited a lot of stuff, some of which had been sitting on the side of the former minister's desk, we're dealing with it, Mr. Speaker. We are systematically and methodically working through it because we know that Nova Scotians have given us a mandate to fix healthcare, and that is exactly what we will do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader at the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Premier oftentimes confuses me as the current Minister of Health, and I think he confuses himself as the current Leader of the Opposition. I do think when you look at this Premier who promised to fix health care, promised solutions, that was the only major promise that was made. I do think Nova Scotians deserve a little bit more than blame and excuses in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the work on health care. And on this file, we do know that the project, which was already prepared for approval, was delayed. We don't know why it was delayed. We don't know who reviewed that project. We do know that the scope of the project didn't change within its final approval. And that delay period impacted the inflationary pressures on that project and the timeline and the budget, Mr. Speaker.
Question.
Could the Premier please tell us why that project was delayed before approval?
The Honourable Premier.
I disagree with the member's framing of the question 100%, completely disagree with it. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have been a government of action. And we have to be a government of action because there was a long period of inaction, Mr. Speaker. So we are acting. We are understanding the complexities of the issues, and we are coming up with solutions, Mr. Speaker. And we are moving forward. I will assure the member that investments in healthcare infrastructure are a priority. I will assure the member that we feel the urgency for a number of infrastructure projects, more beds, more operating rooms, more long-term care beds. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to remind Nova Scotians what happened in all of those areas over the past 8 years, but we have a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we are busy doing it, Mr. Speaker. There's no question.
The Honourable Leader at the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share a few stories with the Premier of people attempting to access health care in this province. A Dartmouth resident shared with us recently, "I've had a number of medical issues over the last year. My old walk-in clinic has closed, and the only other ones near me have very limited hours and book fully up early in the day. To get prescriptions or refill them, I've had to use maple.ca and pay out of pocket. Each prescription I need must be done in a separate paid appointment. Mr. Speaker, what would the Premier say to this person who has to pay a private company each time they need to refill a prescription?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, the stories of access to care are certainly the stories that move me to get up every day and keep moving forward. We know there's a lot of work to do in access, making sure that Nova Scotians can access care. But I want to remind the member that we have virtual care in Nova Scotia. It's provided by the province. We have walk-in clinics. We have a lot of areas. And I would encourage the members here to help get that message out. If that message is not out to Nova Scotians, that's something we can do together, Mr. Speaker. We can get together and get behind Nova Scotians and let them know the avenues that are there. We need more avenues. For sure we do, Mr. Speaker, and we are committed to opening up more avenues. We are focused on access to care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, these are stories of constituents whom we've already told about virtual care, whom we've told about walk-in clinics, and who cannot access care in that way. I'd like to share another message from Sear Michigan in Dartmouth, who contacted us to say we've been waiting for a family doctor for almost 2 years. We had one for a month, and then she moved out of the province. With a 2-year-old, our only option has been walk-in clinics and 3 to 4 hour waits. This is nuts. This is not the Canada I want to bring my daughter up in. We are becoming like the States, and that is tragic. Mr. Speaker, how long will Sear and their family have to wait before they get a family doctor?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue, of course, we talk about a lot in this chamber, and the recruitment efforts, the retention efforts. I mean, we recruited 162 doctors this year. That's a record number of doctors. We've offered jobs to all the nursing students, added nursing seats. We will continue to make sure that we add to and support those healthcare professionals we have in this province that are working incredibly hard and provide incredible level of care to Nova Scotians. There's a lot of work to do. There's no question about that, Mr. Speaker, and we're committed to doing it for Sierra and for every single Nova Scotian.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, accessing health care isn't the only thing people are having to pay for. Betty Josie is a resident of Eastern Passage who's trying to stay as healthy as possible and to keep those around her safe. She is 76. She says, I've never had the high-dose flu shot, but thought it would be prudent this year to get one. So I did, at a cost to me of $99.43. As you know, seniors are only covered for this if they live in a facility. I guess the rest of us don't count. We are still vulnerable, and many of us visit friends in these places. When she emailed her government MLA to ask whether the province would chip in to cover the cost of the high-dose flu vaccine, she received no assistance or adequate response. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the Premier's response to Betty and others in her position who are asking government to cover the cost of the high-dose flu vaccine here as they do in almost every other province?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the member and all Nova Scotians that the regular dose is effective. You know, the high dose, there's a use for the high dose for sure. In this province, that is available in certain settings, but we'll continue to look at ways that can or should be expanded. We're constantly reviewing how the medications, the care that's provided to Nova Scotians, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Premier is quick to lay generic blame on everybody else, but his government when it comes to the state of health care. But what he fails to recognize are the stats around health care, Mr. Speaker, which are obviously getting worse. The needed doctor registry going up by 45,000 people in a year. We've never saw that kind of increase. COVID deaths exponentially growing in our province. Emergency rooms being closed down more. Access to primary care and other critical care services being harder and harder to get under his watch, Mr. Speaker. And we see this blame happening again on the QE2 project. We know for a fact that this project was delayed. Cabinet did not provide the approval when it had the chance to. And in the ensuing year, we've had potentially billions of dollars out of the cost of this project, Mr. Speaker. Can the Premier please tell us why that project was delayed and provide the review that was done to the House?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I'd say is that when we formed our majority government, Mr. Speaker, is that we did the responsible thing. This is the biggest and most complex infrastructure in Canada. if not North America, Mr. Speaker. So we took the time to do the responsible thing, to understand the complexities of the project, Mr. Speaker. So, as the Premier has indicated, and I will repeat, we are in an open procurement, Mr. Speaker. There's the process to follow. It's the same process as the Bears Lake COC went through, Mr. Speaker. So I want to reassure the member that we're going to maintain the integrity of this procurement, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We certainly would like to see the nature of that review because the scope of the project didn't change. Obviously, we know how complex that project was. It took years to develop. And this government delayed it for approximately a year. We don't even know why. And nothing changed in the scope of the project except the cost and the timeline. This is going to impact healthcare delivery from one end of the province to the other, Mr. Speaker, because our facilities, their capacity to take in ambulances, emergency care, cancer care, impacts every single part of the system from one end of the province to the other. And this government can't even be transparent and tell us why that project was delayed or provide a review to this chamber. Will the Premier please do that today?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, I have to question why the former Minister of Health and Wellness didn't approve it the last day he was in Cabinet, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Halifax Infirmary project is only one piece of the QE2 redevelopment project, Mr. Speaker. There's so many other good projects and renovations are ongoing throughout the HRM. Mr. Speaker, the renovations to the 3rd and 5th floor of the HI opened up a hybrid OR, Mr. Speaker, the first in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. Bears Lake progressing very well, as I noted, Mr. Speaker, yesterday. Renovations at Dartmouth General, Mr. Speaker, and I have a lot more to say.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that long list of Liberal accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, at the Public Accounts Committee earlier this month, we were told that that over $50 million had been spent on the QE2 project on consultant contracts alone, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, that is a lot of taxpayer dollars to spend on consultants. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier update us on how much this government has spent on this project to date?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the preamble from the former Minister of Health said, it was a project that they started years ago. So I'd say that the vast majority of the $50+ million were spent under their tenure in government, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, again, the QE2, so we have the breakdown, the HI expansion program, or project rather, is one element of the QE2 redevelopment. Then there's Cape Breton, Mr. Speaker. And I hear great things from the member from Cape Breton East and Glace Bay Dominion on the progress that's being made there, Mr. Speaker. Steel's going up, dust is in the air, Mr. Speaker. Very happy to hear that our government announced a cardiac catheterization center that's going to improve health care for Nova Scotians as well.
Order, please. The member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, what we call that is word salad. Listen, they know how much is spent. They won't say it. You know, the people of Nova Scotia deserve to know because it is their money. Yet the minister sits there and refuses, just like they did in public accounts, just like the Premier continues to do, and they refuse to answer the questions. So any review of the biggest healthcare infrastructure project east of Quebec deserves, quite frankly, a little bit of transparency. Mr. Speaker, we're going to ask a lot of questions about this project, and so far we've got nothing but vague statements from this government. Mr. Speaker, the people of this province deserve answers. Will the minister responsible for the QE2 redevelopment project commit to tabling the precise results of the scope review and that the government undertook and the funding they've spent to date?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
So, Mr. Speaker, I guess we're in for another long 35 minutes, Mr. Speaker, because we remain to be in an open procurement, Mr. Speaker. That's not going to change, Mr. Speaker. That's the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker. There is, you know what, regardless of what the members opposite want to say, we are following the same process as their government followed regarding the Bears Lake project, Mr. Speaker. The same integrity of the transparency of this project, Mr. Speaker. There's integrity to maintain, there's confidentiality to maintain, and as Minister, I respect that process. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, when speaking about the QE2 project, the Premier's handpicked health authority CEO said that, and I quote, "I don't think that anything was put on pause other than to make sure that the government fully understood the nature of the project." And I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, this is a direct contradiction with the minister's own statement on this project to the media that, in fact, a scope review was conducted. So my question to the minister responsible for the QE2 project, who actually is correct on this, the minister or the CEO of the authority?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we are in an open procurement, Mr. Speaker. I respect the process that the former government went through with the Bears Lake project, Mr. Speaker. I take that process seriously. I want to maintain the integrity of that process, respecting the confidentiality. We want to be good partners, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not willing to jeopardize being a good partner, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, this government will continue to move forward in the best interest of Nova Scotians.
Order, please. Order, please. The Minister of Service, Nova Scotia, has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, if the former government were on this side, I hope they'd be saying the same thing, that they would be moving forward with the best interest of Nova Scotians at heart. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I'll just take from that non-answer that the minister doesn't want to say who's actually right. Mr. Speaker, when the first action a government takes on a project is to stop it for a review, people get worried. This government has made a lot of promises, and in particular on health care. Nova Scotians need to have confidence, Mr. Speaker, that this project is going to be completed. Nova Scotian healthcare professionals and patients alike deserve to know exactly when can we expect to have a new Halifax infirmary constructed, operational, and seeing patients. And if the Premier would like to answer the question, we'd love for him to stand up instead of just giving instructions to his minister.
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between the former government under Premier McNeil and the difference in our government is that our Premier respects his cabinet and lets his ministers answer questions, Mr. Speaker. What Nova Scotians want is confidence in action on healthcare, Mr. Speaker, something that's been neglected for 8 years. We could have talked about it during a year shutdown under that previous government, Mr. Speaker. We could have talked about it at Health Committee that they shut down during the pandemic. That's why we're delivering on healthcare, Mr. Speaker. We're delivering on CCA increases, paying for CCAs to go to school, and much more, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians want confidence that they're going to get beds and surgeries on time and when they need it, and that's what we're committed to do, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health. In the last election, this government promised universal mental health care to all Nova Scotians by providing public billing codes to mental health care providers. The most recent budget ran incredibly short of this promise, and many Nova Scotians are still unable to get the mental health care they need. Wait times for non-urgent mental health care for much of the Central Zone have nearly doubled since this government was elected. Someone in Halifax may have to wait up to 146 days for non-urgent care, despite the health authority's own target of 28 days. Mr. Speaker, this is a painful and devastating wait of half a year. The minister committed to conducting a study into the adoption of universal mental health codes. Can the minister table the findings of the study?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So significant work is underway to continue to implement universal addictions and mental health care. We have one of the great groups here at the gallery this morning, the Strongest Families Institute, who actually works with non-urgent wait times for youth in the province. I think does a fantastic job. We also launched the first provincial peer support line last week, which is the first of its kind in its province. So we remain committed to this. I certainly do. And we will have more to say of this in the future for sure.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, certainly the government has taken some steps to get people help. But I'm asking specifically about the promise to provide public billing codes. The minister has been saying again and again since the election that news is coming, information is coming, but we need to see what is actually happening. Will people wait and wait for access to consistent mental health care? Will the minister commit to a timeline for his promise of mental health billing codes?
The Honourable Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So I think we've been very clear as the minister and as a government that access to mental health care is a right, not a privilege, and we continue to look at it that way. I think in Central Zone specifically, you can look at the recovery support centers, the acute mental health day hospital. There's some great initiatives that have been stood up, the first of the kind in the province. We'll continue to work on these initiatives. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this government paused this project to review the scope, surely one of the considerations would have been the number of critical care beds. The current scope of the project includes 33 intensive care unit beds and 15 intermediate care beds, as well as 626 inpatient beds. Mr. Speaker, my question to the minister, what advice did this government receive from clinical health professionals during the scope review regarding the number of beds?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to thank the folks at Nova Scotia Lands, the Department of Public Works, Nova Scotia Health, Department of Health and Wellness, Mr. Speaker. This is truly a team effort, Mr. Speaker. We're speaking about the most complex, the biggest infrastructure project, not only in our province, Mr. Speaker, but in Canada, perhaps even in North America, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, I'm not in a position to jeopardize or put on the line the integrity of an open procurement, Mr. Speaker, and that's where we're at. We're going to move forward with the best interests of Nova Scotians at heart. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Cancer Care Centre at the QE2 is meant to be the biggest cancer care centre in Atlantic Canadian history. We all know this. We all know in this House. We all know someone who has been affected by cancer. Cancer care needs to be a priority. This new cancer centre was designed to accommodate 15,000 new visits per day and 260 cancer treatments per day, with some of the most advanced radiation machines in the country. Mr. Speaker, can the minister responsible confirm for us in this House today that this will be the appropriate capacity and that it will be ready to treat cancer patients that so desperately need this state-of-the-art facility?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the member opposite that we have been working very closely with Cancer Care Nova Scotia on a number of initiatives to do just that, making sure that we're delivering cutting-edge cancer care in this province. And I want to give you some examples. CAR-T therapy is now available in our province for the first time. To the member opposite's point, we announced Ethos, which is a 3D imaging machine and top-of-the-line radiology. We've been also working, of course, in Cape Breton and looking at ways at which we can deliver. We're very involved with Cancer Care Nova Scotia, and we'll continue to look at innovative programs to ensure cancer care is top of mind for our government and the Health Authority.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the previous government identified the need for the QE2 project, it was crucial that both medical and infrastructure professionals were on the same page from start to finish. On the clinical side, we need our medical professionals to have confidence that when this facility is built, it will have all the tools they need to deliver services to Nova Scotians who need care. When is the last time the minister responsible for the QE2 project has met with the clinical team for the project? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
In the spirit of the team that we talked about that is supporting, I want to assure the members opposite that we're really in touch with clinical folks across the province, and I want to give you an example of that, again, back to the Cape Breton, where we've introduced the Cardiac Catheterization Lab, which is an amazing project. And the amazing part about that is not only is it going to support care in Cape Breton, but it's also going to alleviate bottlenecks in Halifax, where we can actually support people across the province who need specialty care. So that's one example of how we continue to work with clinicians. We are also looking at the OR services at Glace Bay. We work with clinicians and anaesthetists there so that we can look at what is the best way to deliver services in CBRM as an example. So clinicians are very much a part of this ongoing process.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the minister for the response. The infrastructure side of this project is also critical. As we know, this is a P3 procurement, which means there's a great deal of expertise that's required to make sure that we get the best contract for Nova Scotians. Earlier this year, and as recently as this morning, this government made and continues to make significant changes in Crown corporations, which includes dissolving Nova Scotia Lands, the corporation where this subject matter expertise lies in government. I'd like to ask the minister, will the new entity, Build Nova Scotia, be involved in the QE2 redevelopment? And if so, what expertise does the CEO and that organization have with P3 procurement processes? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to speaking to the bill later on, Mr. Speaker, but there's no change in the process that's been unfolding for this open procurement, Mr. Speaker. The staff at Nova Scotia Lands that will now be part of Build Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, continue to work very hard with our partners across health. And again, Mr. Speaker, we will move forward with the best interests of Nova Scotians when we talk about the most complex and the biggest infrastructure project in our province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government recognized that constant communication and collaboration was important on top of all that goes on with this, as the minister said, the most complex project that we have in recent history. The QE2 development had a deputy minister and CEO working group that met at least 1 or 2 times per month, and multiple cabinet ministers and the premier were kept regularly briefed. We know that this premier fired a lot of healthcare professionals when he took office, but we need to know that the proper project management continues. Can the minister responsible for the project tell us when is the last time that this QE2 working group, deputy ministers and CEO, met, and when did the minister last attend this meeting?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, in the spirit of the team that we are, at least on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, there's frequent conversations with colleagues on a number of different files, including this project here, Mr. Speaker. Ongoing conversations with the Minister of Health and Wellness, Mr. Speaker, who, within her purview, has conversations in her team. Mr. Speaker, there's lots of collaboration on moving the important work of moving forward the infrastructure, the healthcare infrastructure projects in our province to support patients and staff in our province, and that's something we're committed to do. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with respect, a project of this magnitude needs more than ad hoc ongoing conversations. We need structure behind this and project management. Mr. Speaker, we're hearing from healthcare professionals that are growing seriously concerned about the future of this project. Can the minister responsible for the redevelopment tell us when was the last time a broad stakeholder meeting was held for the purpose of communicating project developments to Nova Scotia's hard-working healthcare professionals?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. Certainly, we are out in the communities and out in hospitals on a regular basis talking to healthcare workers. Again, we talk to clinicians about what it is that they require in order to do their jobs well, and we invest in the infrastructure wherever possible in order to see that happen. Again, we go back to things like ethos, working with those clinicians so that we understand how they're involved in research, where they need the equipment in order to advance cutting-edge therapy for Nova Scotians, and we'll continue to do so.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. Earlier this week, in an exchange about the ballooning numbers of people on the Family Doctor Registry, the Premier said that being on the list does not mean you don't have access to care. But this is not entirely true. As my colleague has already outlined, more and more people are logging into the virtual care platform in the morning to see that they can't get in unless they pay a fee. Mr. Speaker, does the Premier think it is okay that Nova Scotians are being forced to pay fees for their health care because they can't get appointments at walk-ins or on the public virtual care platform?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. So, of course, we want to make sure virtual care is there and it's free to people because we want them to have access, especially as they're waiting for a primary care team in order to look after them. So we are constantly looking at onboarding and expanding clinicians, not only physicians but nurse practitioners who can work in virtual care in Nova Scotia. We're also looking at recruitment and retention. We spoke a little bit about it yesterday. It's really an important part. We're working, I had a meeting today about how we can streamline bringing healthcare professionals into this province and use them to the highest ability of their scope. So there's a lot of work to do. We continue to look at options, and I can guarantee that this conversation will be ongoing as we continue to improve health care.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians need primary care. We all know that. As many as 1 in 4 don't have access to a regular health care provider. Stephen from Mill Village contacted us to say, because I could not get a timely doctor's appointment and emergency was filled beyond the brim, I spent $75 on a prescription from Maple Medical in Ontario. Had I been unable to do that, I would have ended up with bronchial pneumonia. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier tell Stephen how long he will have to wait for in-person primary care?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So our emergency services are always available to people in terms of going if they have any difficulty breathing or anything like that. People should always present to the emergency room or call 911 if they have any sort of emergency treatment. When people access virtual care, providers actually do an assessment over the phone and will refer people to primary care clinics throughout the province if they feel that an inpatient appointment is necessary. We know that there are gaps and that there are long wait lists, but we continue to recruit and we continue to build teams around our primary care providers to ensure that people not only get physician and nurse practitioner, but they also have the care of the team. And Dow Family Medicine is a prime example of how we've expanded that and will continue to do so. Thank you.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians deserve to know what is going on. This is the largest project in the history of this province. And it appears that this government wants to hide behind a procurement of one element of this project and not give information to the public. The previous government regularly published updates on the project and kept the public informed of the project's scope and timelines via government website. Hundreds of planning documents, including the entire redevelopment master plan, are available, with what used to be regularly occurring updates about the project's progress. This website has not been updated once since this government has taken office. Does the minister think that Nova Scotians deserve updates on the largest healthcare project in a generation?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, the member from King South may be in a position and he might be willing to jeopardize the integrity of an open procurement, Mr. Speaker. I'm not. I'm not there, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure all Nova Scotians that there is a process to follow, and I'll remind the members opposite it's the exact same process that the Bears Lake COC went through, Mr. Speaker, following the best practices that have been engaged with other partners and experts from across the country, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of up to date and wanting to know what's what, I'll table for the House, Mr. Speaker, a website that is regularly updated, and it's the Action for Healthcare website, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King South.
Doesn't seem like we're going to get much information. Let's see what information we do have. We do have their budget, not what's happened in the last 8 years. Their budget said that they were going to spend $465 million on health care redevelopment. If you look at the fiscal update that we know now in September, they are now underspent by $130 million. Clearly, the project is off track, it's behind schedule, and the further it goes behind schedule, the more it costs, the more the interest costs are. Will the minister responsible for this project provide the public with a breakdown of what specific work is going to be completed of this $465 million budgeted?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I did my math quickly during the preamble there's 5 months left in the fiscal year, so we have time to spend that money, Mr. Speaker. But we're not, we're moving forward with our infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Works announced earlier this week a critical investment to the IWK. The Minister of Health and Wellness was in Cape Breton a couple weeks ago to announce again a cardiac catheterization center, Mr. Speaker, something I'm very proud of. Have tremendous impact right across our province, decrease the burden on EHS, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure is important to this government, and any decision that we make is going to be with the best interests of Nova Scotians at heart.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yesterday in question period, we got a chance to see this government's obsession with secrecy, and that sad and sorry tour is continuing today. So in 2021, as construction costs began to rise, this government was faced with a very unique opportunity regarding the QE2 project. In a time of labor shortages and cost uncertainty, 2 project bidders offered to combine their construction and planning capacities and submit a joint bid to ensure project timelines would happen. The government rejected that bid. The Premier's logic at the time was that he wanted to have a competitive process, and we're now 1 week away from one bidder putting forward a bid, so that's kind of weird. There is no guarantee from the remaining company at the time that they would be able to submit a compliant bid. I'd like to ask the minister, who in government made the decision to reject this bid and why?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This massive and very complex project is not immune to the market conditions. as the member noted, labor challenges, inflation, supply chain issues, commodity price increases. I'm sure eventually there's going to be an impact by the Liberal carbon tax that they support. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we are in an open procurement, and we will, again, I'll repeat for the benefit of the House, move forward with the best interests of Nova Scotians at heart. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the minister knows well, the deadline for the bid here is a week away, so we've got 7 more days left to hide behind the procurement excuse, and then we'll have to see when the information comes out in a week. Looking forward to that. So, to date, this government has refused to answer any questions regarding the budgeted cost of this project. We're not asking about procurement process or actual costs. What we want to know is what can Nova Scotia taxpayers expect the bill for this project to be. What we've heard through the media, and we'd love to hear some corroboration from the government, is upwards of $3 billion. We know that healthcare infrastructure is critically important to Nova Scotians, but I would like to ask the minister responsible, how much is this project going to cost? Does he expect us to believe he doesn't know? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat my answer from yesterday and one that I provided to the media before. The previous $2 billion figure that was tossed around a couple years ago, not accurate anymore, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we were very fortunate to have an interested proponent, PCL. They're crunching their numbers. They're working on their submission, Mr. Speaker. Once that is scheduled to be submitted and received by the department will analyze it, review it, and again, for the benefit of the House, we will be moving forward with the best interests of Nova Scotians. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ICU department and the emergency room department at Cumberland Regional Healthcare Centre continue to experience a severe shortage of nurses. Last week, when I brought these concerns to this House and talked about the unsafe working conditions, the minister unfortunately called me irresponsible. When our doctors and nurses back home saw that, they were very discouraged because they want a better culture. They want to feel and know that they can talk to this government and share the concerns. The facts are, they are working in unsafe conditions. This is a fact. Will the minister commit to looking at how many incident reports are being submitted by nurses and table that report here in the House of how many conditions and incident reports are being reported by nurses? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So certainly we are in touch on a regular basis with the leadership in Nova Scotia Health, and we know that there are some staffing shortages. We're working very hard around recruitment and retention in that area. We're working with people who are on the ground. We're working with the VP of Medicine and the VP of Operations to better understand how to support the staff in that area. We continue to do that. We will continue to recruit, and we will continue to listen to the staff about how best we can support them in their work environment.
Thank you to the minister. Mr. Speaker, one of the doctors felt comfortable reaching out to me and asked for help. The nurses are too scared to. That's the culture. The doctor asked me to request a meeting. I requested a meeting from the Northern Zone as well as the department officials Tuesday of last week. No one responded to my request and no one contacted the doctor. He's an ICU cardiologist and no one has responded to him. Also, there is a tour around the province. Cumberland Regional is one of 9 regional hospitals, yet they're not coming to hear the concerns of our people, despite our emergency room being closed and the shortage of nursing staff. Will the minister commit to including Cumberland Regional and Amherst on her tour for listening to the healthcare professionals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are currently on a tour around the province, and this is a partial tour. We started it last night. Of course, I was here with all of you, but we do have Nova Scotia Health and Deputy Minister touring the province, and whenever I'm able, I will join them. Certainly, we have made arrangements and have indicated to Nova Scotia Health that we would like to choose a date in order to go up and speak to the folks at the regional.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We continue to hear concerns from Nova Scotians about the impact of short-term rentals on the housing crisis. We were encouraged to see the amendments made by this government in the spring to create a registry of short-term rentals. However, it's concerning that these changes have not yet been proclaimed. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister address the short-term rental issue head-on?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member for the question, and certainly it's an important question. In terms of her question about the Tourism Accommodation Registration Act, it's my understanding that the regulations will be ready to be proclaimed within a month. So they've been worked on since last spring, and they continue to be worked on, but they're very close to being ready. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. I appreciate that. While we wait and wait, things are worsening, and I know you know this, and as well everyone else here in this House. One community organization estimates that more than 3,700 standalone homes have been converted into short-term rentals throughout the province, and the number of active short-term rentals in Halifax alone has increased by nearly 1,000 since earlier this year. And these numbers continue to rise while we wait for government action. So I'm very, very glad to hear that the minister has said that within a month I will hear, and I will follow up on that when the time does come. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'd like to thank the member for that, and yes, we continue to be very aware of this issue and watch very closely. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen this government cancel or delay major infrastructure projects before. The Halifax Art Gallery project was supposed to break ground this year, but was delayed indefinitely due to soaring inflation and ballooning project costs. I'll table that. This government's cancelled bridge and road projects across the province due to high costs, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, the public is concerned that the QE2 project could be next. We already know hearing from this project could be billions over budget, and you've got 5 months to budget, I realize. But what is the action plan on this complex but critical project? The old infirmary, the building is sick. It's been sick for decades. I've heard from many patients that have been there. Some even said they go in sick and they come out sicker. The staff are great, but the building itself is critical. So what is the action plan to replace it?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, if it was sick for decades, I'm not sure why it wasn't a priority in 2013 when they formed government, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that moving our healthcare infrastructure projects is critical to supporting and improving our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, but I also recognize that there are other actions that are important, like expanding virtual care. I want to correct the record from yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We were not on the record bashing virtual care. In fact, the Premier at our AGM in 2019 was the first out the gate talking favorably of virtual care, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Well, in the world I live, Mr. Speaker, action plans happen in the current state, right now. Critical means now. And this government's inability to appropriately manage this file, one of the two groups pre-qualified to bid on the Halifax Infirmary redevelopment project, was pulled out in June, and I'll table that. Ellis Don Infrastructure Healthcare provided notice that they intended to withdraw from the tender process, leaving just plenary PCL Health as the sole bidder, which will undoubtedly drive up the cost of the project. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the minister responsible for the QE2 development project. What reasons did Ellis Don Infrastructure provide for withdrawing from the tender process?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, this project and many other projects in our province are not immune to the reality of the market condition today. The increase in inflation, the commodity price increase, the labour shortage, Mr. Speaker. So again, I want to take the opportunity to thank PCL for their interest in this project, Mr. Speaker. Ellis Don and many other companies in our province make business decisions every day. But right at this time, we're very fortunate to have PCL interested in this project. And again, Mr. Speaker, we're in open procurement and we're going to maintain that integrity. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, this is genuinely upsetting. This is the biggest healthcare infrastructure project in this province's history, and it's the cornerstone of our healthcare redevelopment. The cornerstone of our healthcare redevelopment is at risk because this government is dragging their heels. The minister likes to talk about the open and fair procurement, but the reality is, as my colleague pointed out, there's only one bidder left. That doesn't leave many options. You either accept the bid, that could be billions over budget due to the lack of a competitive process, or abandon the project altogether. My question for the minister responsible for the QE2 development project: how could this government leave Nova Scotians in such a no-win situation?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, you want to know what the cornerstone of our healthcare system right now is? That crumbling brick, the important brick to maintain that structure of our healthcare system that the former government failed to fix, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's shameful that we're at where we are right now with our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, but guess what? We're in very competent hands, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to work alongside a dedicated cabinet. I don't think that our government has, or our province rather, has been in such capable and knowledgeable, informed hands, Mr. Speaker, at the hands of 3 ministers of health, Mr. Speaker, 3 ministers of health.
The Honourable Member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, all the accolades aside, we know that a competitive tender process is crucial for driving down prices and giving Nova Scotia taxpayers the most cost-effective and responsible deal possible. But since this government has fumbled the ball on this critical healthcare issue, Nova Scotians are either going to have to massively overpay for the project or not get it done at all. Following the withdrawal of the second bidder, a government spokesperson said the province would continue with the tender process for the project and that the bid from Plenary PCL Health would not automatically be approved, and I'll table that. My question for the minister responsible for the QE2 redevelopment project: under what circumstances would this government reject the sole bid?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Mr. Speaker, we're nearing the end of QP, and my answer, I guess it's not answer period, but this is my answer, Mr. Speaker, is that we remain to be in an open procurement, Mr. Speaker, for the largest and most complex, not only healthcare infrastructure project, but the infrastructure project in our province's history, Mr. Speaker. I am in no way willing to jeopardize the integrity of an open procurement that respects confidentiality and uphold an integrity to our process, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the members opposite would support that integrity to the procurement process.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westbound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The province is facing multiple unprecedented crises in healthcare. Almost 120,000 people are without a family doctor. Emergency rooms are overwhelmed. Surgery wait times are longer than they have ever been. We know that recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals is crucial to addressing these issues. But nobody is moving to Nova Scotia so they can practice in a crumbling VG building. My question is for the minister responsible for the QE2 redevelopment project. What conversations have been had with the Office of Healthcare Professionals in recruitment to discuss the importance of this project in their healthcare recruitment initiatives? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. Done?
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So there's been a lot of engagement around how we market the wonderful things that are happening in this province and already cutting-edge work that's happening. So when we think about Dr. Mike Dunbar, who's done one of the first robotic hip surgeries in the country, when we look at Ethos and we look at CAR-T, we look at having a brand new cardiac catheterization lab in Cape Breton. All of these things, Mr. Speaker, attract new healthcare professionals, not only specialty physicians, but also nurses. It energizes the workforce.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, my question for the minister: considering the importance of healthcare infrastructure to the recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals, can this government commit now that no healthcare infrastructure project will be cancelled during their term?
The Honourable Member, Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
As a former healthcare worker, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that we have a government that listens to healthcare workers.
Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call government bills for second reading?
Government bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 208, the Environment Act, an act to amend?
Bill number 208, the Environment Act, an act to amend. I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, with 29 minutes remaining.
29 miles, 55 smiles. Here we go. Appreciate the opportunity to get back into this conversation here today. Last night was a first crack, I guess, at having this conversation around what will be one of the most important pieces of legislation that we as a legislature adopt or not, certainly in this session. As I started to say last night, the youth of our province have truly inspired us all to take a good hard look at the legacy that we want to leave as legislators, in particular as it relates to the environment. And there's so much access to information. We have so many bright people, so many bright young people that have taken a lot of time, invested a lot of their passion and energy and education around understanding the impacts that carbon has on our environment here in Nova Scotia and beyond. You know, people come to Nova Scotia to experience a coastal climate. We have to do a lot to ensure that our coastal climate is protected. And part of that is beefing up our protections around things like the Coastal Protection Act. And certainly this piece of legislation this bill is no exception. And my honourable colleague, the member for Timberlea Prospect, made a point to bring us up to speed on a number of realities associated with this particular circumstance last night that I think that, you know, given that we've seen daylight today, it begs repeating some of these things. 5 years ago, the rules and requirements were established by the federal government. We had choices if we were willing to put in the work. We had choices to deal with a requirement around carbon pricing, be it a tax, a carbon tax, however you want to term that. You want to call it a levy, similar, same thing. You could create a hybrid model or establish a cap and trade system if that was a suitable choice for your province. And that's what we as a government, under former minister who sits in the House today, as well as a former minister, Margaret Miller, who decided that no, it wasn't acceptable to take the first recommendation from the federal government. So she stepped up, he stepped up, and despite some of the initial inclinations that came out in the form of staff recommendations, we as an entity, we as a government, took it upon ourselves to go a different path, one that would ensure that we made good on that commitment, which I believe all Nova Scotians and all Canadians should and can acknowledge as important, to fight climate change, to fight the devastation that is continuing to happen around the world because of inclement weather. Significant weather events continue to happen. So we take it upon ourselves to come up with a structure that would, in fact, spread the load out and oblige Nova Scotians, regardless of the size of the entity, regardless of the size of the household, and came up with a system, the cap and trade system, that did have a marginal cost for the average Nova Scotian. But under this plan, the one that's being discussed today and last night, and hopefully for days to come, the cost is going to be much more significant. We've acknowledged it could be as much as 10 times the amount that was established under the former government's cap and trade program. And that, quite frankly, is very concerning. And it surprises me that when you hear that type of increase that it's possibly on the table, if this bill is to move forward, you hear that type of an increase, and we're already looking at, gas prices that are just out of reach for so many people. And even for families that are in fairly sound financial shape, the types of increases that we've seen over the last several weeks and months are ones that create challenges for even sound financial households to take on. And now the Progressive Conservative government is seemingly okay with adding more to the expense lines in household budgets, which is, to me, unacceptable, particularly coming from a government that continually says they're looking out for Nova Scotians, that continually says the best interests are at the heart of all our decision making, and a government that continues to say words matter. So how is it that practically we can make a collective decision, or government can make a collective decision to put this foot forward under a circumstance whereby we're going to see as much as 10 times the cost on Nova Scotians? And part of that cap and trade system, as we have touched on, and as we continue to discuss in this light and in other conversations around affordability, because make no mistake, the cost of living is having a huge impact on Nova Scotians' ability to do what they need to do, to buy drugs, to purchase rent, to get into their first home, to put groceries in their fridge. The cost of living is having an impact on households across this province, regardless of financial standing. And so part of this cap and trade program that we still haven't defeated in this House, government still has not demonstrated that it was as dysfunctional enough to do away with it. We have seen progress, and we've heard government members allude to the fruits of the labor, the fruits from the programs that have been established through the Green Fund, which was a complementary element to the cap and trade program. We've had the privilege of working with Nova Scotians individually and in different organizations that were able to come up with localized solutions for tackling the fight against climate change. We were able to redirect the proceeds, the revenues from that green fund, and have a significant impact on Nova Scotians. And more specifically, Madam Speaker, more specifically to the Nova Scotians who need it the most, our most vulnerable people in the province. We're able to tap into assistive programs that were a direct consequence of the levy established on carbon. And it goes back to the thought process around, if indeed the Progressive Conservative government is truly and narrowly focused on what is best for Nova Scotians, then it just doesn't come together, in that you would dismiss an effective resource, an effective financial resource that was having a direct impact on the pocketbooks of our most vulnerable people in the province. I can't figure that out. And as I touched on a moment ago, and I do encourage the minister, and genuinely encourage the minister to, if there are reasonable and certain complications with the former program, I anticipate we will have an opportunity to hear from him through the chair. And I would encourage, as I stated last night, as many members to get on their feet and talk about the consequences on their specific, removing the capacity of the Green Fund. And we did hear from the member from Kings West last night, and I do appreciate his comments through the chair. And he has always, at least from this side of the room, approached his job with sincerity, and that means a lot. So I appreciate his words and his consideration for his constituents, and he listed off a number of different initiatives in his district, that some of which were a result of the Green Fund. So if that's one member, and there are 55 throughout our House, my understanding and the reasonable expectation would be that there are many stories like that throughout our province that each member of this House could speak to. And at some point, beyond the passage of this bill, when the Green Fund has been dissolved and is unavailable to create programs such as the ones that we've started to discuss, we will all, but more narrowly focused, the government members will have to account for why a program that they've proclaimed is functioning well and doing good things, why they decided to wipe that away. And additionally, they'll have to come up with resources in some other fashion to fill that gap. Because make no mistake, climate change is coming. It's already happening. It's here. And Nova Scotians, like many throughout the world, are tuned in and driven to fight this fight. And it is up to governments of all stripes to support them, to create the conditions that enable our best and brightest, our most driven, many of whom are young people, and equip them with the financial resources to take on this challenge, which some might say is the greatest challenge of our lifetime. And so we meet the requirements as a previous government around the cap and trade system. We've had more than a year under a new administration, knowing that there was a timeline around the duration of the cap and trade program. And we heard little to nothing other than the acknowledgement that this was going to expire. We heard little to nothing around what next steps would look like. We heard little to nothing consequential from the government. One who has indicated that there is a passion for climate change. And I know we all acknowledge that it's a thing finally. We heard nothing consequential about what next steps would look like. And we wonder why that is. And you rack your brain about, something that is as public as climate change, as publicly supported as climate change. I mean, we all, or many of us anyhow, were a part of the walk for climate change that took place a couple years back. There were, for lack of the specific number, tens of thousands of people, genuinely thousands and thousands of people, who came out to show their support for that. So it begs the question why we haven't seen a more transparent opportunity from this government around their obligations around carbon pricing until the 11th hour, where one can only surmise that from the delays, from the lack of transparency, one can only surmise that there was something other than practicality on the minds of the government, something political, which is a shame. And we know, as I opened by saying today, we know that the parameters were set by the provincial government. We had the rules laid out, and we had choices to make, and we worked hard to make those choices. Other jurisdictions had choices to make. Some agreed with the lead-off suggestion around a carbon tax. Some disagreed completely. Some disagreed to the extent that they fought it at the Supreme Court. And I mean, it's frustrating to know that other jurisdictions have taken this to the top court in our nation and unsuccessfully tested it in court. So they couldn't do it. And they couldn't do what the government here in Nova Scotia is proposing today, because it is indeed a half measure. They have effectively created a tax as required on carbon. But what they haven't done is looked at how monies will be reinvested through that obligation into green development. We haven't seen that. All they've said is, and they use the word liberal continually, which again emphasizes the thinking around why would we be in this circumstances if not for the sake of politics. They continue to point a finger at the national government and the Prime Minister, continue to use words like liberal government, attempting to create a straight line that will somehow divert the problem or the consequence of negative political perception at the national government. And make no mistake, there is a direct line to be drawn in terms of negative political pressure for a government, but that will come directly back to the provincial government because they haven't acted, frankly, in the best interests of Nova Scotians, as they continue to suggest that they do. There will be a time where all the smoke will dissipate from the rooms. The facts will come out in the media and hopefully from government. And if it doesn't, we as an opposition party, the official opposition, and I'm sure our friends from the New Democratic Party will have no problem speaking about those facts so as to make all Nova Scotians aware of where the responsibility around this fiasco, pending fiasco, should rest. And that is squarely on the progressive conservative government of Nova Scotia. So in closing, I hope that, I sincerely hope, because as I said last night, I sincerely hope that we do get some enthusiasm around the conversation from the extended legislature, extended group of members that we have in the legislature. Not just one government member, not just two government members. It's important that we all participate in this conversation. And as I said to through the chair to the minister, I am looking forward to hearing his remarks down the road. And, you know, we have some political banter that continues to happen, but beyond that, this is a truly important conversation that I think we can all gain a lot from. And I expect to gain a lot from perspectives such as the one of the member from Timberlea Prospect and the now Minister of the Environment. And I do hope that as we progress through this legislative process, that law amendments is deployed to maximize the capacity of this work, to maximize the efficacy of this legislation, so that we can collect as much perspective as it takes to come up with the best product we can possibly come up with. And I know that when we step away from the blue and the red and the orange and the green and whatever your stripe is, I know that as human beings, we're all concerned about, the legacy that we're going to leave the next generation. And as I said, this particular work is multi-generational. This is historic. And I do appreciate the level of pressure that the minister and the government are probably under. I experienced it from a bench way on the other side of the room, way at the back, but it was heavy, and it should be heavy. It's certainly heavy, and people throughout the province do expect us to accept that weight, to shoulder it, to learn as much as we can, to engage experts, to come forward with alternatives, not just one solution, alternatives to be debated and not decided upon through extending hours in the legislature. To ram a bill like this through, which, I mean, I'm still unclear about why we have extended the hours, if for what? We can do these things when there is something, and I should say that climate change is an urgent scenario. There's no question around that. We need to act quickly. But as something as significant as an extra tax on vulnerable people, on average people, on wealthy people, we need to be measured in the way that we accept that responsibility around coming to what a Nova Scotia version of a solution to carbon pricing looks like. And I will finally add that, as I've said a couple of times, and I do acknowledge that this is not my expertise, but the cool thing about, one of the coolest things about being a member is the people that you meet. And so people have encouraged me to pay attention to this file. And so I've approached this conversation as humbly as I can. And I do look forward to the rebuttals that will come from the minister and from perhaps other government members as we work together, give each other a little bit of a hard time once in a while, but work together to come up with a solution that is right for Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to speak on an act to amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1994 to 1995, the Environment Act. I was going to hold my comments till after Law Amendments Committee, but given the great debate that we're hearing, I thought I would add my comments on behalf of the people I represent for Cumberland North. I am proud of the member from Dartmouth East and the minister for tabling his bill, and I'm sure he's listening very intently to all of the feedback from all of the MLAs here in this chamber. I will just add my comments from the people of Cumberland North, which often add a unique view based on our geographic location, positioned so close to New Brunswick and PEI. And when I look at this bill and I look at the whole picture of what's happening to changes in climate and looking at the rising costs of fuel and looking at the changes that we know we need to make as a society, both here in Nova Scotia and around the world, I do believe this is a unique opportunity for the government to work collaboratively, not just within this House, but within the Atlantic Canadian region, specifically even our maritime provinces. And there's many topics that we could all benefit from collaborating with our maritime provinces, but I do believe this one in particular, we could reap enormous benefits if we were unified with New Brunswick and with Prince Edward Island and all had the same approach to looking at keeping our costs down. I can say unequivocally that the people I represent, that their main message to me and to the minister responsible, would be they cannot afford to pay any more in taxes. Unequivocally, they say to me, do not do anything that will increase taxes. And I think I can confidently say our neighbors in New Brunswick and PEI would also share that approach. And I have mentioned in this chamber here before, and I'll mention it again today, that we can take a lot of lessons from Premier Dennis King in Prince Edward Island and his approach. He is a very naturally collaborative leader. And I didn't just hear this from him or watching myself. I heard it from some of the opposition MLAs in Prince Edward Island when I've been at meetings. There's been a couple of Green Party MLAs that have shared with me how collaborative the Premier of Prince Edward Island is. And he does this even though he holds a majority government. Premier King actually shares legislation before it's tabled in the House with the opposition parties, asking them for feedback, asking them for their party's input. And I couldn't help but think about that last night when I was listening to the member from Timberlea Prospect. And I was thinking the value, the knowledge that the member from Timberlea Prospect has and how much richer that our legislation here in this chamber could be if we were able to collaborate more effectively and make sure that the knowledge of someone in this chamber with his expertise is taken into consideration. I remember in previous years in opposition with those that are now in government, and we talked about how much better we could govern the province of Nova Scotia if we had more all-party committees and if we had more collaboration, because there's great ideas and there's a lot of knowledge within all 55 MLAs right here within the chamber. So I'd love to see, I think this is a unique opportunity for maybe an all-party committee to make sure that we are taking the wisdom, the bits of knowledge from all the members that have that as their area of expertise, I'll say my area of expertise is healthcare and business. It's not the environment, but I can still speak on behalf of the people I represent. But I also can recognize the knowledge and expertise that others in this chamber have that is so obvious. So collaboration, both within this House and also as a maritime region, I do see the benefits. And I really seen this a few months ago, several months ago actually, when the price of fuel really rose. And I had a lot of constituents contacting me saying, we got to do something about the price of fuel. This is ridiculous. They're from truck drivers to just regular people trying to buy groceries, because when the price of fuel goes up, it simply affects everything, right? It affects everything. Those that are trucking, they transport goods for everything from food, clothing, everything that we buy retail is affected by the price of transportation, and the price of transportation is directly impacted by the price of fuel. So I did send a letter to the Premier at that time requesting the Premier to consider lowering the price of tax on gasoline. And my legislative assistant at that time helped me do some research. And, you know, we looked at the actual federal legislation that prevents the provincial governments from removing or changing HST on the price of gasoline. So we knew that that wasn't an option, but that is where the government actually benefits from the higher price of fuel. They get a higher price of, they get more HST on that. But again, due to the federal laws, provincial governments can't change that. But what I tried to do, and I love to do, is to try and educate my constituents wherever possible. And I did a video with a flip chart just sort of showing people where the price of gas comes from. How is it created through the UARB based on commodity price of fuel, and what are all the taxes involved in the price of fuel. And it was very clear, the price in New Brunswick, their carbon tax that is added on to the price of gasoline was 8 cents a liter, but here in Nova Scotia, we only had 1 cent a liter. So it was, that was the time I was like, thank goodness we're here in Nova Scotia. And I know in New Brunswick, as the commodity prices of fuel, gasoline went up, the price of oil went up, they had an even more difficult time with their price of gasoline. So again, right there, I thought, it's too bad New Brunswick didn't have the same cap and trade system as us, where there was only 1 cent of carbon tax added on to the price of gasoline. So again, just reiterating, a maritime approach, I think all of us would benefit, and I see that very directly living in a border community. But again, the price of fuel, we need to make sure, my main message to the minister today would be, we have to find a way, whatever the steps are taken, we have to ensure that the taxations stay as low as possible, because people simply cannot afford to pay more. In Cumberland North, in the area that I represent, Cumberland North, there is a lot of fishing. Fishers need fuel. They need diesel, they need gasoline to go out into the sea to do their fishing. Forestry, they need gas, they need fuel to remove the wood and truck it to wherever they're taking their lumber. Farming, they use fuel every day with their tractors and with other equipment. And manufacturing is very big. We have a large industrial park in Amherst. We export a lot of goods. And again, the price of fuel matters. So my emphasis to the minister, we have to keep our price and our taxation down as low as possible. And again, affordability, we've talked a lot about affordability here in this legislature, the increasing costs of living due to inflation. And, you know, where the economic experts are saying that we're posed potentially for moving towards a recession, we have to do everything we can to keep the cost of living as low as possible for the people of this province, including those that I represent. It's going to be a challenge, because the pressures on the minister, the pressures on us here and around the world are to move away from fossil fuels and change the way that we produce electricity. How do we do this? You know, I don't envy the minister. It's not an easy job. How do we move this? We expect companies like Nova Scotia Power and Emera to change the way they're producing electricity. That's going to cost a lot of money. That's just a fact. Being a former business owner, if you're looking at changing your capital costs of infrastructure, and the cost that it's going to take to change from coal burning to other forms of creating energy, there's going to be large capital costs in that. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of challenges that those that are responsible for moving away and the changes that are in the Environment Act, it's a challenge to keep those costs down. So I do recognize that challenge. I do think there are a lot of very smart people that have very innovative ways of looking at keeping those costs down. I know in our area, a lot of our large industry are looking at ways of creating their own energy, creating their own electricity. Sometimes it's because they're frustrated with the lack of reliability, sometimes with Nova Scotia Power due to power outages, planned or unplanned. I know one of our large producers, or not producers, but rather users of energy is the Pugwash Salt Mine. And in order for them to have a lower electricity rate and cost, they are, sometimes called up and said they have to shut down because of the demand on the system province-wide. In order for them to receive that lower electricity rate, they have to shut down if they're asked to. And so there's times that, big companies like the Pugwash Salt Mine have to shut down, and they have loss of productivity. The employees are sent home. So it's important to look at all factors when we're making decisions. It's not good for our area when workers are laid off or sent home because the company is told to shut down in order to have the lowest power rates that they can have in order to be profitable, which we all know businesses, companies have to be profitable. If they're not profitable, they go out of business and employees lose their jobs. So profitability is important. But I want to go back to my comments about some large businesses looking at their own, looking at ways of creating their own energy and electricity. In Cumberland County in general, we have a unique situation right now where we have a lot of energy being wasted. So since Northern Pulp shut down, we have a lot of pulpwood that's just being left in the forest. And it's being left there because there's no market to take the pulpwood to pay enough to even remove it from the woods. So there's a lot of issues around that. I won't go into all those today. But there is an opportunity if we created a plant to use that pulpwood to create energy, because right now it's being wasted. And those that are environmental experts they have told me that when pulpwood or any type of vegetation is actually left to decompose, that it actually emits 3 times the amount of methane than otherwise it would. So it's actually this pulpwood that's being left on the ground, not just in Cumberland County, but across the entire province, is actually creating more carbon. It's worse for the environment. So there are opportunities before us to use resources that we have right now at our fingertips to create energy that is otherwise being wasted. Another one that may not be popular to talk about, but it's plastic. Right now, the fact is, a lot of Nova Scotians don't know this, but our plastic is being buried. People are, my husband's one of them. At our home, he's the one that takes care of the garbage, and everything, he's a little OCD sometimes, but everything is perfectly organized with the plastics and the papers and the garbage and the compost, and everything goes out to the curb so neatly and beautifully, and it's picked up and taken away, and then it's buried. So there is an opportunity there that other countries in Europe, a lot of them will use not only plastics, but use garbage to create energy. So there are opportunities and innovative technologies right before us to use resources that right now are being wasted, that are rotting, and or being buried. Personally, I find it very offensive to think about all the plastics that are being buried in the ground. It just doesn't sit well with me. It seems just seems very wrong, and I think we absolutely need to find a solution to change that practice right now that's happening, not just here in Nova Scotia. I know it's happening ever since China stopped taking the exports. It's happening all around. One other comment that I want to make with regards to the Environment Act is the Chignecto Isthmus, and I have spoken with the minister about this privately. It's an incredibly important topic to the people of Amherst. It's an incredibly important topic to the people of Cumberland. It is an incredibly important topic to everyone in Nova Scotia, in the Maritime region, and across Canada, the eastern seaboard of the United States. The fact is the Chignecto Isthmus is part of the Atlantic Gateway. The documents that I read say it carries $35 billion worth of goods a year across the Chignecto Isthmus. You know, a lot of those goods are coming into the Port of Halifax, coming into the Halifax International Airport, and then being transported out through New Brunswick and into Ontario or down through Maine and the eastern seaboard. It also brings a lot of goods into Nova Scotia. The Minister of Agriculture knows that we import a significant amount of our food, and if the Chignecto Isthmus was flooded and we became an island, or even if we don't become an island, but that infrastructure is broken, so the CN Rail and the Trans-Canada Highway, if that infrastructure was broken, our food imports would be severely, that supply chain would be severely damaged. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of improving that dike structure. The studies have been done. We know it needs to be done. The federal government have made a commitment that they're willing to pay 50% of the costs to improve that dike system. And I implore the government to work on that immediately. This last storm, Hurricane Fiona, there was a lot of people in the town of Amherst worried that their homes were going to be flooded and destroyed, and that we were going to lose that infrastructure link. And it's a real fear, I'm telling you, it's a real fear for the people that I represent. Our municipal government, the mayor of Amherst, Dr. Cogan, and and the 6 town councillors have spoken about this. They most recently hosted a meeting, a public meeting. They had a former member of Parliament, Bill Casey, speak at that because he spoke in Parliament about the Chignecto Isthmus and the importance of that critical infrastructure. I implore the government to make it a priority. It is not just a priority for the people I represent, but all Nova Scotians, the Maritimes, and all of Canada. And again, I recently spoke with Dominic LeBlanc. He's a very popular MP in our neighboring area in New Brunswick, and he said, Elizabeth, I'm doing everything I can. The federal government have made our commitment. I hope that we're going to see a financial commitment in the spring budget to ensure that the Chignecto Isthmus is repaired, not in 10 years, but the work should be starting now. The work should have started before now. So it is absolutely, it should be on the minds of our Minister of Environment, especially, I do want to share a quote. I was really happy to see his op-ed, the minister's op-ed in the Chronicle Herald last Saturday. And I do have the document, so I can table it, but the minister stated, we know that some Nova Scotians may be concerned with how the Act may affect their plans or property values. However, recognizing the risks posed by sea level rise and erosion now will help ensure coastal landowners avoid even greater financial losses and possible threats to public safety in the future. And then the op-ed ends by saying the climate crisis demands urgent attention from all of us. The biggest uncertainty isn't how our climate will change, but what we will do about it. And the future is ours to shape. And I echo those words. I thank you, Minister, for drawing attention to that. And I do believe the most vulnerable area of our province is the Chignecto Isthmus. There is literally the CN line that comes in is on top of the dike. That is the most vulnerable area. And we have pictures just in the last decade where the water is literally to the top of that dike. The Saxby Gale, of course, was the famous storm years ago. We know there will be another Saxby Gale. And it just takes the right storm with the right full moon, and we will be in big trouble. And if we take lessons learned from other areas in the country, if we think back to the storms in BC and the infrastructure, what happened there with their roads, with their rail. Last spring, when I talked about the Chignecto Isthmus, the importance, CN contacted me and they said, thank you for talking about this. This is a huge priority for CN Rail, and I really hope that they're at the table now. They weren't at the table in the spring, and they've asked to be at the table to be part of these discussions with our provincial government and with our federal government as well. So I do thank the minister, the MLA from Dartmouth East for tabling these amendments to the Environment Act. These it's very important issues. The results of this act will trickle down and affect every Nova Scotian, including the people I represent. And again, my main comment that I will make is we have to do everything we can to keep the costs and the taxations as low as possible, because Nova Scotians can simply not afford higher taxation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to take a few moments to talk about this very important bill and right up there with housing and healthcare, climate change, and the impact of climate change is right up there with it. I think what confuses me, Madam Chair, about this bill is that negotiations are ongoing with the federal government. It looks like they've decided to no longer negotiate with the feds. And this looks to me like a government who is put forward a plan that's not fully complete, knowing that it's going to be denied because they know they're going to get the carbon tax because they didn't do their homework. They didn't do the work necessary. And we hear it over and over and over from members across. Today we heard it several times for the member for public that's in charge of the QE2 redevelopment, who kept saying the liberal carbon tax, the liberal carbon tax, the liberal carbon tax. Anytime you start to hear something from this government, you know something, when they repeat the same thing over and over and over, you know something bad is coming. And what's happening here is they know full well that this plan does not meet the standards. They know that this plan does not have the details necessary. And they've been told that several times by the federal government. They've given this province more breaks than anyone else. Anyone else. And yet, the end goal here is not to come up with the best possible plan for climate change. It's to point the finger at the federal government because they know that whatever they come up with is going to increase the price of fuel. So they don't want to wear that. They don't want to take responsibility for this program, even though it is their responsibility to do this and to come up with something. All the other provinces did. And in fact, we had a fantastic cap and trade system. And they could have just built on that. They could have done, and we know they haven't spent an entire year on this. And we know that they kept releasing plans, and it was made public that the federal government kept, like, it was, you could, when you were reading the statements from the federal government and the minister, the federal minister, you could almost see them banging their heads against the wall saying, like, just give us something that's workable. Stop. And just over the last session or two, we've heard the tone of the Honourable Minister of Environment and the Premier and the Finance Minister and the minister that's, I apologize, the minister in charge for the QE2 redevelopment, internal services, I apologize, the Minister for Health, and a few others start to pivot to the same talking point. Liberal carbon tax, liberal 10-cent carbon tax. And it's because they haven't done a sufficient enough job. And they would, how I feel, and I think a lot of Nova Scotians feel, is they would rather the price go up 10, 15 cents a litre and blame it on the federal government than have a plan where it only goes up a few cents and people look at them because of it. They want nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this. And if you want to talk about the Premier's thoughts on climate change, he once called climate change and the program a Trudeau vanity project, and I will table that. In fact, I will read it to you. A Justin Trudeau vanity project. When we sat in this House and discussed the cap and trade system and climate change, that was said, and the members that were here that day that are sitting across here clapped and laughed and agreed. So I just want to read what was said, and then I'll table it. Mr. Speaker, at the very beginning, and this is from the Premier when he was in opposition, Mr. Speaker, at the very beginning of this year, gas prices were around 96 cents in Halifax. As of this morning, the same price is about $1.22. That's about a third higher in 3 months. Many Nova Scotians might not know that since January 1st, there has been some extra taxes for the carbon prices scheme in this province on every single litre of gasoline. So the Premier of the day, or sorry, the opposition leader of the day, the now current Premier, was extremely upset. The cost of the litre of gas was $1.22. And yet nothing is said now about the cost of gas. In fact, when we introduced legislation to reduce some of the taxes to help Nova Scotians with the cost of gas, they didn't even look at it. But $1.22 was too much. And in fact, anyways, I'll continue on. The Premier, Steve McNeil at the time, said, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member would know, the price has gone from 15.5 cents a litre to 16.5 cents motor fuel tax on a litre of gas. So 1 cent a litre is what it went up. And I underline this little piece because of some of the stuff we've been saying back and forth in question period and how difficult it has been to get answers from the opposition or the government on anything, but especially around healthcare and the QE2 redevelopment. All these projects that they're saying is it's going up because of inflation, climate change, labor shortages. All these things are causing the price to go up, but they refuse to say anything. I just want to, during this debate, I want to give you, or this question period, I want to give you a quote, another quote from then opposition leader who's now the Premier. If the Premier, who at the time was Steve McNeil, is so proud of his carbon tax plan, why is he hiding the amount he's intended to collect? Why can't he put it on display? So we have a Premier at the time who's asking, or an opposition leader at the time who's asking for transparency on money collected and money spent, but doesn't do that in government. We have a Premier at the time who's complaining about a 1 cent tax increase that took that department and the former ministers years and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours to create. And we know that this has not been a high priority. Because if it was a high priority, the government would have listened to the umpteen warnings and the direction and the help, the hand-holding they received from the federal government. No other province got as many kicks at the can Every time we turned in the media, we looked at the media, it was, instead of working together, it was our Minister of Environment and Premier being confrontational with the federal Minister of Environment and the Premier. And it was setting up the long game. That's what it was. And that's what this government's really good at, setting up the long game, blaming others, pointing fingers. And if any Nova Scotian doesn't believe me, watch Question Period. And that's what happened. The second I read that article, Madam Speaker, I said to a friend of mine, they're going to blame the feds. They're going to blame the feds. They're going to go after the feds. They're not going to do a thing. That was almost a year ago I said that. They're going to sit on their behind, not do a thing. They're going to bring in half-washed and half-complete and 20% done reports, not meeting the criteria, the very specific criteria, because they want to blame the feds, because they can't stomach being responsible for putting in any type of increase. Somebody sat there, probably not with the minister, let's be honest, but from the ivory tower in the sky and said, the best idea here is to blame the feds. We'll put something out there that puts the feds in a difficult situation. It's the old Pierre Poilievre trick. We've seen that over and over with when he, as an MP and now opposition leader. We saw that during the convoy and things like that. We're continuing to see that as a leader. I mentioned him on purpose because there's some quotes I want to say that, that pertains to your federal leader. And so, I'm not Nostradamus. I can't predict the future. But I predicted the future on this one. I predicted the future on this one. And I told so many people. In fact, I think I wrote it down somewhere with a date on it. And if I get that, if I can find that at home, Madam Speaker, I am going to table it for this legislature. The day that I heard those, that I knew that they were going to blame the feds, just like they're doing with health care. We're not getting enough money. Just like they're doing with housing. We're not getting enough resources. Just like they're doing with climate change. We're not getting enough support. I don't know how many times they have to have their hands held. And to compare, they are going to do the same thing with the QE2 redevelopment. They're going to be quiet, not release any numbers, not say anything, and then when we all know where it's going. We know the delays of cost. We know this is all leading to one thing. And then they're going to open up the envelope one day, and the price is going to be 5, 6, 7 times larger. And they're going to go, those darn liberals, look what they did. That's what they're going to do. Instead of taking on the issues head first and doing what's best for Nova Scotians, not what's best for your party. And I was struck by the member from Cumberland North when she said her, what do you call it? The letters you get. It's what? She got the letter. You're supposed to get reelected. Whatever, when you first get elected. The letter you get from the Premier. Mandate letter. Took me a while there. Brain's not working. That her mandate letter from that party when she got elected wasn't to serve the people of Nova Scotia. It wasn't to spend dollars wisely. It wasn't to be there first and foremost for everyone. Do you know what it was? To get re-elected. To get re-elected. And you know what will help them get re-elected? Pushing the blame on the federal government, the big bad federal government. That's what helped. It'll help, right? Wasn't our fault. This plan is short on details, but it's large on frustration, and it's going to be punitive because we have a government that simply did not try. And I don't blame the minister. I know I'm not trying to be personal with the minister. Trust me. I'm just, like I said, we saw this coming. We saw this coming. It was in the media. It was in the papers. It was on the news where the feds were saying, I mean, I don't know how you could come to an agreement when you're coming to the table as confrontational. And that's what it was. It was confrontational. It wasn't about like, let's work together and do something. And I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, they probably think because we were a Liberal provincial government and we had a federal Liberal government, it was easier for us to come up with a cap and trade system, right? But I got to break it to all of you. Steve McNeil and Justin Trudeau couldn't be any more different if they tried. Couldn't be any more different if they tried. Yet, his government was able to work with the federal government and come up with a solution. And it wasn't easy. It was hard work. I'm sure there was lots of back and forth and arguments and finger pointing behind the scenes. I'm sure there was confrontation behind the scenes. But the first thing this government did was take that disagreement, the confrontation, from behind the scenes where you're supposed to negotiate to the public, to the paper, to the media, so that it kneecapped negotiations. You're going into negotiations saying, we're not going to listen to them, right? We're going to do our own thing because we did our own thing before. But it wasn't our own thing before. It was intense negotiations. It was smart, intelligent people sitting around the table, putting egos aside and doing something. And I know, I'm not going to pretend to know all the details, but I think the Minister of Environment might have been put in a place where he first takes it on, and he's probably the first thing they said, I mean, he can clear it up, but I'm sure the first thing they said to the minister when he walked in his office is, you need a new system. You need a new cap and trade system. We've got to look at it. We've got to look at carbon reduction. Because I think it was expiring shortly after you got into office. And so I just wonder how we got to this point, and how we got to the point of, I feel like putting politics before people. And I listened carefully, I reviewed, I went back and saw what the feds were saying. It was olive branch after olive branch after olive branch. Yes, it may have been a difficult situation, but it was chance after chance after chance. And here we are. And sometimes you have to make difficult decisions, especially when it comes to the environment. I look at Northern Pulp, for example, and decades and decades and decades of that going unattended to. And it wasn't an easy decision. I may be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the government of the day did reach out to some of the MLAs from that area to speak to them, to get their input on it. But it wasn't an easy decision. And I'm just, I just can't believe that almost a year ago, I wrote down that this was going to be the result. And sure enough, it was. to continue on with that debate, I just want to say, I want to finish it off with some good words from the former Premier. He said, "Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As we would know, across the country, carbon taxes are going into many provinces, including some of our sister provinces in Atlantic Canada. We're very fortunate here in Nova Scotia to be able to do our own cap-and-trade system. The honourable member referred to the increase in motor fuel tax. We'd also know the money does not go into general revenue. It goes into the Green Fund that will be made available for initiatives to continue to help Nova Scotians businesses to continue to reduce their carbon footprint. All of that money will go back into making sure that we continue to green the economy of Nova Scotia." So where did that money go? It went to home heating programs. It went to reducing the cost of solar panels to make sure that Nova Scotians, everyday Nova Scotians, could afford it. It went to retrofitting homes. It went to so many projects that a lot of Nova Scotians could not afford before that Green Fund. And if you want to know how successful, and it was a partnership, when you look at the solar, it was a partnership with the feds also. You want to figure out how successful that is, just take a drive around. And the minister, I think it was the Minister of Environment. Was it the Minister of Environment when we introduced the changes to save the solar industry? Is that you? Who was it? Oh, sorry, the Minister of Natural Resources. So they realize how important that is, and we realize how important that is to get off of carbon. And I want to know specifically with the program, does that money go to general revenue? Or does it go into a fund that will be used for Nova Scotians? Not for large corporations, not for pet projects and paving and fields and different things in conservative ridings. We heard earlier today about projects, was it today or yesterday? We heard about projects, healthcare projects in particular, and everyone that was rattled off was in a PC-held riding. And we need to make sure that that funding is given equitably, equitable across the province. And that it goes to the people that need it the most. Because when energy costs go up, when the cost of everyday living goes up because of climate change, I heard someone, one of the ministers across the other day, and it stuck in my head, say, I understand how difficult it is when the cost of electricity goes up. And I'm thinking in my head, you make $150,000 a year, you probably don't understand it like most other Nova Scotians. 140. So that money, I think, has to be specifically for the people that need it the most. And so when the costs go up, when people are impacted by climate change, it's not you and I that are going to suffer the most. It's the people who are still making $15 an hour, which, excuse me? It's the people that are making barely enough to get by. It's the people on income assistance. It's the people on CPP. It's those individuals that are impacted the most. I remember when we started talking about the cost of gas, all that is related to climate change and access to carbon, and the Minister of Finance had said, well, people are just going to drive less. They're just going to drive less. Was his response. And I thought, what province does he live in? You think people in rural Nova Scotia are going to drive less? Do you think people, maybe in urban cores, but even then? There hasn't been a heavy investment in active transportation by this government. And that was the response, was they'll drive less. Same kind of response they said when we talked about $15 minimum wage. Oh, if you don't like it, they can get a better job. They can make more money. It feels like it's everyone else's fault but their own. But their own. And you are elected leaders. You are put here in a very privileged position as a majority government, and given the opportunity to steer this province in a better direction. And part of that is dealing with climate change. But it's also about cost of living, inflation. And we came up with a good balance. And again, I don't think that this was a serious issue because of all the public fighting between the levels of government. And it was, I read it, I said it before, I read it over and over and over. It was publicly never the federal government that started the fight. It was always comments by either the Premier or the Department of Environment that would start these arguments, start these fights. And how are we supposed to get a deal that's best for Nova Scotians if we can't get past the partisan party stuff? If we can't get past saying the most important thing you can do, here's your mandate letter, the most important thing you can do isn't to serve the people of Nova Scotia. The most important thing you can do is get reelected. And most of us will have our judgment day someday in front of and we'll get thrown out by the people that voted us in. I hope that when that day, if that day comes, that we're all able to hold our chin up high and look that we did enough work for climate change, that we did enough work for our children. Because climate change isn't just about us. Climate change is about generations to come. And the fact is, if you look globally, some of the world's biggest polluters are countries and companies are transitioning. The biggest investments made by some of the largest companies in the world right now are around green and carbon neutral technology. China is moving to a greener economy. They're investing billions of dollars. Saudi Arabia just announced a legacy fund with billions and billions of dollars to green and create green technology. And we're fighting with our federal partners. And we have federal leaders, the federal Conservative leader to this day, who still denies climate change. And I haven't heard a single person on that side of the aisle say anything about it. I know that I'm a liberal, kind of left to center, somewhere around there. And if I heard someone within the provincial or federal party deny climate change, I'd be furious. And I would denounce them publicly. You know, during his leadership campaign, Pierre Poilievre did not once mention climate change. Did not once mention climate change, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when asked by the media to talk about it, he called the media all a bunch of liberal shills. And I wonder if that's leaking down. Because we know that The current premier once called it a vanity project, a Justin Trudeau vanity project. And I'm going to table that right here. Prepared today. And so we've got to be able to trust that the decisions that are being made out of the Department of Environment and by the OneGov is ones that are best for Nova Scotians. And not just for big businesses and big polluters, but also listens to the people. And Mr. Speaker, there has been decisions that worry me. I know that Otter Lake compost sorter, for example, that was a big thing for several members on this side of the House that fought for years. And the community, the people in that community fought for years to get that sorter online. The member from Timberley Prospect put his own reputation on the line in government to fight for that. And I'm sure he received a little bit of backlash, especially politically, but it didn't stop him. Individuals like Scott Guthrie, who have spent a lifetime fighting for this, only to have it taken out from under them, and the community to have it taken out from under them with no consultation. I shouldn't say that. There was consultation. That's why we listened. Then we don't listen, and it's removed. If you're not a government for the people, then what are you a government for? And the people in that community were very specific. They said no. And the previous governments listened. And one of the first acts by the Department of Environment was to reverse the decision. Reverse the decision. You know what, though? It's going to save the company $2 million a year. It's going to save a multi-billion-dollar company a couple million bucks. I want to talk about the feelings when something like this happens. I'm going to read quotes. Some in the community worry that allowing any amount of compost into the landfill would attract rats and birds.
The honourable member for favourite
methane emissions.
Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a point of order. I'm not sure we're talking about methane, talking about anything has to do with this bill. So I would appreciate it if you could direct the member to get back on topic, please. Thank you.
I honestly think that the discussion is on the environment in general, and I'll consider it's not a point of order. The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
And thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has to do with amendments and stuff, not dealing with the environment as a whole, but this is a very specific bill, which the member opposite is talking about anything in general that has to do or not has to do with the environment.
To the honourable member, I did make my ruling in consultation with the clerk as well. He is talking about climate change in his remarks, and the bill is relating to climate change. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mr. Speaker, as per last night, when there's interruptions like this, the deputy chair had given me my time back, so I'm asking for, it's 2 minutes and 10 seconds. I'm asking for that back on the clock, please. Yeah, she put it back.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
We'll go. There we go. No. No. You have an hour to speak. Just keep going. That was the episode last night was during a late debate, I believe. And so you have an hour to speak, and I'll ask that you continue to do so. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
And thank you for the clarification. And Mr. Speaker, that reminds me of, I want to thank you for that fair ruling. And I just wanted to say to the member from Waverly Fall River, if he doesn't think that methane gas impacts the environment as part of climate change, you know, my son is 9 years old, and I can bring you in his books from school, and where it clearly states that. It's very important that we know what's causing this, and methane is being produced at that landfill. And it was a decision that was made by the Department of Environment, and it goes to credibility, and it goes to credibility around this bill. We are told to trust them that they're going to do the right thing when it comes to the environment, when we know their track record so far has not been good. It hasn't been good. And that's what scares a lot of people. And when I talked about when people are climate betrayed, there are real feelings around that. And I want to tell you, I want to read from this, and then I'll give you the, I'll table it. I know, too many hours on my feet. So again, some of the community worry about rats and birds and methane. So what I would say to everyone on that side of the aisle is if you woke up tomorrow morning and there was rats and birds and the smell of methane in your community by your house, you would be furious. Furious. If you knew that the Liberal government of the day did that to you, you would be absolutely furious, especially after you put something in place to prevent it. It's not just about the global environment. It's also about individual environments, like the air you breathe, the water you drink. We had a similar issue in Harrietsfield. It took 30 years of an environmental disaster in that community that was caused by private industry, and was one of the main reasons I ran. And again, to go to trust, I sat here and was ridiculed and mocked by the then government leader of the day. He stood up at one point and made we'll table that when I find it, an offhand remark about the community of Harrietsfield. Knowing it was going to get under my skin, but it didn't get under my skin. You know why? It just made me work harder. I was going to prove to those people that we would fix that issue after 30 years of neglect. And now we're creating those kind of things in people's backyards. Again. The honourable member for Timberley Prospect quoted, as quoted in the paper, all three parties for 9 years have said they would never, ever remove this sorting line to ensure that we have removal of the hazardous materials and organics. But now they're looking at reneging on the commitment that they made. So for 9 years, they were about protecting that environment. They get in power, There goes the agreement. Oh,
You're not,
can't rip a paper?
That's out of order, and that was what you were going to table as well.
I've got another copy.
So I'd like for you to apologize for the House for having done that.
Sorry for ripping the paper. I apologize.
Okay.
But that's how people in that community felt. So this goes back to a trust thing. We don't have details. We don't know where the money's going. Instead of coming up with a concrete, detailed plan that will protect our children, protect our wildlife, protect our farms, protect our fish, we're told it's their fault. It's the Fed's fault. We're told that trust us here with this plan. And when we ask for details, we don't know. And they're still negotiating. They're still supposed to be negotiating. This is like, I'll give you an example that everyone can understand. Sidney Crosby's contract runs out. Pittsburgh Steelers come to him and say, we're going to renegotiate a contract. They negotiate for two weeks. And then Sidney Crosby walks out and goes, I've got $40 million a year.
Penguins.
Oh, sorry, what did I say?
Steelers.
Oh, Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm football brain. It's NFL. It's the NFL season, okay? It's NFL. So sorry, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Order,
so
please. Order, please. I recognize the honourable member from Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on another point of order, we're talking about sports. We're really talking about cap and trade. I haven't heard anything in my mind that even put me on track of what this bill is all about. I appreciate your ruling earlier, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure where the member opposite is going with this, but I know he's not on track with what the bill that is on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will make a ruling on that because I was just about to make one. So I'm going to ask that the member stick to the topic at hand and not about a hockey player playing football. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Listen, I appreciate the member for Waverley Fall River getting up. This is the most he's spoken in a year, so the people he represents should be proud.
Order, please. I'm going to ask that the member apologize to the member from Waverley Fall River, Beaverbank for those remarks. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I apologize. I also apologize to Sidney Crosby. So, Mr. Speaker, I apologize for the comments that I made toward the member. Mr. Speaker, what I was trying to get at is that this government currently is negotiating a contract with the federal government. And what I was trying to break it down and say, it's like an individual who plays, that you're in the middle of a contract negotiation and you walk out without a deal and say, this is the contract. Right? It's insane. It's insane. How can you leave the table and say we have a contract? Listen, if this is the way government's going to do business, I encourage NSGEU and the rest of the unions to do the same thing. Walk out mid-negotiation, say, here's the contract. Look what we just signed. Because that's what's happening here. And I joke about, and we have a little, but the truth is climate change is extremely important. It's impacting everything we do in life. It impacts the food we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink. We have communities in this province that do not have fresh drinking water. We have an immense amount of old gold mines in this province that are not being dealt with. In fact, not only not being dealt with, and talk about going after the environment, Mr. Speaker, and I'll table this document, that's why I'm lifting up so you know I have it. They're opening up more. After the recommendation from the from the Minister of Environment's own internal scientists told them not to do it. And it's quoted here, and I will get to the quote in this article. DFO told them no. His own scientists told him not to do it because the impact on the wetlands. And they moved ahead with it. So how can we trust a one-sided agreement? I would like to see this government table a schedule of when they met with the feds. Why they took such an open and aggressive approach and public approach. And I can tell you why they did. Because once again, I will say it, it wasn't about environment. It's about public relations and partisan politics. If you really cared about the environment, if you really wanted to do something for generations, you would work with your partners. You would work with the municipalities. You would work with the federal government. You would work with industry. You wouldn't just unilaterally say, this is what we're doing, take it or leave it. But that seems to be the approach to a lot of things.
Order, please. I'm just going to remind the member that I don't think the member knows for a fact whether or not there was any discussion took place with the different levels of government. It's an assumption at this point, and I ask that you move on. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
What I will say about that, Mr. Speaker, is that there are articles in the paper, and the minister himself has referenced negotiations with the federal government and the federal Minister of Environment, who was here just recently to negotiate with the federal minister, with the provincial minister. So it's public knowledge. I'm not making this up. It is public knowledge. And part of that public knowledge was that they were told, and the options they kept putting forward was being rejected because it didn't meet the criteria. That's all public knowledge. It was all in the media. Both the Minister of Environment provincially and the Minister of Environment federally both said that. And so that's where I just wanted to clarify that with you. We had protesters outside the other day around the environment, around protecting wetlands and around protecting very important parts of this province. And I wonder if the minister went out and spoke to them. Because I know that when in opposition, I saw those members out there all the time. And those things shouldn't change when you get in government. If anything, they should become more frequent when you're in government. You should be out there talking to them. You should be out talking to the environmentalists and the climate change. We know that young people are leading this revolution when it comes to climate change and our environment. Cap and trade is extremely important to them. Climate change is extremely important to them. Did any of those members march with those thousands, tens of thousands of?
Order,
did they listen?
I'm going to ask the member to go back to the discussion on the amendment to the bill. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So, what groups did the minister talk to? What youth groups? Because we know what Indigenous groups. When it came to the cap and trade system and what system we were going to put in Nova Scotia. It's important to talk to your stakeholders.
Order, please. I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, you directed the member to get back on point. The member continued on with the exact same narrative. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, 24.2, irrelevance or repetition in debate. The Speaker or the Chairman, after having called the attention of the House, of the committee, to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or repetition of his arguments in debate, may direct him to discontinue his speech.
So we'll ask the member to continue with his speech with 11:51 left. Oh, sorry, Halifax Atlantic.
So when it comes to the environment, and when it comes to a cap and trade system, which is potentially, and a carbon tax, which is potentially going to be in effect for years and decades, my question before I was interrupted, Mr. Speaker, was, did you speak to the stakeholders? Did
Order, please. I'm going to once again say you refer either to the minister or ask the question through me. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So did the minister, Mr. Speaker, speak to stakeholders? Could the minister table a list of stakeholders that they met with, including those tens of thousands of youth that took to the street, including Indigenous elders who've been protectors of our land since the beginning of time, to academics, to fishermen and women, to farmers, to everyday Nova Scotians? It's important that they know and have input, and that this not just be a he said, she said, finger pointing thing, because there's a lot of things you can do that with, I'm sure. But this really, really, really matters. This is the future of our province, the future of our planet, and the future for our children. We're seeing increasingly worse storms because of climate change. We just went through one. Eroding seawalls. We're seeing our farmers have to change because lack of rain. And all of this stuff, well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The member for Halifax Atlantic has the floor. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you. So, and to the fishermen out there that have to brave the sea, we're talking about things that I know about, Mr. Speaker. I continue to get comments from the other side, Mr. Speaker. I ask that just let me finish. Give me the respect I give you.
Order, please, and I'm asking the member to please finish. I'm sorry. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I'll repeat that. To the fishermen and women who I speak to, who are friends of mine or are family members, who I live beside, that have told me that the storms are getting worse and more frequent. That where they used to catch halibut and haddock and lobster is changing now because the water's getting warmer. We're seeing more and more sharks enter the Atlantic Ocean. And there's a great, off the coast of Nova Scotia, there's a great website you can go to see that. But it's changing. And when we politicize it, and we don't put forward a plan that's right, then you're no better than the climate deniers, Mr. Speaker. Putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound is not going to do anything. You need surgery. And we need real action. And I've heard individuals describe this as trying to be punitive to Nova Scotians. There's a way to do this We saw that. We saw it. We saw a system that worked, and that money went back to Nova Scotians. And you know what they did with the money? They bought solar panels and heat pumps, and they took care and helped lower their own energy cost. And that spurred the economy. But it also helped lower our individual impacts. And it reminds me of like when I was younger. And you'd go to McDonald's, you get a styrofoam cup. We don't do that anymore. They had pizza too. I wasn't a big fan. And you didn't recycle. You remember that? Does everyone remember that? You just took a bag, you dumped it all in, you threw it to the curb. Who knows where it went? But then we started to recycle. Then we started getting rid of some of these materials and stopped using them every day. And it had a big impact. It changed our behaviors. We adjusted. We're human beings. We're smart. Yeah, well, people can make comments back there. And we're smart. We adjust. But when we politicize and scare people, when we point fingers and we confuse the conversation, it makes it more difficult. When we say that we go out on our own and we refuse to negotiate, or I wouldn't say refuse to negotiate. If we refuse to fully negotiate, we refuse to come together. There's a government that prides himself on being solutionists, still waiting for a solution on something. And there's not a better place to start having a solution than climate change and a carbon tax versus cap and trade. We had a cap and trade system. It worked. It was 1 cent. It helped deter and it helped change people's behaviors, especially large polluters. And we went from a very complex, well thought out book to a flyer. Maybe I'm wrong. I know the minister will get up on his feet. And I would actually like to step aside with the minister and have a conversation. And if I'm incorrect, listen, I've done it before, I'll do it again. I'll go on the record. You show me where I'm wrong. You show me where I can take that document and give it to my children and be proud. Say, look what we did in government. And by government, I mean all of us. Will it hold up to the test of time? Will you look back 5 to 10 years from now and say this was the right plan? This was the plan. Will it get its desired results? What are the desired results of this plan, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just another point of order. The member opposite is talking about the document, tabling the document. Is the honourable member referring to the piece of legislation that we're talking about, the bill that was presented by the honourable member of Environment and Climate Change?
Actually, the bill that's before us right now is the amendments to the Environment Act. And again, I'm going to ask the member to bring it back to discussion on the amendments of the Environment Act. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So the document I'm actually talking about is the bill, the act with the amendment. So when we look back for clarification, the amendments you're making to the Environment Act, I know that, Mr. Speaker, some people try to throw me off, but hey, like Bert Kreschner say, I'm the machine, so I'll keep going. You have the Environment Act, and you have an amendment. When we look back 5 to 10 years from now on the amended document, Will you be proud of it? Will it have the desired effect? Will we have to go back and scrap it and actually create something? Will our children be proud of it? Or was this just a way to stick it to the feds? Is it the way to say, it's Trudeau's fault, and as I tabled the document earlier, it's a Trudeau vanity project. And I tabled that document earlier. And those were the words of the Premier, who at the time was in opposition. And will you be proud of this document? This amended document that's short on details on the most important issue facing us in our lifetime. It impacts our fisheries, the food we eat, our transportation. It impacts everything. The climate does. And if people don't believe that, Mr. Speaker, they should read a book. Because when the kids in elementary school know that, and we've got leaders of this province and country denying it, what does that say about our leaders? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this afternoon to Bill 208. And I would like to start on a positive note, I guess, and say that I believe the Minister of Environment and Climate Change personally is very sincere in his commitment to the environment. And I have no doubt of that. I actually believe that 100%, and I'm sure that the folks in his department feel the same way. So I don't want to leave any confusion on that point. But I do want to speak to some shortfalls in this bill, and really the biggest issue that has bothered me about this over the past year or so, since we've all been elected, is the way that it has been unnecessarily politicized and made silly. So I'll touch on all of those things. But I do want to start by referring to, over the last few months, I had the chance to read a wonderful book called The Prize by Daniel Yergin. It's actually about the history of oil, which I know sounds thrilling, but it really was quite interesting in the sense that, and this is relevant to, I can sense perhaps some skepticism from the other side, but this is relevant to the bill here in the sense that from the time that the first oil well was drilled in western Pennsylvania, I think in 1858, up until today, oil as a commodity, oil as a resource, has fundamentally changed and transformed society, the economy of the world, the politics of the world. Wars have been fought over the commodity. And I think where we are today in 2022 is similar to where we would have been in the early 20th century when it came to oil, because I think we are on the cusp of a massive societal transformation when it comes to energy, the sources of energy, and how we use them. And so I know that that means that the choices we make on the environment and its protection in this province are critical. And it can be easy sometimes to assume that because we are a small province of a little over 1 million people, there's not much we can do. But I do believe there is an example we can set to the rest of the country and the rest of the world as well about where we want to go on climate over the next few years. So I don't need to remind everyone here in the House how profound this issue is and the impacts it has. And there's many recent examples globally and much closer to home as well that make that point. So in Pakistan, the monsoon floods this year have left tens of millions of people homeless, over 30 million people. Recently in Florida, Hurricane Ian completely devastated many communities in Florida. And then, of course, here in Nova Scotia over the past few weeks, Hurricane Fiona devastated our province and continues to have impacts today. And I believe this number is accurate from a news story I was reading recently. Insured, and this is just insured damages relative to Hurricane Fiona in Nova Scotia, sitting at $660 million. And that does not include, as I mentioned, losses that are uninsured. So I think it's reasonable to assume that the total losses attributable in this province to Hurricane Fiona could easily be in the range of $1 billion, which is just about 10% of our provincial budget. So if we think about the impact of storms in that way, it is massive. And so all of those issues speak to the critical nature of getting this done and getting this done right. And I think, as I said at the beginning, the point that has bothered me the most, I think, about all this talk about carbon tax and cap and trade and all these issues over the last 14 months is the politics of it and kind of the performance art, the bad performance art that we've seen here from the government, to be honest on it. You know, motions being introduced, resolutions being introduced. I remember, I think it was in the summer session, I'm not sure, when the government introduced a resolution on the carbon tax. Our caucus voted with the government, in fact, on that resolution, and then there was a press release that went out from the PC caucus saying the opposite, which was not the case. So that's the kind of silliness that is irrelevant, really, and doesn't do anybody any good. But I think it's all part of a calculated strategy to say, well, the federal Liberals are carbon tax folks, and so the provincial Liberals are on the same boat. And it doesn't matter how we vote, it doesn't matter what we say, it doesn't matter what we do. That is the political narrative we want to spin, and we want to tell people over the next 2 to 3 years prior to our next election. And it's not something to be proud of. It's not something that we should be engaging in, but there you go. Politics works that way sometimes, unfortunately.
Things get manufactured.
Things get manufactured, well said. Not news stories, though. And the other piece of this that is interesting is the idea that somehow there was any question about where we were going to end up on this issue. We didn't have to peer into a crystal ball and try to figure it out. It's been very clear. The federal government has been very clear for years on this issue. Every other province in Canada that has attempted to hold out on this issue of carbon pricing, whatever form it may take, has lost. Some have lost in court. The highest court in the country, the Supreme Court of Canada, has ruled conclusively on this matter that the federal government has the right to impose carbon pricing systems on provinces. So Alberta has lost on that score. Saskatchewan, Manitoba was dragged kicking and screaming into a carbon pricing system as well at the 11th hour. So for this government to pretend that there was any other outcome is laughable, to be honest, and that's the way it's been for 14 months, which makes it even more disappointing, I would say, that things were left to the last minute. We had requests for extensions, I believe, for deadlines that had been in place for months and months and months to submit a legitimate carbon plan to the federal government. So that doesn't speak very well to this government's commitment to the issue when they're looking for 11th hour extensions for something that they knew about the moment that they were elected last August 17th. Now, I wouldn't suggest that I am an expert on climate policy necessarily. I think it's very interesting, but I know we have many members in this House who can speak to it more eloquently, and none more so than the member for Timberley Prospect, who did so last night to great effect, I think. And And so I have his remarks here in front of me and went through them while previous members were speaking, just because I think it's a great roadmap for all of us to consult on this issue in terms of where we've been, where we are now, and where we will go in the next few years, and more importantly, where we should go in the next few years. So just a few quotes here from the member for Timberley Prospect that I highlighted that I thought were interesting, and I will table this document, Mr. Speaker, once I get through them all. So, quote, what we have here with this bill before the House is the performance-based system with a carbon levy. They omit, they meaning the government, they omit the carbon levy part. They continuously talk about if the federal government wants it. It's not if, as I just said. That was 5 years ago. That was 3 or 4 court challenges ago. So again, I think we have a trend here, unfortunately at times with this government, where they treat voters, they treat the media, they treat the public as though they don't know what's going on, as if they wake up and just accept the world that the government tells them, as though they don't have independent thought of their own. And it's our job in opposition to check that and to call that out when we see fit. And unfortunately, we're seeing fit to do that far more often than I would like. But I think what the member said last night and what I'm reiterating today is very true. There was a pretty obvious track record, pretty obvious set of precedents in terms of where this issue has gone in this country and where it will, without doubt, go in this province as well. So that's the first point. The second point from the member last night, quote, this bill is a step backwards. I think that's an important and very simple way to say it from someone who has been the Premier, has been the Minister of the Environment, knows this issue, I think, better than anybody in this House. This bill is a step backwards. They're abdicating the responsibility to be able to do that in the most cost-effective way. They're doing less for the environment, in fact, and they're costing consumers more. So a little bit of a worst of both worlds. They're doing less for the environment, in fact, and they're costing consumers more because they're choosing this hybrid system. They can blame it on whoever they want. They can blame it on Trudeau, Prime Minister. They can praise Trudeau when he's doing things for childcare, praise Trudeau when he's giving money for a myriad of programs that benefit all of our constituencies, and then bash him when it's politically convenient. This is nothing but politics that has been played out every year. And I couldn't agree more. I think there is a strong thread of politics that has played through this issue from day one with this government. And I think that's really unfortunate because I think there should be a tremendous amount of agreement in this House on this issue in particular, on climate change, because as we all know, this is not an issue that discriminates on region, on anything at all. No matter where you live in the world, on planet Earth, you are affected by the climate. No matter where you live in Nova Scotia, whether you live in Cape Breton, northern Nova Scotia, the Eastern Shore, Halifax, the Valley, Pictou, anywhere in between, you are affected by the climate, by the changing climate. And so I wish that in this House, on this issue, we would park the politics a bit more and deal with the principle and the policy a bit more. And we will see if we're lucky enough to do that, although I have my doubts. And something that's really important in this bill and where we were with what was a very effective, almost unique cap and trade system here in Nova Scotia, which did its job preventing significant increases on the price of gas, on the price of home heating. And I think it's a program that was a tremendous program and did its part in both protecting the environment and protecting consumers. But along with that cap and trade system came a very important element, being the Green Fund. And the member from Timberley Prospect last night laid out some of the programs that were initiated as a result of funds through the Green Fund. And I wanted to mention those again because I think they're really, really important. Quote, I'll mention some of the programs that are at risk with this legislation going through and deleting the Green Fund. First, the Solar Homes program, offering rebates to homeowners installing solar panels. Very important. Affordable multifamily housing programs, which provide incentives of energy efficiency upgrades in affordable housing projects. So again, that's a climate initiative, and that's an affordability initiative, because we all know when you upgrade your home with a heat pump, with any kind of solar panel, with any kind of system, you are not only helping the environment, you're helping your pocketbook as well. Also, the Small Business and Nonprofit Energy Solutions Program, which offers incentives for energy efficiency upgrades in small businesses and nonprofits. So again, helping out some drivers of our economy, incentivizing businesses to take action on climate. And again, businesses, as they should, will make decisions based on the bottom line. And so anytime government can intervene, step forward, and incentivize positive behavior through the business and nonprofit community, that's really, really important. And back to the members' comments, and $2 million over 5 years for the Clean Leadership Summer Internship Program that allows youth interns to work on climate change projects across the province. And that's a fantastic concept, Mr. Speaker, as I think we all know, whether you're out knocking on doors, whether you have young kids of your own, if you have nieces or nephews or grandkids even, people who are under the age of 20, 25, let's say even, are incredibly passionate on the issue of climate change. It's actually a very interesting phenomenon I've noticed myself. You know, I'm 34, and I think people even just 5 to 6 years younger than me have a totally different appreciation for the issue of climate than I did. So I think whatever happened in that period of time, that 5 to 6 year window, everybody who was born after that point, who might be 28 and younger, this is the signal issue for so many of them. And so I think to have a program like the Clean Leadership Summer Internship Program that really lets young people work on projects, get their hands dirty, for lack of a better phrase, and see how climate projects can really make a difference. And again, to have the Green Fund fund those projects is something that I don't think we can afford to lose. And I understand, in looking through the bill, there is a fund outlined in the bill, and I'm sure the minister, when he gets a chance to speak to this, will lay out how that fund might work, what kind of projects might be eligible, and I do want to hear that, because I think the programs and that I just laid out that were funded through the Green Fund are really essential, and I hope that programs like that will proceed under this new system. Again, last night from the member for Timberley Prospect. Within weeks after that, we announced another $19 million that came out of the Cap and Trade program in rebates to support low-income families. This is where we put even more money into the home warming program and even more money into the affordable multifamily housing energy efficiency program. This is targeted at people who need it the most, the people who are disproportionately impacted by climate change, and as we know, that tends to be in our province, lower income people, and globally, the people who are most going to be impacted by climate change over the next number of years will be people who tend to be lower income and who have less ability to move, perhaps, less ability to deal with the impacts. So I think that's incredibly important. And as the member said, this is where targeted funding should be going when you're raising revenues from polluters on fossil fuels. Another really important point that the member made last night, quote, I can't support something that does less for the environment, that only takes up 40% of emitting sources by the admission of the minister. It completely ignores the rest of the emitting sources in the province. The cap and trade program covered 80%, double, and minimized the cost to consumers. So this is a really important point. A system of whether it's a carbon tax, whether it's cap and trade, whether it's some kind of output-based pricing scheme, whatever system you have is only as good as whom it covers. So if we're dealing with a system that, in this case, is only dealing with emitters who, I think it's 50,000 tons per year, I believe, could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. That represents a substantial portion, 40%, of the emitting sources in the province, but certainly not even a majority. And so I think an open question on this bill, on this system going forward, will be, what about the other 60%? What about the other 60% of emitting sources in this province? How are we going to be dealing with them, accounting for what is the majority of emissions in this province? Because if we're only going to deal with 40%, we are leaving a lot on the table, I think, unfortunately. Again, last night, the member also touched on an issue that I brought up here in the last few minutes around what the experience of other other provinces has been. And this is something that I know anytime there's a piece of legislation that comes forward in this House, one of the things that all governments, all departments do, something that's on all the documents that end up going to cabinet, is a jurisdictional scan. So we want to know what's happened in other provinces and territories across the country, basic stuff. And we know what's happened in other provinces and territories across the country on the issue of carbon pricing, as the member said last night. In fact, the last two holdouts were Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Manitoba signed on at the 11th hour and brought in carbon pricing because they knew they wouldn't win in court. Saskatchewan held out and said, we're still going to fight it in court, and they lost. So what's happening today? The province of Nova Scotia is supporting a carbon levy. It's de facto, but they are implicitly saying a carbon tax is coming by choosing the hybrid option and bringing in these performance standards. And again, that is where it can be frustrating on this issue to deal with the politics of it when we won't just call a spade and be honest with ourselves, with opposition, and with the people of Nova Scotia, most of all, in terms of what's going to be happening over the next several months and years on this issue. And the member from Timberley Prospect made this point again last night when he said, quote, what they're doing is actually saying bring the carbon levy in. We're just going to call it the Liberal carbon tax. Stamp the Liberal logo on there and all will be well, I guess. We'll all be fine. We'll all be fine as long as we just label things liberal. We'll be fine in the next election. There's a lot of gold in here. Trust me. You guys, everybody should be reading this. I'll say that again because I think it's really important. What they're doing is actually saying bring the carbon levy in. We're just going to call it the Liberal carbon tax. We'll all be fine. We'll all be fine. This is like a story I read to my kids. We'll all be fine as long as we just label things liberal. We'll be fine in the next election.
Say it again, Dad.
All these low-income Nova Scotians will be fine. We have a new plan. We have a new fund. We'll find some money somewhere. We have this made in Nova Scotia option for performance standards. So it's funny, actually, to say made in Nova Scotia. The one thing over the past several years that was, in fact, made in Nova Scotia, designed in Nova Scotia, effective in Nova Scotia, was the cap and trade system that worked for several years. So when we talk about a made in Nova Scotia solution for climate, that's the gold standard. That's where we've been over the past several years. That's the system that has worked so well that it has been almost unnoticed, I think, by Nova Scotians. And it's funny, if you're a sports person, there's a saying that the best referee is one that you don't notice. that's just out there, does their job, and carries on. And that's analogous here. The best carbon pricing system, perhaps, is the one that consumers don't notice because it's doing its job. It's adding 1 cent per liter at the pump. It's adding a nominal increase to your cost of home heating every couple of months from Nova Scotia Power. But what it's doing quietly behind the scenes is raising funds through the Green Fund, through auctions and credits, and actually delivering millions and millions and millions of dollars to support programs and incentives that I mentioned earlier, to install solar panels on people's homes, to give young Nova Scotians the ability to get their feet in the door on the climate issue and really have some practical experience that they can use. Funding that can be used for something that actually is noticeable for folks, and that's rebates. Rebates on electric vehicles, rebates on e-bikes. Just about a month ago, I was at a street party in my constituency, and a guy zoomed on by on his e-bike, his e-scooter, I guess it would have been, and we had a chat, and he talked about the rebate and how great it was. And as the member from Timberley Prospect said last night, when that was introduced, and he mentioned the member for King South, who was the Minister of Environment at the time, that proposal for rebates was mocked by members of the opposition who are now in government. And in fact, that was an outstanding idea, that was an outstanding concept, and that is how we should be doing carbon pricing. As the member said last night, every reputable economist essentially in the world who has studied this issue, people who are far smarter in economics than myself and most of us, have said that the best way to incentivize behavior is through pricing systems, for example, the rebates that I was just mentioning. So I think that was another wonderful initiative that came from the cap and trade system, which again was a really unique and interesting system that is in place in Quebec and that is in place in California, which for a long time has been a continental and world leader, I would say, on the issue of climate change. So I think that's good company that we were keeping on that particular system. A couple of other comments that I wanted to make here from the member for Timberley Prospect from last night. I want to make sure. Yeah, I want to make sure I don't miss any, because there was a lot of wonderful commentary here. Right. Okay. So at the end here of his remarks, the member made a couple of points that I think are really worthwhile because this issue does not exist in isolation. We know that there's a lot happening on energy right now as it comes to Nova Scotia Power. We know there's a lot going on with, for example, the Atlantic Loop, which we all want to see happen, which would, of course, substantially increase the amount of renewable energy that our province would be taking advantage of. Offshore wind, we've heard several ministers over the past few weeks talk about the potential for offshore wind, for green hydrogen, and those are all really interesting, novel energy sources and means of economic growth and, again, climate action that I think we want to move on. Oh, I lost my spot again. No. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Here we go. So the last points that the member made that I wanted to highlight, two. He said, quote, "You can say what you want about it not being a battle and not being partisan, But I can guarantee you that none of them, meaning members of the government, are going to make a speech without saying the word liberal every time they talk about carbon pricing over there, because they know it's a weapon. It's the smallness of politics. What a great line there. I actually wrote that down. It's the smallness of politics. It's true. This is the biggest, most significant issue of our time, and will continue to be for years and years to come, until we truly, as a province, as a country, and as a global community, get our hands wrapped around it. And so, to take an issue like that and to make it small and petty and vindictive, I think in some ways is unfortunate. And I think the member said that very well last night. And in closing here, Mr. Speaker, I know there's many other members that want to get a chance to speak to this bill, so I don't want to leave them behind. But this was what the member for Timberley Prospect, again, Minister of Environment, Premier of Nova Scotia, who knows this issue better than all of us, kind of summed things up last night at the end of his comments, and I think it was wonderful. He said, quote, "But the battle is 5 years too late. It has been established. There's only one way to stop this impact, this sticker shock to Nova Scotians, and that's by getting back to work. As it is now, the only people responsible don't blame the feds. This was established 5 years ago. This is what the courts have defined. The only people responsible for all your constituents who will pay more at the pumps, more on their bills and home heating, are all those MLAs on the other side of the House." And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it wasn't my intention to get up, and I'll be the first to say that I'm not an expert on the subject matter. I've been sitting here most of the day yesterday and today listening to the debate, and I'd like to start by saying that I do have a lot of respect for the minister, and I know he does care deeply about the environment. But I feel I have to stand up and get on the record. I've listened to my colleague from Timberley Prospect, and the question for me really is, I'm asking myself, is this the best deal for Nova Scotians, and is this as good as it can get? And I really feel I have a lot of respect and for the knowledge the member of Timberley Prospect brings to this floor. And I've been rereading his speech last night. And on a number of occasions, he does reference that he feels that there's more opportunity to negotiate and try to get a better deal. So I can read one section here. He says, well, guess what? Here in Nova Scotia, we wish it was tripling. It's going to be 10 times. We're at 1 cent a litre. With this new government policy, 10 cents a litre, 11 cents a litre, starting off in 2023 and going higher than that. And I'm not okay with that. These ministers are okay with that. The Premier is okay with that for political gain, so he can have a fight instead of doing the work, sitting down and trying to negotiate a better deal. And the reason I decided to stand up is I think if it was the perfect deal, they'd argue that it is the perfect deal, but the last few weeks we've been hearing the words liberal carbon tax. And, you know, the member from Bedford South did mention a couple of times the press release going out after a vote saying that the Liberals refused to oppose a carbon tax and stand up for Nova Scotians, which I can say that's not my position. But the reason also I want to get up and say a few words is most of my life I've been a lobster fisherman, and that's where my heart lies. So this carbon tax has a great effect on the lobster industry. I mean, last year the price of fuel was high, but the price of lobster was at record highs, but this year won't be the case. And fuel, it increases the cost of bait and increases the cost of transporting lobster. So, you know, the way it's going, it's a slow move towards labeling the carbon tax as the liberal carbon tax, similar to in the States with Obamacare when they decided they were against that, so we're going to continuously refer to that as Obamacare. So I feel I need to stand up because this winter when I'm on the wharf with fishermen, I want to make sure they understand that it is not a liberal carbon tax or a carbon tax brought in by the opposition members on this side of the legislature. So my feeling is, from listening to the debate, there's more work needs to be done, and I feel it's different. That's where my concerns lie. Let's make sure this is the absolute best deal. But if it is, then the government should stand up and defend it, sit on their laurels, and say we did everything we could, and this is the best deal for Nova Scotians. But I don't want to leave this sitting and go back to my constituency and have to defend to my fellow fishermen and my colleagues that I was in this chamber not fighting for them. Absolutely, that is my priority. So every time I hear the liberal carbon tax, and we heard it in question period today, to me, it's a clear indication that they're trying to put us on to put the blame on this side of the floor. We've even heard the Premier say that the opposition should help them negotiate for a better deal. I mean, we are in the opposition. We're not in the position of governing. That role falls to the government. So, again, I just want to make it clear that this carbon tax is not brought on by the Liberals sitting on this side of the chamber, and there's no way that I'm going to sit in my seat and accept that as a defense for what's coming down in the pike. I mean, as a lobster fisherman, price of fuel does make a huge difference on that industry. And, a lot of my friends and colleagues have, borrowed a lot of money to buy lobster boats, and they've dedicated their life to that, and they're raising their family. So if there's a better deal to be had, then it should go back, or this bill should be looked at. I don't know. It doesn't. I can see what's happening. Every day we're going to start hearing a little bit more. And if you repeat something enough, eventually people start taking it for fact. So to me, I think I ask the government to really look at themselves. And if this is the route they're taking, it's not a courageous one, to be honest. So we all come here to defend our constituents, to work for them, to try to, make their lives better in one way or another. From the debate I'm hearing here, this is not going to do it. But if the government honestly was fighting to say this is the best deal, then maybe I could sit here and say, okay, I believe them. But it's the word liberal carbon tax, those words. And it seems to be more and more. I think the Premier read a motion yesterday or the day before. Yeah. And in that motion, he did reference the liberal carbon tax. So I think there's an effort here to paint that on this party. And I think somebody mentioned it earlier. The federal Liberals and the provincial Liberals are not the same party. I'm the first one to say that. We have different values and different principles. We have some of the same values, but this party, as a caucus, we look at what's best for our residents and what's best for our community, and that's where we try to make our decisions. So, it's a very, very difficult for me to sit here. Every time I hear that, again, I'll say it, the liberal carbon tax. Yeah, that's not a defense of a bill. That's trying to blame another party on something that they could do a better job in negotiating. And we know that eventually, with time, if this is repeated every day, people will understand that they'll go to the wharf and it'll just be, won't even think what it means, similar to Obamacare, although Obamacare, now it's just a matter of fact. That's the name, that's what it is. So if the government is proud of this legislation, then they should, stand up, defend it, all of it, not just parts of it. That's why when I listened to the member of Timberley Prospect say, again, I'm not an expert, but I do respect his opinion. He said they negotiated one part of the deal, but they didn't really look at the other. And the cap and trade actually did that work. I mean, cap and trade was so good that when you mention cap and trade, nobody knows what you're talking about. Like if you go to the wharf or wherever, it's not an issue because I think member of Bedford South mentioned, because it was doing his job. But the carbon tax, the way it is portrayed, is going to become very politicized like it is in other provinces. And I feel it's extremely unfair to the members on this side of the chamber who are here to try to defend their constituents. And for me, being a lobster fisherman who's fished for 31 years, there's no way I'm going to accept that I was part of the reason that carbon tax came in. So I felt I had to stand up and get on the record. So when this winter, next winter, the winter after that, or in a few years if I go back lobster fishing, that I have something to show that I actually stood up for the fishermen of this province. Yeah. So I don't have too much more to say, but en français. No, I'm not going to go on français today. So yeah, I think the point I want to make is it's important for the people of Nova Scotia to recognize that this carbon tax is not a Nova Scotian Liberal carbon tax. We are here to debate this bill, and if that's the best deal, so be it. And honestly, if they can convince me of that, this is a bill that we can be proud of. But every day that they seem to be insinuating that, whatever's going to happen in the future, it's the Liberals that have brought that in, and it's not. So with those few words, I'll take my seat. Are you standing up?
I just want to remind both the member from Clare and the member from Bedford South that there was quotes made from last night's speech from the member for Timberley Prospect. I'm going to ask that you table those, and I'm going to recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic on an introduction.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome to Province House Mason Lamb. Mason, who is a video game YouTube golfer and a basketball player extraordinaire. We have no doubt someday he will be famous for one, if not all of those things. Is a proud resident of Kidston Estates in Spryfield. I'm glad to see you here, bud. I hope you have a good time.
You're very welcome to Province House, and don't pay attention to everything that these people say. Recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to stand and make a few comments on Bill 208. I must say my colleague from Clare spoke with such genuineness about this issue. I think that is important for us to note and think about as we go through the political theater of this and the concerns that have been expressed about the politicization of this issue. And this is a really important issue in the work of the minister and his department is extremely important, and we need to support his work, and we need to ensure that the work that the minister and his government are doing is vigorous and rigorous with respect to this issue. So I want to begin by talking a little bit about how important action and a concerted effort is on this work of climate change and how we deal with carbon pricing. My interest in this issue started 30 years ago in the Arctic as we began to see the changes that we were seeing in climate, in the year-to-year weather that that we were experiencing in the early 90s, long before it was in the consciousness of Nova Scotians and other southern Canadians. I was out in January when it should have been minus 30, minus 40, with rain. I was seeing wildlife that should not have been there in mid-January. During the course of my 20 years in the Arctic, I saw our dog team season, which we used to start on Remembrance Day, crossing the frozen Sylvia Grinnell River, and we would dog team to Canada Day on the ice in Frobisher Bay. When I left 20 years later, that ice was not safe to cross that river until the first week of December, and the ice was breaking up in June. We virtually lost 6 weeks of winter in 20 years. That was the canary in the coal mine. I was involved in municipal politicians attempting to try and get federal and provincial governments to take climate change seriously and to start action. Unfortunately, governments across the world did not take action when we could have had the biggest impact with the least amount of cost to our taxpayers. Well, we've woken up in the South, obviously, and there is consensus that we need action, and we're going to have to invest and pay for the work in climate change reduction. And there is no greater example on why we need those investments and why we need to put a price on carbon than what we just experienced with Fiona. The government is spending millions trying to respond to that one storm, and we could have another one next year and the year after. We will. So we need our Department of Environment and Climate Change to act quickly, to be well funded from the Minister of Finance, and we need thought and hard work with respect to carbon pricing. I have been concerned over the last 15 months on what, from my perspective, has been a slowing down of action on climate change. And we know the minister has reiterated several times, 81% of Nova Scotians want action. They don't want plans. And the other thing I wanted to share with my colleagues here is an extremely good book by Seth Klein called A Good War, Mobilizing Canada for the Climate Emergency. And it talks about how we, as governments, need to take on the challenge of climate change like we are on a war footing from World War II. And talks about, and I didn't know much about this, the $1 a day men that $1 a year men that in essence volunteered for $1 a year to tackle the war, to take on the war, and the incredible mobilization by Canadians. And the numbers are just staggering. I need, obviously, to learn more about World War II and the efforts, but the output of warplanes and tanks and military equipment was unbelievable. And so the premise of this book is that we need to take that kind of action as if we are on a war footing. So what's concerning me is we're seen to be slowing things down in Nova Scotia. I know when I left the department, this work was well underway, and it was time for a decision on the three options that were before us that has been outlined by my colleague in terms of what was going to be, how were we going to put a price on carbon in this province. And it is staggering to me that we are now 15 months into the new government and now just bringing forward a piece of legislation that I would submit is actually premature because the work hasn't been completed. The ministers had notes prepared for him for the spring sitting last March, in which he was to tell this House that carbon pricing decisions would be in the spring. So the minister's staff were ready to have this decision in the spring. The minister was prepared to tell this House and commit that this was ready in the spring. And here we are in October. It's that kind of time frame is concerning when we have urgent work to do. And these are complex pieces of work, and they involve partnerships, and they involve relationships between governments to come to solutions that are going to work for Nova Scotians. And I am extremely concerned, and I'll maybe talk about this a bit later, about the politicization of this work. Nova Scotians want actions. They don't want two parties, whatever colors they are, to be bickering and blaming. One of the biggest challenges to climate change, one of the biggest threats to climate change, is the 4-year electoral cycle. And maybe we just saw an example of that. Lots of work going on under our Premier from Timberley Prospect. The department was operating on at full steam. And then the new government comes in, and 15 months have been lost. During the estimates, I inquired about the work of the department, because I was concerned that the business plan that was presented to this House only had 2 items that they were going to complete in the year. That was the climate change plan and a risk assessment. Didn't even talk about a carbon pricing plan being completed. There was a funding cut to the department. And the climate change plan And perhaps that has been held up because of the foot dragging on this piece of legislation. The climate change plan was to be completed months ago. In fact, the consultation ended, I believe it was July of 2021, 15 months ago. That staff at the Department of Environment and Climate Change, particularly the Climate Change Department, are committed to this work, and they aren't foot draggers. They're very knowledgeable, and they're working extremely hard, and I can only assume that they have been frustrated that this work has dragged on, and here we are without a signed deal on a carbon plan. I know the minister is proud of the Environment and Climate Reduction Act. I got the words mixed up. There must be an acronym we can use at some point here. The challenge is there's good goals there. In fact, the goal that is touted all the time about the 53% greenhouse gas reductions as being the best in Canada was not the work of the current government, but the work of the past government and the leadership of our former premier from Timberlea Prospect. But when we got the update on the progress being made on the goals in that act, and I have it here somewhere, I'm not sure that I can find a number. So the goals in the act of a reduction to 53%, well, where's there a number saying we've made a progress? Where were numbers in the progress that we made in the previous year towards those goals? There were no numbers in that report, virtually none anyway. Whether it is local food consumption, or the one that really is particularly outrageous is this government's commitment to 20% land protection. Under the leadership of the previous premier and during my period as environment minister, we protected 61 pieces of land at the cabinet table. A government that is saying that they can protect 6% of the province in 8 years. In their first 15 months, they have protected one piece of land, 285 hectares, I believe. There does not seem to be the rigor, the intensity, the urgency, not by the department or even the minister, I would suggest, but the government supporting that minister and his department to take urgent action. When we talk about this issue of needing all hands on deck, I can think of no better idea than the minister sitting down with weekly meetings with the member from Timberlea Prospect to gain the incredible knowledge. That member in this House, as has been stated, knows this file better than any member of this House and probably better than many, many people in the department. If we're committed to working together collaboratively and not just playing politics, and I think that's the most disappointing thing that has happened over the last few days with respect to this, is that a existential threat, an issue that needs all hands on deck, people working together, and we need to find solutions on how we're best going to price carbon for our citizens that ease the pain for our lobster fishermen, but do the work of changing our behaviors and finding ways that we can decrease our carbon footprint and decrease the costs for Nova Scotians. We need to be working together. I do want to highlight and be very clear as another member of this House that, as was stated by the member from Timberlea Prospect, that this bill does two things. It cancels the cap-and-trade program that worked effectively for Nova Scotians for the last, was it 4 years? Maybe it's a 5-year agreement coming to a close. And it makes the choice, the government has made the choice to use the hybrid model. Performance standards and carbon pricing. They have chosen a price on carbon, a consumer price on carbon. They know that that comes with the other. It's the hybrid model. So sometimes our Premier tries to be so transparent. He is transparent in his manipulation of facts. To, on the same day that this bill was introduced, to put a resolution on the table about a liberal carbon tax that my colleague from Clare has spoken about, it's pretty transparent. The Premier is not confident in that he's made the right decision, and he wants to blame someone else. The Premier and this government has made the decision for performance standards and a carbon tax. And the decision they made was that they decided they would not take the revenue in and use that to give to Nova Scotians. They've made the decision to have the federal government apply that tax and use the benefits of that revenue, because it is the revenue from the carbon tax that is going to help to ease the pain for the lobster fishermen and other Nova Scotians. But again, let's be clear. This was a decision of this government, a decision to take the hybrid model. They have said, we'll do performance standards and we'll do a carbon tax. They have said no to cap and trade. Previous government negotiated hard with the provincial, or with the federal Liberals, to get that carbon tax, to recognize the work that we had done on reducing greenhouse gases. It was a tough negotiation. What I think we have seen here is a government that didn't do the tough negotiations. They spent 15 months, and on deadline day, they handed in their homework, and they failed. The federal government said, no, this doesn't work. I can't believe that for 15 months they've been talking to the federal government and they didn't know that what they were going to submit was going to be rejected. They had to have known it. So now, instead of, as my colleague from Clare said, proudly saying, well, we've struck the best deal we can, let's go ahead and address climate change, there's a very clear, calculated move to politicize this and make it about two different parties. I don't think that finger pointing means a hill of beans to those 10,000 young people that marched through the streets of Halifax pre-pandemic. The average Nova Scotian trying to make ends meet is not watching Ledge TV. They don't particularly care. In fact, they get completely disengaged from partisan finger pointing. I think we need to do better. We need to do the hard work. We need to operate in good faith with our federal partners. We have to be grown up about this and make the tough decisions instead of pointing across the aisle and saying, oh, it's the Liberal opposition members that brought on the carbon tax. The minister is quoted as saying he is confident that this will be accepted by the federal government. I was surprised by that, given what I understand of the issues. So I texted an MP. Yeah, but he doesn't have the approval to the extent, this was referring to the Premier, he doesn't have the approval to the extent in which, I won't use the name, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change framed it. So that's a sign that our federal partners are not as confident as the Minister that this will be accepted. The other staggering thing about the politics, and it goes to this propensity of very loose numbers being thrown around by this government, such as the 20% land protection. I mean, that one just blew me away. We worked for 13 years to get from 13 to 14%, spending $1 million or $2 million each year to buy some land. And this government has committed to buy 8 Keji parks by 2030. 8 Keji parks. Minister of Finance, could you find $1 billion in your budget, sir, to meet that Through the chair. Thank you.
Order. Please direct your comments and questions to the Speaker through me. I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Mixed Chair, we need to ask the Minister of Finance if he can find $1 billion to meet that climate plan, that Environmental Goals Act target. These things are in legislation. Those numbers should have rigor behind them, and the reporting should have rigor behind them. Or else we are in a political fog talking about very important issues that Nova Scotians care about and want to see progress on. So when the Premier puts on the floor of the House a resolution that their plan submitted to the federal government is going to cut greenhouse gases by 17%, where the federal plan is at 2%, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy how this government feels that they can put a carbon price through performance standards on two companies, and they are going to do better than by 8.5 times what the federal plan is? How can anyone be taken seriously by throwing numbers around like that on the floor of this House and want to debate them? We need to see the evidence behind that. Because if it is thrown around like land protection, we are living in a never-never land. Nova Scotians want a government that is competently, seriously, rigorously attacking the challenges that Nova Scotians are dealing with, including climate change. We can't, and I'm repeating myself a little bit, sit on our hands for 15 months and then say, blame it on them. So right now, we have no agreement with the federal government. We have no agreement with the federal government. This piece of legislation is dependent upon having that agreement. This legislation will not do anything without that agreement. The federal minister said we might have something in a few weeks in terms of a response from the federal government. This idea, this approach, this 17% approach should have been on the federal government's desk 6 months ago. So now we're here in this House looking at a piece of legislation that doesn't have any basis in fact. So how do we, as members in this legislature, know that we should be passing this bill? More work is needed. Hard work is needed by the minister and his staff to work with the Federal Department of Environment and Climate Change Canada. That work must take place before we consider this bill. So I move that the motion for second reading be amended by striking out everything after that and substituting the bill not now be read a second time, but 3 months hence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's that?
Order. We have a hoist motion on the floor, and I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mix Chair. I want to rise in support of the motion from my colleague, the former Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the first Minister of Environment and Climate Change in our province, for the reason that he gave. This government had 15 months to bring forward legislation to further negotiate, to see how we could potentially continue to protect the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians. And the request is to ensure that they have more time. They're doing this in reverse order that we did it in, after signing on to the Pan-Canadian framework that I tabled last night. After there was a deal made, approved that Nova Scotia could have a made in Nova Scotia cap and trade system, the next session, the fall of 2017, a cap and trade bill was brought forward to the House, which that party voted against. If we didn't pass that bill, Nova Scotians would have higher costs at the fuel and higher power bills. We would still have higher gas prices of New Brunswick. And now it's the reverse. I verified that with my colleague from Cumberland North. And so they need to go back to negotiate before they put the risks on all Nova Scotians, small businesses, low-income Nova Scotians who are struggling to pay their home heating costs, and inflationary, record inflation. They're bringing a bill forward that puts the risks of pocketbooks of Nova Scotians there. And I started last night with my comments around the Pan-Canadian framework and how it's important to work together to come to a deal that's in the public interest of Nova Scotia, our regional interests. I want to table a document that speaks to the international cooperation, because this is a global threat, and Nova Scotia and Canada needs to do their part to combat climate change. After we brought in cap and trade, attended COP meetings, we signed on to a regional cooperation on carbon pricing in the Americas, the Western Hemisphere. Next speaker. The government leaders of Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, the governors of California and Washington, and the premiers of Alberta, BC, Nova Scotia, Ontario, and Quebec launched the carbon pricing in the Americas Cooperative Framework. I'm going to table that so members can see why it's important and what's in the agreement. But a big part of it is ensuring that there is a credible system in all these places, that they all follow the same measurement, reporting, and verification of all the data, especially with cap and trade. And that's why in Nova Scotia, we signed on to the Western Climate Initiative, another agreement that transcends our national border to ensure that our system has credibility. I wanted to reference that just to preclude any more criticism on the other side of the House of our cap and trade system that we have, that's internationally known. And I wonder, with the deletion of this cap and trade program, if they've already started talks with the Western Climate Initiative, that Nova Scotia no longer wants to sit on that board with Quebec and BC and California, and now Washington has joined. There's quotes in here that are all quite good from various heads of state, presidents of places. And I'm quoted in it after signing the agreement. I said, Nova Scotia has worked hard to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We can be proud of what we've accomplished. And through our new cap and trade program, we will be contributing to the global effort on climate change. We are happy to be working with other countries, states, and provinces to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Working together. This bill does the opposite. This bill wants a fight with Ottawa and someone to blame for what's inevitably going to happen at the pump to consumers. A premier of Quebec, who was also part of the Western Climate Initiative, and they continue to have cap and trade Quebec, said in Quebec we chose a carbon market because it is the most flexible and efficient economic tool to guide businesses in the energy transition and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in all sectors. Today, Quebec, California, and Ontario has since removed themselves from the system after a progressive Conservative government won, together make up the second biggest carbon market in the world. Our market has inspired many others and is a carbon pricing tool shared with a growing number of partners in the four corners of the globe. In joining this declaration, Quebec adds to the many actions, partnerships, and alliances that have been created to support the introduction of a price on carbon in the world's economies, and in particular, to promote carbon markets. It's actually a system that uses the free markets to find the lowest cost reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. So I'll table that document for the benefit of the House. There's lots more quotes that speak to the value in working together. The value in ensuring that there's partnerships and a realization that this is everyone's problem. All levels of government need to work together. And that's why it's important, specific to the motion, to get back to find out how we can continue on with cap and trade or something similar that does continue to protect the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians, that continues to raise the kind of revenue that we can support those that are impacted the most by the costs. Low-income families. That's why the Green Fund was in place, where we dispersed half of the fund targeted exactly at those programs, home heating programs. Efficiency programs, something that Nova Scotia is known as being a leader in our country. It's an effective way to spend funds to create good jobs, to lower emissions, and to lower power bills. We're losing our capacity to be able to do that. By the government's own admission, by their estimate of how much revenue that will be coming in under these performance standards, output-based performance standards. That revenue doesn't come close to what we were getting off the auctions, some $40 million per auction, that fuel suppliers basically had to pay by going through the auction. That's, in fact, how our system was approved and deemed credible. Now, cap and trade has had issues over time in big markets, European Union and the United States, and there's learnings from all that. And not to flood the market with too many allowances, and to ensure that there is fair auctions. But it's a system that worked for Nova Scotia. It's a system, the only system, when I was in that department, that considered the work that Nova Scotians have done, that considered our regional disadvantages because of our fossil fuel percentage on our energy grid. And the cap was set higher in Nova Scotia, meaning that the carbon price was lower. And with this bill, if it were to pass, throws away all that leverage. We have the lowest carbon price in Canada. If this bill passes and the carbon levy comes in, we will have the same carbon price as all the other provinces. That's not fair because we already have carbon pricing in our electricity regulations. Do you really think that Nova Scotians want the provincial government to fight Ottawa with the result that they pay more at the gas pump, they pay more in their home heating if they're on oil or propane or natural gas? Or do you think that the government should, do you think that the average Nova Scotian would like to see the system that we have right now continue? Again, the agreement was signed. We know what the carbon price is. It was $10 that escalated up to $50 a ton. This was not a program that was set to expire. This is a program to start our carbon pricing system that we could negotiate once that time period elapsed. The carbon price doesn't go to $170 a ton at the end of that time frame, no matter what the government would have you believe. And skeptics on cap and trade that everything's going to fall apart. The carbon price goes up by $15 a ton. So instead of an incremental increase at the pump by half a cent, maybe 2 cents, this government is prepared to sit by and be complicit in seeing the largest increase in carbon pricing in the country, in Nova Scotia. And so I know the minister hasn't had an opportunity to speak since the open debate in fairness. But we'd like to learn what kind of conversations that he had. Or was it all out of the Premier's office?
Who made the decision?
Was there a discussion with Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick and Newfoundland to look at a regional approach? I think the member from Cumberland North mentioned the importance of cooperation in this matter. Was there discussions with Ontario, Quebec, other provinces that had experience with cap and trade? Somehow the eastern seaboard of the United States are able to cooperate with the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. States like Connecticut, Delaware, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, all of those states somehow are able to trade in an open market. And I don't think anyone could say that the United States is a less polarized political environment. Surely 4 provinces our size can find ways to work together to minimize the costs of consumers. Surely they can go to the federal government, as we did, and explain the business case. Explain that we can't find hydro at the price that they can. So that's the importance of the motion that I want the government to consider. What's the harm? Unless you're so confident that there is no carbon levy, which I'd be very surprised. If there is another agreement that now supersedes the pan-Canadian framework, table it. Let's see where you're allowed to have half a hybrid, which wasn't okay before with other provinces. Other provinces had performance standards. Alberta had them, and then the carbon levy was put on top of that to be eligible for the federal plan. So on this side of the House, it's not about arguing for a specific system. It's about doing what's right for Nova Scotians. That's what they expect of us. What's right for the environment, how we can join the fight in climate change and continue to be leaders, and how we do that in the most cost-effective way. A Nova Scotia approach, a regional approach. This government is bringing a bill forward that does the opposite, by their own admission, as my colleague said. They have a motion for the House that blasts the federal government, that encourages members opposite to join the fight. They're fighting a losing battle that has been determined in the courts. The Supreme Court of Canada. That bill doesn't stand up. And so, of course, I brought forward cap and trade. It's a system that I think worked, has worked in other provinces. You can't say that the revenue didn't come in. You can't say that we weren't able to provide incentives for electric vehicles. One of the first jurisdictions to look at used electric vehicles, so we could have more access for different income levels in Nova Scotia, and e-bikes. So popular that you couldn't get an e-bike after a while. So many people were ordering them.
Might not be able to get an e-bike yet, too.
And so the government ought to look at extending these programs. I just don't know where the revenue is going to come from, and maybe the minister can talk about that. With no more auctions. Suppose they can continue with some of that with the next auction in December. I think by allowing that auction to go forward and continuing with the program concurrently, they're admitting that the program works. Cap and trade won't end. No, we're going to continue to use it, but it's a stopgap. It's not a good system. It's not even trading. No one's trading. What matters is that we're protecting Nova Scotians while making strides forward with the fight on climate. There are places in Canada that are envious of the system that we have. Some people call it unfair. There's an opinion piece actually that talks about how it's unfair that Quebec has a lower carbon price. And again, that's because they're in a cap and trade system that finds the lowest cost on the trading market. And in this article, it says, this is a 2022 article, so in May of this year, the cost on the market was $30.85 American. So it actually ends up being $39.49 Canadian per ton. And there are people envious of that. But is it the fault of the federal government, or is it the fault of conservative premiers who refuse to do the work? Carbon pricing has been one of the most politically charged topics that I've ever seen. And it's holding back progress. These agreements and working together is how we confront this existential threat. There are jurisdictions in North America that still don't have carbon pricing, despite the efforts of President Obama. I heard his name, and it actually reminded me from when my colleague mentioned Obamacare. President Obama tried to pass cap and trade so that the United States would have a full market of cap and trade working. Could you imagine how much further ahead we'd be if the biggest economy in the world had that trading system in place? If Canada could be part of that, how much lower the cost would be for consumers, and how much more climate action could be taken. There's so much value in working together. And there will be criticism, and was criticism, when we passed our bill for cap and trade. Particularly some on the environment side, said we weren't going far enough, that we were giving too many allowances out, which is part of every cap and trade system there is, to protect industry. The energy-intensive trade exposed companies like Lafarge, which is part of the bill. And that's just, quite frankly, to avoid carbon leakage. They can leave our jurisdiction, go somewhere else, and pollute somewhere else. So there's justification. So we had people saying we weren't going far enough. and the other way around, that there shouldn't be any carbon price at all. I think it's established now that the cost of inaction on climate change is much higher than the cost of action. All we were saying was that Nova Scotia has already contributed so much, and the reliance on fossil fuels here in our province, that just be considered where we set the cap. That wouldn't be possible with a carbon tax or carbon levy. It's explicit, it's clear. The merits behind it work better in other jurisdictions. But in Nova Scotia, we were able to combine our implicit carbon pricing and our electricity regulations with our cap and trade system so that we had more coverage, so that it wasn't just the 40% of the electricity of the grid, the total emissions being covered. Upwards of 90% of emissions are now covered. This bill goes backwards, back to 40%, where it's Nova Scotia Power and Lafarge being the only coverage. The federal government is not going to agree to something that goes backwards. Prove me wrong. Support the motion. Go back to work. And then come back to the heart. It's de facto endorsement of the carbon levy. Performance standards. There's a lot more work to do, and I would encourage the government to get back to the negotiating table and find a true made in Nova Scotia approach that is as good, if not better, than the one the Liberal government negotiated.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise and say a few words to this hoist motion, and I'm going to speak a few words in support of the motion. When we're often compared to school children in this chamber, and tonight I spoke to my kids, and the first question I asked them after school was, did you do your homework? And they said yes. I don't believe them, but what can I do? Here I am. But, but this is the same question we need to ask about this bill. Did the government do its homework? And I think that when we saw this bill, the first response was, is that it? Is that it? Because as I think has been pointed out, we were given some really clear options from the federal government. These aren't like options like, hey, do you feel like, or gee, it would be awesome if. It was, you are required to price carbon. Here are the options of how you can do that. And I feel like that logic is a little bit lost on the government right now, in particular the Premier. The Premier has now spent days somehow mystifyingly blaming the opposition for the fact that he hasn't done his homework. And, you know, that is probably, you know, dog ate my homework. There's lots of like great examples of people doing that in other ways. But I think it's really clear here, and I think it's really, really important because it's just spin and it's disingenuous. And I think it's important that we are really clear about what's happening here. We were given a task as a province. The minister and the premier were given a task, which was to figure out a way to price carbon according to the federal benchmarks. And first, the government said, we're not going to do that. So what happens if someone says, here's your homework, you say, I'm not going to do that. They say, yeah, okay, you still have to turn your homework. And so then they said, come on, everybody, stand with us. We don't want to do our homework. And then that didn't work. And so then the next tactic was, okay, we're going to do a tiny part of our homework. Is that enough? And the answer clearly is no, because this isn't a request, it's a requirement. And so, quite to the contrary of what the government has been asserting, this bill ushers in a federal carbon tax. That is the function. If this is the only bill that we are going to see that contemplates carbon pricing, then the impact of this bill, in addition to pricing pollution from Lafarge and Nova Scotia Power, which is a good thing. We don't argue that that's not a good thing. It's important. But in addition to that, what this bill does is it ensures that a federal carbon tax will be imposed upon the province of Nova Scotia. And so quite to the contrary of the assertions that this is somehow a nefarious plot of the opposition, who I remind you are sitting in a chamber with a majority government who make all the decisions and have made it pretty clear through the way they run this chamber that they're not that interested in what any of us have to say about anything. So what this government is doing is that they are inviting the federal government to implement a carbon tax. And I think that that point is really clear. And so that is why I am standing in support of the hoist motion, because what this does is it says, finish your homework. It's a finish your homework motion. Please take this back. Go back to the table with the federal government and have the conversation that needs to be had. Figure out a made in Nova Scotia solution that retains the green fund, that protects consumers, but that most of all protects our environment. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important that although we have the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act, we don't have a climate plan. We have a history of opposition, in fact, to what I think are some of the progressive climate legislation that's moved through this House. And so basically, you know, the Made in Nova Scotia plan that wasn't a plan that didn't price carbon said, take us at our word. And that's not how it works. And so what we are saying is, do your homework and show it to us. And I think that's the same thing that the federal government is saying. And so for those reasons, I support the hoist motion. I think it makes sense to send it back. I know that there are lots of brilliant people in the Department of Environment and Climate Change who can help us to finish the work that we have been asked to do. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to get up in support of the hoist motion to send this back and take a look at as some of my other colleagues said, getting the work done, doing it the right way, governing instead of politics. And again, this is no reflection of the minister. I said this last night too as well. I believe that he and his staff are doing the very best that they can to come forward with a new deal. But I think that ultimately it's being driven, and the decisions are being driven from the Premier's office. And, you know, I look back at, you know, the very first thing, and it's been mentioned here before, is that we came in here with a government notice of motion, and I believe the Premier's office was praying that we weren't going to support it. That was their opportunity to get out there 10 seconds later with a press release with the brand saying that we're the best and the opposition is not. I'm not sure if the brand was on it this time or not, but we voted for it. And even when we voted for it, they put it out hoping that we wouldn't see the press release, knowing full well that, of course, we were going to support it because we negotiated the initial deal. We never supported it in the first place. So again, I think that's ultimately not only the challenge for that minister, who, you know, honestly, I never anticipated that he would become the minister of that department. I thought he would end up becoming the minister of education, but he's always been forthright with his information, whether he was a minister or in opposition. So, again, I think it's a challenge for him because I think he's got to battle the political side of the Premier's office, which we've seen decision after decision after decision after decision. They want the fight. They've been looking for this fight. It's the look at us, we're defending everybody mentality, but that only goes so far. Everybody, regardless of who's served on the government side, does what they can to support Nova Scotians. But you also have to do the work, and you also have to govern, and you have to make decisions. And in this case, as my colleague said, it's always hard to speak after him, especially on this stuff. Now, we've worked on multiple files together, but as I said last night, I don't think there's a person in the province of Nova Scotia that has the knowledge and the history, especially when it comes to major government decisions and negotiations in this House, as the member does from Timberlea Prospect. This has been a passion of his. The environment is a passion of his, and it shows every time he speaks. You know, I talked a bit about my own experience last night as the energy minister, and I talked a lot about the programs that we put in place. And this is why I go to the Hoist motion, why I support the delay. Because for me, I'm looking at the incentives and the programs and the organizations that have been funded over the years, asking myself, where is that money going to come from when the Green Fund is no longer there? And I do, Mixed Chair, have two documents I want to table. The first one is from our time in government, and that was February 24th. I want to get my dates right here. February 2021, and I'll read some of it. As part of the commitment to the environment and fighting climate change, the government of Nova Scotia is investing $19 million in rebates to support low-income families and making their homes more comfortable and energy efficient, and helping Nova Scotians buy clean and reliable electric vehicles. It will also move towards a new renewable energy standard, with 80% of Nova Scotia's energy coming from renewables by 2030. Same target. Bold action on climate change is a priority. We know it's possible to have a cleaner economy that creates jobs, supports a healthy environment, and benefits all Nova Scotians, said at the time by the Premier at the time, Ian Rankin. Electric vehicles, more comfortable homes, healthier communities, and careers in renewable energy and efficiency will help our province and the planet. To emphasize the importance of addressing climate change, government has renamed the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Climate change will be a priority in every minister's mandate. And here's the big part. Half of the 19 million, 9.5 million, which will come from the Green Fund, is to go into home warming and affordable multi-family housing energy efficiency programs. This will help 1,200 more low-income Nova Scotians make their homes more comfortable and protect their family budgets. Again, this is my concern and why I feel that the government needs to go back and do this. This is important. This is significant money that the government's going to have to find with the elimination of that fund. The other half will be invested. So it says half of the Green Fund will be spent to support those most in need. The other half will be invested in a rebate program for new and electric used vehicles, plug-in hybrids, and e-bikes. Rebates will be $3,000 per new vehicle and $2,000 for used vehicles and $500 for e-bikes. This will be in addition to the $5,000 federal rebate available for new electric vehicles. This was the program actually that the Premier started strategically talking about, saying that this stuff wasn't important at the time for Nova Scotians. It's right. This was being targeted in different areas during the campaign. The Department of Energy and Mines will release the new renewable electricity standard for the next month. Work will begin immediately to ensure new wind power is made available at the lowest possible cost to ratepayers. Nova Scotia will join the federal government in buying energy from new local renewable sources through the Green Choice program. And by 2025, all electricity and provincial government offices will be from renewable energy projects, which is important to note. This will reduce the province's greenhouse gas emissions and create new jobs without impacting Nova Scotia's electricity bills. And I said it again, I said this last night. Through all the hard negotiation of cap and trade, behind the scenes, we had our public debates, but ultimately we all came to an agreement and we started building these strong programs in conjunction with the federal government through our Office of Environment, through Energy and Mines, and through the federal departments. And again, I talked about that last night, is that I think the relationship is going to get very strained. I'm seeing it now, I'm hearing it myself. The relationship between the provincial and federal government is going to get very difficult very quick. We debated passionately the issues around carbon tax. We had our debates, but we came to an agreement. We never went looking for a fight. This government's going looking for a fight. It doesn't end well. And as I said last night, Nova Scotians ultimately pay the price for that. So I use that as one example of what happens and where the government's going to have to find the money that came out of the Green Fund. And I have another one. But this one is from this current government, which I'll also table. I'll table this one first. Take that. Thank you so much. So this is from January 17th, 2022, Mr. Chair. Province invests in climate adaptation projects in communities. The province is investing $37.3 million from the Green Fund in projects that support 37.3 million. You got to find, the government needs to find $37.3 million just in this alone, and I'll read it. The province is investing $37.3 million from the Green Fund in projects that support the goals of environment and climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This includes $15 million over 3 years for the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which will support communities to adapt the impacts of climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. A request for proposals to develop and administer the fund was issued today, January 17th. Where's that $15 million coming from? Where's it coming from? When this, under this new plan, they got to find that money. Nobody knows. We don't know for sure where that money's coming from. We had a Green Fund, we had a budget, we knew what we could do, and we allocated the funds to these projects that are important. Climate change impacts every Nova Scotian, every community across the province. That's from the minister. So it's a good quote. Other projects include $8 million for the Solar Homes Incentive Program. Where's that $8 million coming from? They tote the program. I give the Minister of Natural Resources credit. He's working with the industry. I talked about the industry last night. The importance of it, how it skyrocketed from 2017 to 2020 to the best in the country. 13 to 70, I think I got the number almost right. 13 to 70 companies approximately got into solar installation. Awesome. Fantastic. Amazing. And the minister got it, and I'll give him credit for it, because that program really kick-started a new industry in Nova Scotia. It did. And homeowners just took it on like wildfire. It was great. And we need to support initiatives like that. And it will adjust and adapt as it goes. As the minister knows, demand and trying to find that balance is important. But $8 million, this was this year, $8 million for the Solar Homes Incentive Program for single-family homes to install solar systems. Here's another big one. $8 million to extend for 1 year the Home Energy Assessment Program, which provides low-cost subsidized energy assessments for people using oil heating and incentives up to $5,000 for energy efficiency retrofits. That is huge for families all over the province. Solar program doesn't touch everybody. Programs like that do. It allows you to help transition away from traditional heating sources. It allows you to apply for retrofits to your home. You know, under this plan, if this goes through, you're talking about an additional 10 cents on oil to heat your home. So these programs, here's another $8 million you got to find to help even combat that additional cost that's going to come to families if the government, if their plan goes through. Another one, $3.3 million over 3 years to support the implementation of climate change initiatives by the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Again, very important. We want to do whatever we can as a province and as a government. I'm sure this current government does, as we did. They want to use that money, $3.3 million, to help communities implement a lot of the things that are necessary probably for the electrification of their fleets. Probably solar in their public buildings, help that transition away from coal and traditional sources to heat these bigger projects. $3.3 million. They got to find that money. $2 million, another huge one. $2 million for affordable housing retrofits to upgrade 1 and 2 unit housing units in Cape Breton. The Department of Municipal Affairs is also involved with this and is contributing $2 million for a total of $4 million. Again, this is only one piece of it. This is the announcement that they made. In our time in energy, working with municipal affairs and housing, kudos to the staff in both departments. I had the honor of being in both of them. We retrofitted over 11,000 units in conjunction with a strong relationship with the federal government, retrofitting that much infrastructure to help people cut down on their power bills, their heating bills, and feel more comfortable in their homes. Again, another $2 million that they're going to have to find. And $1 million, and this is actually really fitting to say this, considering what we've all went through and the challenges that communities are still going through post-Fiona. $1 million in floodline mapping to provide communities with coastal and inland floodplain maps that incorporate climate change. Again, another significant investment from the Green Fund that, you know, we've seen it in Cape Breton, mixed chair. The flood in 2016, we had an event in between. They called 2016 one in 150 years. I don't know, it's not 150 years between 2016 and 2022, but we've had a number of flood events in multiple areas of the province, Cape Breton particularly, Sydney up north as well. The speaker would know himself, a lot of washouts, a lot of coastal erosion. This is what the Green Fund was intended to do, because these resources are hard to come by. These are significant numbers for the government. They got to come up with this. All of these programs were funded through the Green Fund, and they need to find that money. And I just use this and mixture. I'll table this too as well. I just want to go through it very quickly. And there is a quote here from the Federation of Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. Floodline mapping is imperative to the planning that is needed to build environmentally resilient communities. Pairing green technology and efficiency solutions with affordable housing is bold action needed to ensure we provide safe and climate-friendly housing that is future-minded. Providing a forum for residents and organizations to develop and implement innovative green solutions allows for community-led solutions that will make significant impacts in all corners of the province. And that quote comes from Amanda McDougall, who is the mayor of CBRN, but also the president of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. So again, just to sum up this press release from this government, in January, they used over $37 million from a fund that is not going to exist as a result of their inaction, as a result of waiting for the last minute. And again, I feel like I defend him a lot. I got a lot of time for the minister. But I think most of the ministers are battling this political game that is constantly wanting to be played. They had over a year to have these conversations. And like I said, you get into situations in politics and in government where hey, we're in politics, right? But you need to govern. You need to negotiate. They knew this. They knew this was coming. And now, this is only one example. I gave another one. I'll table this too as well. This was actually one of my funner things I did, more fun things I did. We drove an electric car around the province because we wanted to promote electric vehicles. It wasn't a big investment, but it was an investment in a community organization that wanted to partner with government. whether it's about coastal protection, whether it's about promoting NextRide. People would be familiar with NextRide here. They drive around the electric car. We drove an electric car from Halifax to Sydney. We did it on $13, I think. It was really interesting, but the reason why I say that is because, again, these programs are all in jeopardy now. They're going to have to do some major reworking with their budgets to come up with $50 million to cover a lot of these programs. I just gave one example of $37.3 million of a program and a fund that isn't going to exist. I don't know, money doesn't grow on trees. They're going to have to find it somewheres, because if they don't, a lot of these programs will suffer. A lot of the initiatives that we put in place to help low-income Nova Scotians stay in their homes, get that heat pump, or, draft-proof their home, all of the programs that we expanded, whether you were heated by electricity or anything else, that was the whole goal. Everybody needed to be part of the conversation, and we needed the money to be able to do it. And we understood at the time that the federal government was going to impose a tax on carbon. But we did the work. We went out and we talked, we negotiated, and the federal government came back and signed on to a deal that reflected Nova Scotia's longstanding work, transcending governments, is what I said last night. And then we built this incredible relationship. They were calling, we were calling. I made reference to them last night. I made some of the references now. Solar program. 11,500 public housing units. 2,400 Mi'kmaq homes in 13 communities across Nova Scotia. Incentives for electric cars. Incentives for e-bikes. Educational programming through, whether it's through ACAP in Cape Breton, or a multitude of the organizations that are across Nova Scotia, into our schools, community solar projects. Talked about last night. Hans West. Hans West. I got him. I forgot last night. Mixed chair. He talked about Berwick last night. Berwick and Antigonish, these solar projects. Oh, sorry, Kings West. Kings West. I'm sorry. I thought I got it. I was showing off there. I was trying to show off mixture. But all of these things, like this has been building so positively. And I'm not saying, I think what the current government did with this $37.3 million is fantastic. Like, it's exactly what we need to be doing. It's started, like I said, it flows beyond one political party. We all care. And the technology and everything is getting to such that we've been able over the years to support families, making those steps. Whether it was a family in their own home, working with municipalities on areas that actually, Antigonish, Berwick, the solar projects. It was, giving the people the ability to drive around in an electric car and get a feel for it and learn about the incentives that we put in place. It was about, as well, going into our schools and talking to our students and looking at, building programs early on in the P-12 system so we could expose students not only to programming around the environment, but also what opportunities may be there for them. I think that's really the next big step in the climate change discussion for our P-12 system is exposing students to new trades and opportunities to get into the field. But as I say all of this, that money's going to be gone to do all of those projects. And we don't know, and nobody has indicated to us where that's going to come from. And that's heartbreaking because I just know how hard staff has worked on this over the years to build these programs. I know how strong the relationship has been with our federal counterparts to look at new initiatives in ways that we can, promote wind, promote solar, promote efficiency. And as I said, like the prices for wind and the prices for solar and such have dropped so significantly because of technology and demand that it's becoming a viable option for families all over the province. And my fear is that, you know, budgets are such, we go into a recession, people are calling for one, the experts are calling for one. I hope it doesn't happen, nobody wants that. But what happens is budgets start to shrink. This fund was put in place and it wasn't driven by, we got to find this amount of money out of a government department to fix this. We had this based on what we negotiated in cap and trade. We had this money. This was the money that was being generated through a strong negotiation and a deal that put this money in place, but also kept the cost to consumers at approximately 1 cent on diesel, on propane, on gas. This plan, approximately 10 cents a liter is going on gas and propane and furnace oil. And it's just like, as others have said tonight, it's almost like they want it to happen. We want the fight. We're going to fight this out, and everybody's going to think that we're defending them. Well, they're not going to think that when they go to the gas pump, or they go buy bread, or they go try to do really anything at this point. That's really what I just, you know, I'm scratching my head at it going, you can call it a liberal carbon tax all you want, but people are catching on to this, right? Like people aren't going to care whether you call it a liberal carbon tax or not when their gas is up 10 cents a liter. Like, they're not going to care. They're not going to liberal whatever. They're not going to. Their gas is going up 10 cents a liter, so everything else is going up 10 cents a liter. Everything. Well, not everything else going up in price. So I just, you know, I've heard this messaging, and it's really like it's all scripted. Like everybody's scripted. It's like, well, and back to the hoist, because I know I'm getting off topic, and I got that look from you before, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back. But this is why we should delay. I'm giving the example of the Green Fund. Significant. Low-income Nova Scotians, use it. It's important. We're keeping people in their homes. We're saving, and I said this last night, a lot of these initiatives actually, on average, probably save Nova Scotians $900 a year on their power bills. Like, that was the other thing, too, is that not only did we keep power rates stable, I was there for 3 years in negotiations with Nova Scotia Power. We kept them stable and low. We did. We did. But we also, and people, yeah, you can smile all you want. We negotiated hard with Nova Scotia Power and kept it under 1.8%. 3 years in a row when I was minister. But we also did that. We also did that and built all of these programs at the same time. We kept it low. We kept rates low, and we built all of these programs at the same time, which the department is still building upon, which is great. So that's not any kind of shot at the Minister of Natural. He gets it, totally. So does the Minister for Environment. But we set the conditions for it. And one of those conditions, big conditions, was cap and trade. So think, kept power rates low, built all of these programs, used the Green Fund, strong relationship with the federal government, 2,400 Mi'kmaq homes, 11,500 public housing units, a solar program that was the best in the country, e-bike incentives, electric vehicle incentives, incentives for public electrification of fleets, like chargers all over Nova Scotia, 13 solar installation companies to 70. I can go on for 3 years because that's what we did. Like, so my point is that, like, we did all of this. We negotiated cap and trade, kept power rates low, and now fast forward to now, all of it's in jeopardy. It all is. They need to find tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to cover that Green Fund. And if they don't, these programs are going to suffer. These, unfortunately, and the reality of the like, government deals a lot with a lot of very important issues, whether it's healthcare and education. And the environment is starting to take stage. Should have long ago, kind of did between as we progressed, as I said, technologies and initiatives and priorities change, partnerships change, money change. Like a lot of things happen to get us to this point. And again, like the government's really making some of the same moves we made. And they're expanding on some stuff, which is great. But the sad reality is that when you need to start looking at cutting things, which very well could happen if you can't replace that money, and we move into a recession, recessionary environment, sorry. The challenge for me and the scary part for me becomes is a lot of these programs go to the way. These are the ones they look at first. These are the ones that you know, the retrofits in homes, programs for around installation of heat pumps. These programs, you know, I'm afraid these are the ones that are at the desk saying, you know what, well, you know, we can't do that this year. And then they get lost. When actually, it's not about the environment. Like we're talking a lot about the environment and why should we should delay this thing. This is economic too. Like if you don't figure out that green fund, I'll table the document, but over $8 million went into that green fund. That's 70 companies that employ people because of that incentive. So it's the environment. This is the focus of the bill, and I get that, but what my reason for supporting the delay of this is because we have to put an economic lens on this too as well. When you put a program in place that retrofits 11,000 public housing units, people are going to work. When you talk about solar farms and massive wind projects, people are going to work. These are big construction opportunities because with this field, in my experience, you have your big projects, your wind, your solar farms, the investment in titles in tens of millions of dollars. And it's great because you have so many companies that are around that are doing that work, but you got to put the economic lens on this too as well. This is one of the greatest economic opportunities the province has probably had in a long time, because when you go from 13 to 70 companies in a year because of a program that was initiated, because of a fund that existed that the government used itself, the current government, to help fund, this matters. This is why we shouldn't just jump into this thing, because we also know that the federal government may not even approve it. That's what I mean. We're negotiating something backwards. Like that's, like I've never seen anything. Like you're talking about a number of significant programs that help Nova Scotians that are all very well could be in jeopardy based on what happens with the conversations between the province and the federal government. And why, again, we should have to, why I support the Hoist motion, is that we need to really take a look at the fact that this is ultimately about the environment. But the environment and the economy go hand in hand too as well. And we can continue to build on these programs. These are clean energy, clean educational opportunities that we can expose our kids to now to get them into the field as they go. We have our traditional industries. I was always a big supporter of moving green technology into our school trade systems. Like I think our classes, like I think that the time has come for that, expose our students to that. So like all of these things matter because this will be one of the biggest economic drivers. If you look at some of the initiatives that the government has put in place, or that they're looking at, that we supported too as well, everybody has, but like the big wind project, like these things matter. Like, you know, all of these retrofits are employing local people and communities all over the province. And they're being funded by this fund. And that's what's really, really concerning for me, is that I just don't know where they're going to find the money. It's not a few bucks. This is significant cash that they'll have to find within their budgets if they want some of this stuff to continue. And as we know, expand and have the ability to leverage federal dollars as well. And that was the other great part of it too, is that we could use the green fund. We were leveraging money. So we had this different fund that was set up because of cap and trade. We didn't have to go into our own budgets to deal with it. We used some government money, we used some green fund money, but we had that money to leverage. And it worked great. And now that could be all gone. And that is my concern. So mixed chair, I'm about a half hour in now. I don't know how much more I got to say at this point, but I will say this. I support the hoist of this. I support that this is being done backwards, and this is too big of a deal to do it this way. Like, the government has no idea whether the federal government supports this or not. They didn't do it in any other province. Why are they going to do it here? Why would they say, okay, Nova Scotia, you know, we said no to everybody else, but you know what? Thanks for coming in at the 11th hour, and we're going to support it. As my colleague said from Timberlea Prospect, this has been challenged in court more than once. And every time, it was the same result. I forget the saying, I don't want to say, you do this, anyway. To do it would be, they know the end result, but that's the point. They know the end result. And again, this goes to being political and actually governing. And that's where the hard negotiation comes in. That's where this should have been happening over an extended period of time. They had over a year. They didn't do it, right? They didn't govern. They said, we don't know what we're going to do with this, but we're going to call it a liberal carbon tax, and we're going to try to blame the opposition, and then pretend like they're in opposition and say, well, you guys are liberals, and mixed chair, it's all your fault. When actually, we knew it was bad, and we negotiated a new deal. One that funded all these programs. One that's putting people to work, lots of people to work. One that supports a lot of great education for our youth around climate change and the environment. One that supports the electrification of vehicles and the electrification of fleets, community solar buildings, solar farms, wind projects, retrofits, and the list goes on and on. And it's really too bad. Like I said, I had the privilege of working in that department with a really spectacular group of individuals that really care, that really know what they're talking about. And as I said in my comments last night, their whole foundation was building programs that supported our most vulnerable Nova Scotians, the ones that really needed the help the most, and it really had a great impact on saving them money and in a lot of cases saving money for families, but also making their homes more comfortable. And I don't know where we're going to find the money. I really don't. And the thought of like going into this knowing that the federal government could say no, it's just you're jeopardizing tens and tens of millions of dollars that they're going to have to find. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to get up and say a few words in support of the hoist. Politics are at play. And the unfortunate reality is that I don't think for the Premier's office, the 10 cents matters more than the fight. The 10 cents, it's true. The 10 cents a liter doesn't matter to that office more than the fight. And when every member gets up and speaks and they use that term liberal carbon tax, somebody's writing those speeches and somebody's saying, you make sure, if you say it's sunny outside, make sure you mention liberal carbon tax. Happy birthday, liberal carbon tax. Happy holidays, liberal carbon tax. Right? And it's just, you can see it. And it's really unfortunate. So I'll stop there. I support the hoist. They definitely need more time to make sure they get this right.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair, and very much appreciate the comments from this side of the chamber tonight. We've had some very articulate arguments put forward as to why we are making a stand on this bill and why we have moved a hoist motion tonight. Essentially, the argument is very simple. This bill will scrap a cap-and-trade program that's existed in Nova Scotia for years, that was an alternative to a carbon tax, that generated revenue for the province to redistribute to Nova Scotians. So any Nova Scotians listening at home, this would be the money that funded your efficiency programs. If you put heat pumps in, if you upgraded your windows, if you're in affordable housing, you could bring more efficiency programs into your affordable housing. This has been a very important tool in Nova Scotia for a couple reasons, the cap-and-trade system. One, it has ensured that we could participate in carbon pricing in the country within the federal framework. And two, redistribute money collected from polluters to the public so that they could then invest in initiatives that would actually make their homes more efficient and cheaper to heat and power. And this bill seeks to scrap that cap-and-trade system that's been in place without, we believe, a viable alternative. What's been proposed in the bill by the government, as the member for Timberley Prospect mentioned earlier, has actually been thrown out in the courts when other provinces have tried similar legislation. And we have not even had approval yet by the federal government that this is even going to be accepted. So the rationale for the hoist is very simple. We pull this bill for 3 months. So before we scrap a cap-and-trade system that has been very effective at pricing carbon but not punishing the consumers, actually supporting consumers with energy efficiency funding, before we do that, we have to ensure that we actually have a viable alternative that's going to protect the consumer and also do our part to price carbon. So that is the reason. That is the reason for it. But you do have to give credit where credit's due with the government. This government is very good at marketing and communications. It is. And we see it with their health care plan that certainly is more marketing than substance. We've seen the situation in that sector deteriorate very rapidly over the last year, but yet we have government messaging saying that it's actually remarkable what's happening. And we're seeing the same thing happen here. And I think what's consistent is when the Premier's back is against the wall on something, that's when we start to see the blame game happen. And if any members aren't familiar with the blame game, there is a Berenstain Bears book that was written on this. My mother read it to me when I was a child. I still read it to mine. It's when brother and sister blame each other on everything. Brother and sister bear blame each other on everything instead of working together. So what has happened here is that, for whatever reason, I know the government's been very focused on other files, particularly health care, but they got caught with their pants down on this particular issue with the carbon tax. There has been a year that's gone by where no negotiation was happening, no attempt to expand the cap-and-trade system. We've heard the Premier talk about the great relationship he has with all the other Atlantic provinces and how they're working together on all these important initiatives, but yet no work to try and expand our cap-and-trade market with other provinces. Nothing has happened over the last year. So we are now in this position right now where it looks like the carbon tax is potentially inevitable. And instead of taking responsibility for that, we have a Premier that is playing the blame game. Same thing that we've seen in healthcare. Same thing that we've seen on every single issue, actually, that the Premier has not been executing on his promises with, right? Well, that's not our fault. That's the opposition's fault. We saw it several times this summer when we sat in the emergency session. We've seen it here. The leader of the NDP mentioned it earlier. You know, and instead of taking responsibility and saying, listen, we want to get back to the table with the federal government, we really want to push potentially to keep the cap and trade system going, the government has misrepresented the position of the provincial Liberal Party that's actually on the record in the House, and have blamed the two opposition parties, which do not have the votes in this chamber to accomplish anything without government support. The Premier decided to blame it on us that we're in this situation, which is absolutely ridiculous, right? But it can be a very easy and effective message. It's an easy one for people to understand, right? Liberal carbon tax, we don't want it. They didn't help us. That is very easy. It's much harder to say we actually have a viable alternative. It's a cap and trade system. It's not only done what we need to do to attack climate change through carbon pricing, it has also redistributed funds to people that is making life more affordable for them and helping them live in more efficient homes and use more efficient vehicles, fuel-efficient vehicles. I believe it's also a superior program to the carbon tax because of the innovation that's incentivized in the private sector as a result of this. It's a better tool for innovation to green our economy, green our companies, and green our power grid. And this government, because their back's against the wall, is willing to scrap that whole system that we've had in place. A lot of people don't know we've had it in place. Because our government, on the other hand, was strong on policy. We weren't always good at public relations or marketing. But I do think we actually have the opposite situation now, where we've got a government that's focused on marketing and public relations, but is not bringing forward much substance on policy. So, Madam Speaker, for those reasons, I think a hoist motion is reasonable. We have not even heard yet from the federal government if they're going to accept this deal. And again, we have reason to believe they're not, because similar legislation has been thrown out by the Supreme Court when other jurisdictions have tried it. Other conservative governments have tried to do that. So I believe we have had a superior program in place with cap and trade. It has done what we need to do without punishing the consumer. And it now looks like the carbon tax is inevitable because this government refused to defend the system that we had in Nova Scotia, worked to expand that system, and is choosing to play the blame game instead of finding a solution. And as many members in this chamber have already mentioned tonight, the stakes are a little too high on this issue. From an environmental perspective, obviously, and the impacts that climate change are having on the world and on our communities here in Nova Scotia, but also on the cost factor and the economic factors with Nova Scotians. We are already dealing with an inflationary crisis, a cost of living crisis, not just in Nova Scotia, of course, but across the world. And this government's inaction, I believe, is ensuring that more cost pressures are going to be put on the consumers, particularly at the gas pump. This is particularly going to affect rural Nova Scotians. And I really think they can blame the opposition all they want, but really they only have themselves to blame on this issue, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a good meal. I just had some jambalaya. It was fantastic. This is important. This hoist motion is important. And I know that it may seem like an annoyance to some to have to sit here for hours on end, and I will remind the members on that side they did call the hours, not us. So, you know, in the spirit of democracy, if you're going to call the hours, I guess we'll have to fill them. And so we need to press pause. We've seen the Premier do this on many occasions where he's put legislation forward or he's put ideas forward and maybe they're a little bit rushed. They didn't have the proper consultation. I mean, he admitted here today on the floor that the out-of-province tax was something that he didn't agree with, and they put the kibosh on it, which makes me wonder how and why an out-of-province tax for non-Nova Scotians is more important than dealing with climate change and dealing with this bill. So if you can pause the tax on out-of-province residents who own second and third homes. And to make sure you get it right, I would certainly hope that you would do something, you would do it for something as important as climate change. And if you don't, I think it really shows where your priorities lay. And your priorities lay with getting the votes, but not getting the legislation right. I support the pause on this bill because I don't think the stakeholders were properly consulted. I don't think the people of Nova Scotia were properly consulted. This is a government that will tell you that they're out talking to everybody, especially when it comes to health care. You know, they're on their third or fourth tour of the province, they said, when it comes to health care. Claiming they're the only ones that ever done that, but I can tell you that every health minister I've ever seen in my life has done a tour of Nova Scotia, and they've toured what they're responsible for. But for some reason, they don't want to tour Nova Scotia to talk about climate change and find out what really matters to Nova Scotians. And I think it's because what matters to Nova Scotians doesn't matter to them. And I think that's the problem. They don't want to hear what Nova Scotians have to say. And I don't think it's the minister in particular. I think the minister works hard. He's very open and transparent. And I think he understands the importance of this. Sometimes you get marching orders, and unfortunately, some of us listen, some of us don't. We will continue to fight for climate change, and we will continue to fight to get these bills right, because this isn't about an election. It's about doing what's right for Nova Scotians. And I will again ask that side of the House, why is it that you quickly react to out-of-town taxes, out-of-province taxes, but climate change, you plug your ears? It's not going to make well, I shouldn't say that. It will make a big difference if you pause it, because you're literally still in negotiations with the federal government. So by not pausing this, going back to the table, by not pausing this and refusing to go back to the table, you're making things worse. You're actually making it worse for Nova Scotians. And the spin is there, and the public relations is there, and everybody's working their magic to say liberal carbon tax. But I'm going to tell you something. This is not a liberal carbon tax. This is a conservative carbon tax, because you refuse to negotiate. It was a liberal cap and trade system. Get it right. It was a liberal cap and trade system that had a 1 cent increase. This is now a conservative carbon tax. And they can spin it all they want and say, it's not us. But you're governing, you pulled out of negotiations, you're putting forward legislation that you know will be rejected. You've been told at least a half a dozen times to bring forward a real plan by the federal government. Every other province and territory in this country can do it and have done it. In fact, Nova Scotia did it. But we're left alone. And what's been the difference? Has the federal government changed? Nope. The provincial government in Nova Scotia changed. And thus, the priorities changed also. And, I know this is just nobody's listening, and it's falling on deaf ears, and nobody wants to hear this right now. And that should say something, Madam Speaker, that something as important as climate change is not sinking in. And nobody's paying attention. And nobody wants to hear it. And nobody wants to negotiate. And nobody wants to budge on that side of the house. It has become political points for them. And I want you to think about that, Madam Chair. It has become a political victory and political points for them. That's how they see climate change now. They don't see it as something they should continue to negotiate. They pause this, negotiate. We have seen a flexible federal government. They were certainly flexible on the cap and trade system. You know, I just saw a photo op the other day with Justin Trudeau and Doug Ford together, complimenting each other. 2 years ago, who would have thought that? Yet, our current premier cannot get along with the premier or the prime minister. But our current premier will tell you, I'm not a federal conservative. But on climate change, you're certainly looking like it. Climate change and the environment, I think the reason why they won't pause this and the reason why they're showing little interest in our speeches here tonight or any other night is because they don't think it's a ballot issue. They think it's healthcare, education, the economy, but not the environment. And maybe they've done their own polling, and maybe that's what they found. But not everything has to be about winning and losing an election. Sometimes it's about winning and losing at life and doing the right thing. And they know, I would say the ones that have not been fully immersed in the whole political realm, the ones that aren't just fully immersed as politicians right now, they know that the environment is important. And they know the right thing to do is to pause this. And it's tough. It's tough. They're a brand new government. They're told, don't make a mistake. Don't listen to the other side. They're going to try to get you. You know, keep your head down, toe the party line, and you'll get ahead. But I'll remind them that we know that the average career for an MLA is 4 years, 3.5 to 4 years. That's what statistics show. Yeah. And when your family and your children and your grandchildren look at you and say, well, you were in a position to do something about the environment. You were in a position to do something about clean air and water. What did you do? The answer will be little to nothing, unless they pause the bill. Listen, we'll give you full support. Pause the bill. Do real stakeholder engagement on something as important as the environment. And I should say it louder to make sure they're listening. Do stakeholder meetings on something as important as the environment. Pause it. Meet with the experts. Bring back a real plan. One that you've negotiated with the stakeholders, Madam Chair. One that you've negotiated with your federal and federal and municipal partners. Because I've certainly talked to all kinds of leaders in the municipality, and they haven't heard a peep from the government on the Environment Act and these amendments. And bring something back. and will support it unanimously, and that is a bigger win for you than this. Much bigger. But it also shows that they care. That they care about the things that Nova Scotians are concerned about. And that they're not just a one-track mind government. You know, sometimes when I stand up here and I refer to the government, I'll say, the Conservative government of Nova Scotia. And as soon as I say it, you hear like crickets, like, you know, at night when you hear the crickets go and you hear in the background, progressive, 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 right? That's what they'll say. We're progressive conservative. Well, this is an opportunity to be progressive. Pause the bill. Show that you have a progressive bone in your body. And earn the title progressive conservative. Unless the progressive conservatives is mean only progressing what we want. Only progressing this. And if they want to show that they are progressive, pause the bill.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a point of order for the member opposite to get back on track. It's talking about what progressive conservative or conservative is. That really has nothing to do with what's on the floor right now. So if you could please instruct him to get back on track. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge the point of order. I would say that the member is talking about the bill in terms of what the UOIST is on the floor, and I'll just remind the member to stay on point. I recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I will say, I would like this paused so that the members opposite can show that the environment matters to them and they are progressive in their beliefs. We have seen in the past, when you talk about the environment, individuals that are not progressive tend to ignore it. The individuals that are progressive tend to act and react. And this, the pausing of this bill allows them to do that. Show Nova Scotians what real progressive conservatives look like by pausing this bill. Because if you don't pause this bill, you can't disassociate yourself with the federal conservatives anymore. You are federal conservatives if you do not pause this bill, because Pierre Poilievre...
I'm going to ask the member to stick to the UOIST that's on the floor. Recognize the member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I'm trying to do is explain to them why I think it's important for them to pause this bill. And some of the statements that this government has made around their beliefs and who they are and who they aren't, and who they support and who they don't support. And if you want to really show the public that, then you just pause the bill, you consult. You know, I did table something on my last speech about, it was the Globe and Mail that said that during the leadership run-up, and since then, the Conservative leader, federal leader Pierre Poilievre, did not mention the environment once. And when asked by the media why, he called them liberal shills. Pause this bill to consult, to speak, to talk, or be branded the same. That's what it comes down to. You're in the middle of negotiations. And I'll say, like, I just try to set an example to this. Imagine you live in Inverness and you want to purchase a home. And you're in the middle of purchasing a home, and you're going back and forth on the price. In the middle of it, you pull out and say, this is the price now. This is the price I'm going to pay, and that's it. Because that's what's happening here. And I think people in Inverness negotiate better than that. But I think that people are watching. Companies are watching. Stakeholders are watching. More importantly, the next generation and our children are watching. And they actually want you to do something. Tens of thousands of Nova Scotians took to the street in a climate change protest. Madam Chair, or mixed chair, sorry, I didn't know there was a switch. Mixed chair. They told you what they wanted. They demanded it from their politicians. And yet, in the middle of the night, in late hours, we're going to sneak this through while nobody's watching. A bill on the environment and carbon is being snuck through in the middle of the night while no one in the public is paying attention and maybe one person on the government side is. And so, what does that say? If they were proud of this bill, they would be doing it in the light of day. But instead, they want to do it at night, refuse to pause, refuse to have input, refuse to listen to the people that they have sworn to represent. And imagine, I often wonder if this was watched by the majority of Nova Scotians, and not the person speaking, but the people that are supposed to be listening. If this was watched, Madam Speaker, would Nova Scotians pause when they went to vote for those individuals? I bet you there would be tens of thousands of emails sent to individuals saying, "What are you doing? Just listen. These are common sense arguments on why you need to pause this." And they've shown that they can do this, and they've shown that they're willing to do it, to pause bills, to go back and correct the course when they receive pressure. But I think there's a gamble being done here, Mixed Speaker. And the gamble is majority of Nova Scotians aren't watching. They're not going to be upset. And then the government is going to put out some public relation stuff. We see it on Twitter all the time. We did it, a nice big blue and signed by the Premier. You know, that's what they're going to do. We saved the environment. And then move on to the next. And then when it comes time that they're hit at the pump, they're going to say, "It wasn't us. It was Justin Trudeau. It wasn't us. It was the federal Liberals. It wasn't us. It was the provincial Liberals," even though we voted against it. And it's extremely offensive that those members across the way continue to put that misinformation out there on the floor of the House and outside the House, that we voted for it when we actually voted against it. And that goes to character. And that goes to what's most important to the individuals. Is it politics or is it climate? Is it politics or real policy? It's politics. And again, I say, if you want to redeem yourself to Nova Scotians and not run from the issue, pause. We've heard from groups that this, not partisan groups, not government groups, we've heard from groups that this doesn't work. What's being presented does not work. We've heard from families that are struggling, that they can't afford to pay this. And the response isn't to say, we'll pause it, we'll look for a better deal for Nova Scotians, we'll fix it, we'll make it better for you. It's, we're going to do it. We're going to blame the feds. We're going to hope we get a 10-point bump in the polls and use it as political warfare. Imagine Mr. Speaker, using poverty and climate change, inflation, and the inability for parents to feed their families as a political weapon. Because that's what's happening here on this floor. When people, just pause, and wait for those people to come into your office and talk about fuel prices, and talk about inflation, and talk about costs, and say, you know what? We're going to do something. Look to see what the ramifications are on real-life people. Not people making $150,000 a year, not people that have been in politics for the last 25 years, not people that are independently wealthy and decide to run for politics. Real people. But they won't. They're going to carry on. Just like they did when we asked them to give people a break at the pump. They said Nova Scotians can shoulder it. Just like that was the words of the individuals across, Mr. Speaker. They'll drive less, was what was said. Just like when we talked about people struggling every day to pay their bills, Mr. Speaker. There was no pause there, right? They said, get a better job. Shaming them. When it comes to the climate change, it's the same ordeal. It's a matter...
I am going to remind the member to speak to the pros and cons of hoisting this particular bill. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It shows the pros and the cons. What it shows, actually, is it shows where their priorities are. It shows where their priorities are. Not Nova Scotians, their priorities. And there's a lot of, different expressions that come across when you stand here. Most of it's, it's almost like people think you're a fool for standing up here, talking about these issues, and as if they're better than you. Because you're standing up here, Mr. Speaker, fighting for what you hear Nova Scotians say to you every single day. And I don't know what it is about this chamber, Mr. Speaker, that does not allow the flexibility. Because the way people act in this chamber and the things they say and do in this chamber is completely different than the way they present themselves outside. The inflexibility on important issues. If a constituent of one of these individuals, of an MLA in Nova Scotia, approached them about climate change, this is not how they would act. They would sit down, they would talk to them, they would listen to them, they would tell them they're going to do everything they can for them and the future of this province and this planet. And then they come into this chamber, and it's like things are completely forgotten. It's almost like these walls give people a sense of invincibility. Right? And I wish more Nova Scotians watched their MLAs, because what I say in this chamber is the exact same things I say outside this chamber. And when I say I want it paused, I'm not just saying it here for political theater. I'm saying it because I'm a father of 3. I'm saying it because I believe that climate change is real. I believe that it has a huge impact and will have an even larger impact on our lives. I don't believe the finances of individuals of this province should be politicized and used as political tools. And so you can catch me out there, and I say the exact same thing. Because this isn't about me. I think people start believing the honorable title when they get it. And they believe that they're inflexible and that they have to put their party first. And maybe that's what we get when we have a first past the post system. But it's time to pause not just this, but pause the deep partisanship that these bills cause you. To have the real conversations about climate change, the impact that it's going to have on our children, the impact that we're seeing now. If you would have said, Madam Speaker, 10 years ago, or Mr. Speaker, sorry, that we were going to see the storms that, before Hurricane Juan, so I guess that was probably 15 years ago, maybe? Sorry, I'm not good with timelines. If you would have told us before Hurricane Juan that we were going to see the type of storms we were seeing in Nova Scotia, no one would have believed you. People used to say that Nova Scotia was the safest place weather-wise in the world. No volcanoes, no earthquakes, no tornadoes. We'd get a storm here and there, but nothing really big. The thing that we really had to worry about was every once in a while we'd get a really heavy snowstorm, right? But now we're seeing more and more and more. Mixture. Phone. Your phone.
Order. My understanding is that you're not allowed to be in a conversation on phones in the chambers. Am I?
Sorry,
Oh, okay. Sorry, it looked like. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I apologize. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mixture totally on me, I thought. Sorry. I apologize to the member. But now we're seeing these storms. We're seeing coastal erosion at a faster pace. And that's the other thing, Mixture. Why not pause it until the Coastal Erosion Act is done? So that we can bring it together. So that they can work off of each other. That's the other thing we're waiting for. We're waiting for a Coastal Erosion Act, which is extremely important for Nova Scotians, especially you rural MLAs. Coastal erosion is massive.
Order. Please direct your comments to the members opposite through the Speaker's chair. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Mixed Speaker, especially for the rural MLAs. Coastal erosion is extremely important. If they don't think that, then I think they need to talk to their constituents. I know that I represent a large portion of a rural area, and it's extremely important for us. We're seeing breakwaters because of climate change not holding up and protecting coves anymore. When Dorian hit Nova Scotia, it made landfall in Ketch Harbor, Nova Scotia, for those of you who don't know. It actually made landfall in Ketch Harbor. And what did it do? It destroyed the breakwater in Herring Cove. A massive breakwater was destroyed, it was taken off, and these are things that are happening because of climate change. We never saw storms like Dorian. We never saw storms like Ian and Juan. And we need to get this bill right. And as smart and as well-intended as the individuals are over on that side of the House, and we are on this side of the House, there's so much more expertise and knowledge on climate change, carbon tax, carbon capture, than in this room, than in the minister's office and department. There are people that have literally spent a lifetime studying this. And we are about to swallow, as Nova Scotians, a massive hit at the pump and at fuel. Not because we have to, Mr. Speaker, it's because they want us to. The government wants us to score political points. And I see members, Mr. Speaker, laughing about it, but if you believe that not to be true, pause the bill. Pause it. If you do not pause this bill, there is a really good potential that a carbon tax is going to be enforced on Nova Scotians. A conservative carbon tax will be enforced on Nova Scotians, because that's what this is. You have the ability to stop this right here, right now, tonight. Stand up. Mr. Speaker, stand up. Tell us why you don't feel it's important to pause this bill. Stand up and tell us why you don't feel it's important to pause this bill and speak to constituents. Why it's not important to pause this bill and speak to stakeholders. Heck, why isn't it important to pause this bill and speak to your own children and grandchildren? But here we are tonight, away from our families, away from the people we love, because they decided to call hours until the cows come home. And this bill, this amendment, this hoist, should not be being debated at 6:41 at night outside of a news cycle, if they believed in this bill. If you truly believed in this bill, Mr. Speaker, you would pause it and let's have a conversation. Let's call hours 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, heck, Monday to Sunday, for the next couple of weeks. And have the debate in prime time. Let's do it. Let's call, you know what we should do, Mr. Speaker? Let's pause the debate. And let's, each and every one of us, reach out to our elementary schools and have those children fill the gallery, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying pause it and have the children fill the gallery and see how they feel about climate change. And see how they feel about the future of this planet. And let's see how they feel about responsible governments that listen. Let's pause. Let's pause and do that. It's not going to happen. I mean, I'm befuddled on, I'm just puzzled on how you can let a win slip through your fingers, Mr. Speaker, for partisan purposes. A win is to pause this bill and to listen and to say we are a government that takes climate change seriously, and we will continue to negotiate with our partners because we know they're fair partners, because they gave us a cap and trade system that only raised our prices 1 cent a litre. And they allowed us to create a green fund that helped low-income Nova Scotians afford power. Does that sound like an unfair partner to you? There was 37... Oh yeah. That's the other thing. They don't mind spending the money. If I said, hey, let's pause this bill and you can spend another $37 million, this bill would be paused forever. Telling you. I just think that any reasonable, non-political, non-partisan human being on this planet would take the time to pause and listen on a subject so important as climate change. If we were talking about mowing the lawn, I'd say let it go through. If we were talking about, I don't know, painting your house, let it go through. We were talking about a gravel road, and you were trying to jam gravel roads down our throat. I'd say, you know what, this isn't the time or place to fight. Maybe they know what they're talking about. Let it go through. But it's climate change, and it impacts everybody. And I have a lot of respect for the minister. I had a lot of respect for him when I was in government. I think as much as people want to think whatever about me, I think he and I, the minister and I have always had a decent relationship. We know a lot of the same people. And the people I know that know him have a great deal, or know that minister, Mr. Chair, have a great deal of respect for him, as do I. And I know it's difficult. I know it's tough. I've been a minister. I know it's tough when the department is saying things to you and the experts in the department are telling you things and you have a government telling you things. And I'm not, because of cabinet confidentiality, I want to talk about one situation where I paused. I paused something before it got to the floor of the legislature. I walked into a room as cabinet minister, all the ED, the deputy, everybody was there. They had this idea they wanted to do. They've been trying to do it for a while. They gave me the spiel and all that stuff and the information, and they said, we got to do it. Now's the time. And I stopped, I took the information, I said to them, I need to process this. Walked out of the room, took a day or two, read the information, came back, and I said, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it, and here's the reason why. Were they happy with me? Nope. I'm sure there were people in the government at the time that weren't happy with me. There's lots of times there were people in our government that weren't happy with me. But so is life. And it wasn't easy, but I did it. And it would have been a bill that was so simple. I think there would have been a little bit of, from some individuals, there would have been some pushback in the legislature on it. But for me at that time, what it represented and what it was supposed to do wasn't the right thing. And there was better ways to do it. And what I said was, we need to talk to the individuals that this impacts. We need to talk to the experts. And it can't just be a cone of individuals within the department and within the political partisan realm. And I'm sure, you know, and that's, I mean, listen, if the minister himself truly believes that this is the right thing to do, if he truly believes that fighting with your federal counterparts after they have been extremely cooperative, that not listening to the tens of thousands of people that took to the streets for climate change, that the students in the schools and our children and our grandchildren and the experts, not listening to them, if he truly believes that the information he was given and the direction he was told to go is the right way, well, put your name on it, stamp it. You know, he was given information, I think it was 5,000, just under 6,000 pages of report. So I know, not just on this, I think it was on maybe the gold mine, 6,000-page report, Mr. Speaker. And so did he read the whole thing? I mean, if he did, hallelujah, but I doubt that he read the whole report. I think that's what staff helped them with. So he's got to be able to trust his staff. Right? He's got to be able to trust his advisors and the people around him. But sometimes going against what people are trying to jam down, like push through, doesn't mean that you're not on the same team. It doesn't mean that you don't value their input. It just means that you're the minister and you think this is not the right way to go. So I'm going to pause it. And I'm going to get more information. I'm going to go into, Citadel Sable Island. I'm going to go talk to those individuals. I'm going to go to Lunenburg, and I'm going to go to Truro and Musquodoboit. We'll go across the causeway and talk to some Capers too. And we're going to talk Cumberland. We'll go to Cumberland. Nobody forgets about Cumberland. Well, not what we heard in question period. But anyways, so go to those people. Because the impacts of the environment looks different depending on where you are. If you're in the urban core, or if you represent farmland, or you represent a coastal community, the impacts of climate change can look very different. And we see that when hurricanes hit. We see that when we have extensive weather conditions. And you know, I often think when we stand up here and we debate, we talk, and I know there's staff watching and pages who are very young compared to us are watching, and I know that the staff and the pages stand quietly and nonpartisan, but I often think, like, man, what do they think when we're debating climate change, and they see one side just totally shut off, and the other side begging and pleading. And this is democracy. And I hope that when they pause and think about this bill, that they think about those people.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Waverley, Fall River, Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Mixed Speaker, on a point of order, I really did enjoy hearing the stories about the members' time in office for 5 months as minister of something. I'm not sure quite what that was, but to get back on point, really what this whole thing is about, we're really talking, listening to a hoist motion about cap and trade. We're listening to a hoist motion on taxing the big businesses and stuff in Nova Scotia. I've heard very little in the last 20 minutes that even touched on that, Mixed Speaker.
I mean, I note your concern. I note the point of order. I do actually think that the member has spoken to the issue of climate change and the importance of that, and perhaps used his own experience as to provide empathy around the difficult of decision making in government. So, I don't find the point of order, but I will remind the speaker to maintain. Thank you. So, with your remaining time, let's talk through the pros and cons of the hoist motion. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I got to start banking time here. I'd say over the last 2 days, they've probably taken 10 or 15 minutes away from me with a 1% success rate. Mixed Chair, I am glad that the Minister of Environment is allowing me to continue without interruptions, and that means a lot to who he is and the character of that individual. And so when I say that, I hope that as I continue, they also that the minister also listens to the words that we're saying and realizes that this isn't going to be about a partisan moment, Mixed Speaker. This isn't about gotcha politics when we ask for the pause. I'll gladly stand out front with a sign that says this is the best environment minister ever if they pause this bill and they do the proper consultation and they get this bill right. I'll be the first one, Mixed Speaker, to praise the environment minister, to praise this government, and to say that they did things right. And proof of that, I have actually, as much as they may not want to believe it, I have posted positive things in the past about this government when they made what I felt was the right decision. And so, Mixed Chair, we just need to make sure that this is one of those bills that we get right. And when you spend, instead of pausing and consulting and speaking and talking, you spend the first year fighting and finger pointing and being in the media How can we trust that this is the right proposal? I'll tell you how we can. If you have nonpartisan groups and all parties agree, and they haven't. If you pause and take the time to consult and work with that group. We heard that a lot. When we were in government, we heard that a lot, especially in law amendments. Pause the bill, pause the bill, pause the bill, listen, pause the bill, do all this stuff. It was constant, it was nonstop. And we did it sometimes we didn't. That's how government works. But on this piece of legislation, we asked that they pause it. The one piece of legislation they paused was, it didn't impact Nova Scotians, it impacted non-Nova Scotians who had a second home in Nova Scotia. That's the bill they paused. I know, Mixed Chair, you can't comment on things like this, but if I could read your mind right now, I think, if I could read everybody's minds right now, I wouldn't want to. How's that? Is that better? If I could read the minds of individuals, and I'm sure they'd all be saying climate change is more important. It's more important. And you know, there's going to be lots of more hours to discuss this bill. I don't want to stand here and talk for hours on end to Mixed Chair, one of the nicest people I know, one of the nicest ministers I know, one of the nicest human beings I know. I don't want to do that. You know, I go back to, like, I know that when we have conversations over the years, they've been fantastic. And I know that that individual to be intelligent, to be wise, and I'm not just blowing smoke, Mixed Chair, to be someone who genuinely cares, and for the most part, I mean, we all get our partisanship, but for the most part, hasn't been overly partisan. And so I hope that when I say these words for the next 11 minutes and 43 seconds, that it convinces the minister or the powers that be. Might be better if the message was delivered by someone else but me, but so be it. To reflect, to pause, to go back to their constituents. I mean, we don't need to rush this through, right? Let's be honest. This isn't a bill that needs to be rushed through. But it's being rushed through. I mean, I think I was a little surprised when I saw this on the docket. I said, Mixed Chair, I thought they were still negotiating. And it shows a level of disrespect to your partners. That this is the approach you take. That the approach starts as microaggression, and then it's poking and prodding, and then it's flat out calling them out in the media, and then it's dropping legislation. When the other side's saying, like, hey, this is going to be difficult negotiations, but we can do this because it's been done before. Mixed Speaker. And I don't know if the former environment minister and the current environment minister ever took an IQ test, but I bet you they're around the same. Maybe the current one's a lot smarter. I don't know. Energy, sorry. Energy and environment. Same thing. The environment ministers will say, Mixed Speaker. I don't think it's because that department and that minister are afraid of hard work. In fact, the people I know in the department and the minister himself, I know they're not afraid of hard work. In fact, they thrive. They thrive under tough conditions and hard work. And that's where they do some of their best work. So why, Mixed Speaker, take the easy route out? Why decide that we're going to put this through and then turn around and blame the federal government and score political points. Why do that? Why not take the difficult route, but take the right route? What do they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? This is the easy route. And so take the difficult route, negotiate with your partners. You can't always put yourself before the people you're supposed to represent. You can't always put the party first. You should never do that, in fact. You weren't elected to represent the Progressive Conservative Party, or in this case, the Conservative Party. You were elected to represent the people of Nova Scotia, and the people of Nova Scotia want you to pause this bill. They want you to get this bill right. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that when it comes to this bill, how about we just pause it for one day? One day. No, give us a week, Mr. Speaker. Pause for 1 week, Mr. Speaker. This bill.
Order.
What's that?
The amendment is to hoist it for 3 months.
I was trying to give options, though.
Okay, well, that would be another amendment. Are you proposing another amendment? No. Okay. All right. But I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's pause for 3 months. But, you know, maybe we can give them some leeway if we get the information we need, right? How about the first day after we pause it, they release all the consultation that was done on this bill, on this amendment? How about they just give us a list of people they spoke to? The list of town hall meetings they had. Who they met with, and how many times they met with their federal partners. How many times they met with their municipal partners. The mayors and the wardens, who are just invested in this as anyone else. You know, that's important information, Mr. Chair. But it's a common occurrence on this and other things. When we ask for detailed information, there's a reason why we can't have it. This is a government when opposition was so adamant about access to information that they took the previous government to court. And yet, in government, they refuse to release information. They refuse to have town hall meetings on climate change. They refuse to have, or if they did, they're not releasing it. And those are things we can get if they pause the bill. We could talk about the Green Fund and all the great stuff that it has done. And if you paused the bill and actually showed Nova Scotians how they're going to be able to afford their retrofits, how they're going to be able to afford their solar panels, how they're going to be able to afford energy-efficient updates that they normally could not afford, that would help the working class and low-income people of this province get by day to day, because we know power rates are going up 20%. We know that because there's a fuel adjustment cost coming down the pipeline. They don't talk about that. They're not talking about it. They're saying 1.8%. But we know with the fuel adjustment cost that's coming down the pipeline, and now with the withdrawal from the Maritime Loop, power is going to skyrocket. And so, pause and get it right. Get it right. Things have gotten exponentially worse.
Since we came into the house.
And this is an opportunity to make sure that Nova Scotians don't suffer. That when because of the decisions of this government, things continue to skyrocket out of control price-wise. There will be still a green fund. Like, next chair, power is going up close to 20% over the next couple of years because of the fuel adjustment cost. The green fund helped fight that. If people don't see that, I see members laughing. Ask the people that got heat pumps. Ask the people that got solar panels. Ask the people that got their homes retrofitted and their hot water tanks wrapped at a discounted price. If you think that's funny, you're out of touch. Mixed Speaker. And you're taking that away for political points. To be able to say, the big bad Justin Trudeau. You sure didn't mind taking his COVID money. You sure, Mixed Speaker, so pause.
Early education.
Pause the bill and listen. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, Mixed Speaker, that we're going to ram this through and go against our federal partners, but at the same time say, we'll take that child care money over here. Come on, give it to me. And then turn around and go, climate change. Sorry, you got it wrong. If for anything, do it to keep the green fund. The solar business industry has exploded because of the green fund, Mixed Chair. You are again about to decimate that industry, because if you talk to Aztec Solar, Mixed Chair, take a moment, pause, talk to the owners of Aztec Solar and ask him how he went from one little truck to 15 trucks because of the green fund. He'll tell you that. He'll tell you that. The moment the green fund came in, people could afford retrofits and solar panels. Gone. It's gone. You all can afford solar panels because you make twice, 3, 4 times more than the average Nova Scotian. You know, maybe we all should be making $35,000 for a couple of years, Mixed Speaker, to remember what it feels like. Right? Because if the pay was that, 90% of the people wouldn't be here. So I pause my thought for a moment, and I go back to the topic at hand, and that is, Mixed Speaker, again, we ask that this minister, who I believe has a huge heart, who's smart, who's listening, and listen, Mixed Speaker, there's very few people, when I stand up for an hour, that actually take it all in. But I can tell you, Mixed Speaker, I got a feeling that the minister takes it in. I really do. I think, Mixed Speaker, that individual is one of the few people that actually listen and take it all in. Probably goes home and cleans out his ears and stuff when he gets home and stuff, and, you know, blasts loud music or something to clear his brain, but maybe does yoga. But, Mixed Speaker, I just think it's really important. I hope that you take the time to consider all this stuff. And listen, man, we will support you thick and thin if the public does. You keep the green fund, and you do this right. Just stop saying on that side of the aisle, Mixed Speaker, that this is a Liberal carbon tax when the Conservative government of Nova Scotia is going to impose it by not negotiating. So if you decide, Mixed Speaker, if they decide to not negotiate, they decide not to pause and not negotiate, when you stand up next time, don't call it a Liberal carbon tax, because we voted against it, we negotiated against it, and you failed to.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
And I hope I have the forgiveness of the member from Fall River. I will be off topic for one line. My 2 little boys are watching right now. They think their dad is famous because he's on Ledge TV. And something that we all understand, we may not understand what I'm going to say, but and something that we may understand, Dad, we're watching you. Can you rub your nose so that we know you're watching? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm a man of few words, mostly. A lot of good points have been made by my colleagues, and so I won't reiterate too many of them, but I will highlight a few that stood out. I obviously want to be on record for my children. You know, every once in a while, a member from the other side or our side might mention their kids are watching or kids are listening in, and what would they think? It does make me want to stand up even more quickly. But I do want the residents of Annapolis to know, the residents of Nova Scotia to know that under the previous government, under the leadership of Stephen McNeil, who I have a lot of respect for, under the leadership of the member from Timberley Prospect, many of my colleagues here in the room, they worked hard to introduce a made in Nova Scotia cap and trade system for Nova Scotians. They knew it was the right choice. They knew it was the most affordable choice. They knew it was the best choice. I want the residents of Nova Scotia to know that it seems like the current government doesn't care if this was the right choice or the most affordable choice or the best choice. I do agree. I do think the minister listens intently, but I do think this government is dead set on introducing their own version of carbon tax. We do know that the cap and trade system we introduced was not an easy choice. It's a complex system. Many people have mentioned that. It does challenge a government to be creative and bold. And as the member of Timberley Prospect mentioned, we aren't granted the luxury of other provinces of unlimited hydro in our backyard. We've had a lifetime of dependence on coal. It's going to take some bold action to transition from that. But this cap and trade system we introduced allowed for the lowest carbon price, I think, in the country, while balancing these challenges that our province faces. This current legislation was an easier choice. It seemed to be a choice with the least amount of work. It did seem to be a choice that sees Nova Scotians carry a burden and force them to suffocate more on affordability issues. This choice equates to not doing your homework. As the leader of the NDP has mentioned, it doesn't seem to care about the deadline, and it doesn't seem to care as much about Nova Scotians. This amendment from the government only works if we have an agreement with the federal government. And as now, we don't have an agreement with the federal government, giving even more reason to hoist or press pause on this bill. I believe this amendment completely gives away our negotiating position. I believe this amendment not only rids us of all the good work of a past government and government staff, it does rid any chance Nova Scotians get for the best, most affordable deal. So why host this bill? Why ask government to do more homework? I believe it's the right thing to do. I think much more work is needed. I think more negotiation is needed. This government had a year and a half to do the work, and I think there's more time to do more work. This legislation deletes a program that department staff and our government worked hard to put together for Nova Scotians. It was a made in Nova Scotia cap and trade system. It seemed to do much more for the environment. It raised a lot more funding for programs. It saved more for Nova Scotians than other programs. And it'll be removed because I believe this government refuses to give credit to a past government. And I believe the Premier is set on making a decision that's a complete 180 from the past government, no matter how reasonable the idea is. This isn't a new idea. I think all governments are guilty of this. I wish it wasn't the case. I know it sounds naive as a first-time MLA, but we all know we have an endless amount of items to discuss and debate. And every once in a while, I wish we'd come together and build on what the previous government did, and that all Nova Scotians win. With this bill amendment, Nova Scotians will lose. They will lose at the pumps as they pay more. They will lose on heating their homes as they pay more to sit colder longer. They will pay more because this government chose this. Please pause this bill. Please consider it. And thank you for giving me the time to speak on this.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to stand to speak to this bill, to the hoist of this bill, Bill 208 Environment Act, and to amend the Environment Act. I really wanted to just put it on the record that I I'm in support of this hoist motion to ask the government to please hit pause before we lose more. Our government has worked so hard in the last 4 years to bring these trade-in cap and bring some benefits to our to my constituents and to your constituents. They've been able to use the money from the trading to implement beautiful program, the efficiency program that I used so many years ago to change all the windows in my house. Now I have a house that cost a lot on electric bills. Now I'm spending half of that. They put programs for the solar. All these programs that are so important, now your government's going to have to find money to pay for it, while we had negotiated the money to pay for those programs. So I also want to do the government to Nova Scotia. And we all know that the proposed deal that this government has sent to the federal government was, they knew that it wasn't going to be accepted, but they still, at the last moment, sent it just to say that we've done something, right? They knew it was going to be rejected, and it was, of course, rejected in many other provinces as well. So it was a very obvious tactic that they played, unfortunately, and we are very scared, actually, for what is going to happen. Nova Scotia is known to be a leader in environment. I remember actually from 15 years ago when my niece's husband, who had just finished from his environmental engineering degree and was and went to England, he and my niece, and he was snatched like this because he was working on the green garbage. Nova Scotia was a leader in the green garbage, and we've done so well with that. We've always been leaders, and this bill will set us back instead of moving us forward. I just can't imagine why this government is doing it beside political reasons, just as two kids who are fighting and do not want to help each other. It's unfortunate. Truly, that's how I see it. I also know that I've had a couple of notes here. The ones who I will be there to remind my constituents that when the prices at the pump will rise, that this was the cause of it as well. It is just a very regressive piece of legislation instead of progressive piece of legislation. It is. We have many cars. We all drive many cars, and we know that with the carbon tax and the way it was negotiated, it is very beneficial to us. We are, as I said, a very progressive and advanced in our environment and protecting land and doing everything else. Why is this government setting us back? So I'm totally against this amendment that is coming with this bill, and I'm in support of the hoist and delay. Please take it back. Please negotiate, and for the benefit of everyone, especially my constituents. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I stand to support this hoist. I do so after sitting and listening for several hours about this debate. I do so because, like many of my colleagues, I'm a little concerned as well. I'm concerned with the approach. I'm concerned with the fact. And I have a lot of respect for a lot of people across the floor, and especially the Premier. So it really troubles me when we are getting the finger pointed at us, Ms. Speaker. It troubles me because it's not true. The statements that have been made are not true. That troubles me. It's kind of the reason that brought me into this place, because I got tired of hearing politicians talk, make promises, pie in the sky. That's what drove me to this place. I ask respectfully that you at least entertain, pause, work with us. We are willing to work with you, and allow us to try to do what we should be doing as legislators for all Nova Scotians. We have an environmental crisis right now going on all over the place. We need to do whatever we need to do. We need to pull out all the tools in our pockets to ensure that whatever moves we take moving forward, whatever laws or legislation we put forward, that it is in the best interests of all Nova Scotians. Not just some, all. I ask again, humbly, please, just take a moment. You may have another agenda, but I'm asking, just take a moment and allow us to try to do better for all Nova Scotians. So, I support this hoist, and Ms. Speaker, with that, I'm going to take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it seems like we're all over here pleading for a pause. And once again, in my life experience, I get to speak about protecting the environment. I know when we had Hurricane Juan and all the storms since, they've been getting worse. The most costly one was the most recent one. I've always told residents, when Mother Nature gets mad, she gets really mad. I want to thank the minister for bringing this forward to have this discussion in the House.
Yes.
But it's not ready to be pushed through this House in a rushed manner. I recall when I was a mom raising my 3 children, I decided to join a focus group where I was asked to weigh my kitchen waste and weigh it because there was an interest in diverting waste at the curb. I did that, and it was quite interesting. I was educated. I was interviewed by CBC and they asked me, this is great what you're doing, composting and diverting from the curb and helping the municipality in their expenses instead of, like someone said earlier, burying everything. I was asked by the journalist, well, this is great what you're doing, but do you think your neighbors will ever take up what you're doing? And I said, I would only hope so. So here we are today, decades later, and we're going to be asking my neighbors, your neighbors, all the neighbors across Nova Scotia, how we're going to protect the environment. And are they willing to buy into it? I don't know. We don't know what we're asked to buy into. We heard from the member from Timberley Prospect last night saying, oh, it's going to be 10 cents a litre more at the pumps. as opposed to 1 cent a liter under the cap and trade. Others have said the power rates are going to go up. And we also heard it doesn't meet the pan-Canadian framework for climate change. But how, and it's always been my challenge in my experience, do we engage the public to get that buy-in, to educate them on what they need to do? I have always made the decisions of what's best for the environment. I've always driven a hybrid vehicle. I drive an economical, compact vehicle. Are we going to be telling everybody now to get rid of their big vehicles? Because carbon pricing is going to be scary. We have a high rate of cancer, skin cancer now. We knew it was coming because the tailpipe of industry from the rest of North America ends right over Nova Scotia. So here we are, trying to address healthcare. If no one can be passionate about protecting the environment, we're wasting our time in this room. I've served on many committees. I served on Municipal Council's Environment and Climate Change. And a page asked me yesterday, I've just been asking everybody, what brought them to be in this house? And I said, because I wanted to protect the future for my children and my children's children. And as a young person, he found that very interesting that that would be my viewpoint on why I want to be in this house. I've walked and marched along many youth fighting for the environment, crying and telling us all, you don't understand what this means. You're killing our world. And then we just kind of, well, we know what's best. I know we've spent, I can talk to my grandfathers and the people before me and my fathers and how they thought they were doing the right thing. But years later, we're spending millions of dollars remediating our soil because they thought burying hydrocarbons was just, okay, out of sight, out of mind. That's what everything has always been, how we've always treated the environment. All I ask in my plea, along with my colleagues here, is pause. Give it some thought as to how you're going to get the buy-in, because this will blow up when it gets onto the public, and it'll be too late. And each one of us in this room is going to wear it. A hybrid system. Does that mean we all drive hybrid cars? Done. What is it? I can't emphasize enough what is in my heart of hearts right now. I don't want to have to judge the people of Nova Scotia in their decision making. I want to know that they're doing it for the right reason. I had a gentleman once call me, and he says, it's ridiculous what you're asking me to do with my garbage. I'm 75 years old, and I'm continuing to put it at the curb because I pay my taxes to do it. And is that the engagement and that the response you want for the environment? Without engagement, that's what you're going to get. And I hope that each and every one of us will march along with our youth when they come with their tears and their pleas to listen to them. I'm here speaking on their behalf. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've been listening to the debate intently. It really is, advantageous to have former environment ministers in your midst because they're intimately familiar with the file, and some of us sat on Treasury Board as well, so the file would have come before us as well when we were talking about the cap and trade system. I support this hoist motion because during this debate it has become very clear to me that the government's response to the issue at hand has not been clearly well thought out. And I think they need some more time to work through their response. And by their response, it seems to me that they're actually trying to avoid dealing with this particular issue. It's a thorny issue. There's no doubt about it. Because it's easier to look away and to decide that you're not going to deal with climate change. You're not going to deal with what we need to do. But those of us who have children and who hope to have grandchildren one day, those of us need to think about what kind of a future we're leaving for Nova Scotians here if we don't do something here. And what bothers me singularly is that the government's response has been completely inadequate to what is expected on a major file. So we saw, as many of my colleagues have alluded to, sort of a last-minute rush to get a plan into the government, into the federal government, which no one expected the federal government to accept it. I'm not sure why the government did, but no one expected the federal government to accept it because it was clearly inadequate. And they were told that. And so, sure enough, the Fed said no. So the response is, let's blame the Feds. And I think that this is governing is hard. We did it for 8+ years. Governing with principled policy is even harder. And there were lots of times where there were easy solutions to things, but they were the wrong solutions. And so we would tough them out. And my leader spoke earlier today about the fact that someone made the observation that we were all about policy and not enough about PR. And this government's really good at PR. But there has to be good policy behind it. And my concern is this is not good policy. The fact that a government would decide to actually impose by their actions a carbon tax on a citizenry that's already being taxed for that carbon, and do it willingly because they know they can blame it on somebody else. Like, that just that blows me away that it would even be a consideration in a political calculation. That just boggles my mind. So now we have what's called a carbon levy. that they're proposing, which will be the end result of this, it's an admission that we're going to have a tax. And they could have worked through this. They could have just left things alone. They could have left it alone. Nova Scotians are already paying for carbon. That was the case we made ad nauseum to the federal government, and they accepted that in the end. Doesn't mean they wanted to in the beginning, but they certainly did in the end. And that's how we ended up with cap and trade. And I get it, you know, maybe part of this is that there's strange terms people are using. Carbon tax, cap and trade. Feels like people are walking around, you know, changing hats or something. You can see people's eyes glaze over. So it's much easier to just point your fingers at the feds. And if you want any proof that this is a political calculation, look at some of the government's moves around this particular file. On August 2nd, first thing that day, there was a resolution brought forward by the Minister of Environment, and is immediately upon having the resolution voted on the House, boom, out the door goes a news release from their party saying the opposition parties we're up to no good, and they want a carbon tax. Only whoops, they didn't actually watch what was happening over here on the other side of the House. So that was the first signal there that there's political machinations going on here. Because it's really important if you're putting out a news release to actually have it based in fact, or so I've found. And then we heard just this week in the House, the Premier put forward a resolution, and I have it here, Wednesday, October 19th. And it refers no less than 3 times to a Liberal carbon tax. Now, they didn't say a federal carbon tax or a federal Liberal carbon tax. It was a Liberal carbon tax. And all that tells you is they're looking for somebody to blame. They're hoping it gets reflected over here, but they don't really care whether it gets reflected over here or not. But Ms. Speaker, it was all about pointing fingers. And it was funny when I was sitting here earlier this afternoon, I was, writing out some notes, and I was thinking, this is like the kid who goes to school and tells the teacher, the dog ate my homework. We're looking for somebody to blame. And then, so it was quite interesting to hear the NDP leader say the exact same thing. It occurred to both of us. It was pointing fingers. Let's blame somebody else. It's not my fault. I'm going to point somebody over here, right? If they had done look, governing is hard. I'd be the first to admit it. Governing is hard. But you can't just keep blaming somebody else, particularly if you haven't done the work and you didn't try. Like, my gosh. We handed to you a cap and trade program that was delivering results to Nova Scotians. And my colleague, the former Minister of Energy, walked us through a whole host of programs that have real and meaningful benefits to Nova Scotians. When people are having their homes upgraded, whether it's solar energy or all kinds of different programs that help them stay in their home, be more comfortable, pay less for energy, that's huge. That has really significant impacts on Nova Scotians. We have a solar water heater. It's been in our house for 20 years. It was there before we bought it, but it makes a difference in our house. We've bought splitters. That helps it heat our house. I shudder to think what we would be paying in our house if we didn't have those. Now, we didn't use government programs for those, but lots of people do, and they make a difference. And we've heard about the incentives for buying electric cars, electric bikes, and also used electric vehicles, which I thought was a really nice twist on that, because usually it's for something new. But it was actually, I thought it was very thoughtful of the member for Timberley Prospect, whose baby this absolutely was, to actually include used vehicles in that. But we handed you a really good package. Sorry, we handed the government a really good package, and they didn't have to mess with it. But they did. And so the result is now that Nova Scotians will pay twice for carbon. We shouldn't have to. We've already been paying for it. That was the whole point. And to be really fair, it was a PC government that really started us on the path down toward a greener future and brought in a lot of these changes and put a price on pollution. I believe it was back in the early 2000s. So Nova Scotians have been paying for carbon for many years. By this government's refusal to actually accept what was there, because I guess it was different, or it's not in lockstep with the latest conservative thinking, and maybe the idea is you'll elect a federal conservative government if you force a carbon tax on the citizenry. But you got to understand, the government has to understand, it's them who's forcing it on Nova Scotians. They had an alternative. I get it if there was no alternative, but there's an alternative, and they didn't want to go there. And seriously, why would anyone want Nova Scotians to pay twice for carbon? It's bonkers. So we see the government trying to, and it's funny because on the one hand they're trying to blame the federal government, hoping a little bit will rub off on us, and on the other hand they're trying not to call it a tax just in case it rebounds on them, so they're calling it a levy, hoping that Nova Scotians won't know what a levy is, or maybe they'll confuse it with, the events that we go to on New Year's Day and we have fun. But if we look in the dictionary, what is a levy? Not a levee, but a levy. If we look at the Oxford Languages Dictionary, it's a noun. It's an act of levying a tax, a fine, or a fee. If you look at the Cambridge English Dictionary, a levy is an amount of money such as a tax that you have to pay to a government or organization. And that's what this is. It's a tax. And they don't really want to admit it, but if they're going to admit it, they're going to point the finger at the federal government. And it kind of reminds me of, we were talking about children and not doing homework and all of that stuff, but it kind of reminds me of a sulky teenager who, and I apologize to any sulky teenagers who are in the room or who are emotionally still teenagers or whatever, but who are pointing fingers, do not want to take responsibility for what they're doing. So you're pointing fingers everywhere. Everyone is going to end up paying more for energy, and they don't have to, Ms. Speaker, Madam Speaker. They don't have to. The government needs to go back. They need to really look at cap and trade for what it was. For the good program, it has been for the results it's delivered to Nova Scotians on a variety of different programs. Again, as my colleague had enumerated, there were all kinds of excellent programs that were coming out as a result of the Green Fund. $37.3 million we heard. $15 million over 3 years for the Sustainable Communities Challenge Fund, which would support communities to adapt to the impacts of climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And really, when you stop and think about it, we have just been through a hurricane which decimated communities, and these once-in-a-100-year storms are now becoming increasingly more common. So of course we want our communities to be able to invest in these, because I don't know where the government's going to get the money for these if it's not coming from a green fund. But then, you know, maybe we'll just lay off some more deputy ministers or something, I don't know. $8 million for the Solar Homes Incentive Program for single-family homes to install solar photovoltaic systems. $8 million to extend for a year the Home Energy Assessment Program, which provides low-cost subsidized energy assessments for people using oil heating, and incentives of up to $5,000 to energy-efficient retrofits. There's so many small things you can do in a house to help increase your energy efficiency, and then things start getting more expensive progressively. But it can make a huge difference in your bills. And being able to provide that kind of a service to Nova Scotians makes a big difference in their bills. $3.3 million over 3 years to support the implementation of climate change initiatives by the Department of Environment and Climate Change. Again, climate change is real. It's here. We saw it happen. We see the results. I have to say, we often had vacationed on the North Shore for many years. And places where we stayed summer after summer after summer are gone, or they're wrecked. Climate change is here, and it's real, and it's happening now, and it's important that we deal with it. And my phone keeps going, trying to shut down. $2 million for affordable housing retrofits to upgrade 1- and 2-unit housing units in Cape Breton. And the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing also contributed to that for a total of $4 million. There was a lot of housing that needed upgrading in Cape Breton, and this is meaningful. And as we all know, housing is at a premium now, and upgrading our housing is important. And $1 million for floodline mapping to provide communities with coastal and inland floodplain maps that incorporate climate change. It's imperative for planning for the future. Communities have to know where they can't build anymore. I live in a community that was once upon a time a vacation spot for Halifax. There are little cottages dotted along the shoreline of Bedford Basin, along the Sackville River, and sometimes the Sackville River floods. And there are families that I actually had a friend who owned one of those cottage units on the Sackville River, and they had no electrical below the main floor of the house, nothing in their basement, because every 20, 30, 40 years that basement would flood. And then came a period where it began flooding all the time, and that's because of climate change. So for communities like that, like Bedford, that's on a river that experiences flooding, and let me be clear, A town that once upon a time let people to build on floodplains. For those people who own those buildings, that's really, it's tragic. And it's very difficult for those families. So the reason I support this hoist motion is because I feel it's imperative that the government go back to the drawing board. It's clear that we don't have It's clear that Nova Scotians are going to pay because the government has decided that they want to play games with the federal government. And it's funny, I remember sitting here in the House where the Premier stood up and said, we have a great relationship with the federal government. But I think that's because the feds were going to give them some money on childcare, something. You could get whiplash from watching it go back and forth. So I urge my colleagues on the other side of the House to pretend they're in the Senate and give some sober second thought, even though Nova Scotia abolished its Senate, which used to sit over in the Red Room about 100 years ago. But I urge them to do that. And I will say that just this evening we had news about the cancellation of Emera pulling out of the Atlantic Loop. It's going to be very difficult for this government to meet their energy targets without that. The actions you take in here, the actions the government takes in here, have consequences. And that's why I urge them to give this some sober second thought, and not why I'll be supporting the hoist motion. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I stand tonight to stand in support of the hoist. I am a big supporter and fan of the MLA from Dartmouth East and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. I am very concerned, though. I always have to remember when I stand in this House that I stand as the voice of the people of Cumberland North and the voice of the people that I represent. And unequivocally, the message that the people that I represent have said to me is you have to ensure that the price of fuel does not increase. And what I'm seeing, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, is that we don't yet have a plan with the federal government, and that is the reason that I support the hoist. Is I believe until we have the federal government aligned with the plan, which I think there's a lot of good in the plan, with green technology and green hydrogen and clean energy and updated power grid. There's many good ideas. It's just that at this point we don't have the support of the federal Liberal government. So, and they have said, at least from the reports that I have read through the media, is that the current federal minister that's responsible for this topic has said that if Nova Scotia changes away from the cap and trade, that Nova Scotians will see an increase in the price of fuel. We can't afford that. Nova Scotians simply cannot afford that. Cumberland North is the area that I represent, includes a town of about 10,000, and then the rest is rural, very rural. A lot of farming, fishing, and forestry. Those are our three main rural areas. That's where our economy, that's what our economy is built upon. It is very historical, very cultural in our area. It's not about to change anytime soon. And with those three very rural economies of farming, fishing, and forestry, there is a huge need for fuel. Madam Speaker, the people that I represent simply cannot afford another increase in the price of fuel. And from what I'm reading, I don't have the exact number, but I'm seeing between 8 and 10 cents more a liter. And as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, we were seeing, right now, we only pay 1 cent per liter in carbon tax. So to see another increase in that will certainly harm the people that I represent. In forestry, there is a lot of fuel that's used in actually cutting down the trees, putting them onto the trucks, and then of course the trucks taking the logs to sawmills. And the only way of getting that lumber to the sawmills is by trucks, 18-wheelers usually, Madam Speaker, and it takes a lot of fuel. If the price of fuel does go up, if this bill does pass, if the hoist is not effective, and if this bill passes now, and the price of fuel goes up, we are going to see further lack of affordability for the people of Nova Scotia, including the people I represent, at a time when they simply cannot. It's never a good time for prices to go up, let's face it. But right now, at least in the area that I represent, we're seeing unprecedented people struggling. Never before in the town of Amherst and the county of Cumberland have we actually seen, really, homelessness. And when I've walked on the streets here in Halifax over the past 4 or 5 years, and sometimes we'll stop and speak with people that are panhandling, and we have great conversations. And 3 times over the last 4 years, some of the individuals that I spoke with that were living unsheltered were from Cumberland County. But what people are saying in the area that I live now, they're saying, Elizabeth, they're not from Cumberland. I'm saying they actually are. They're people that have come back because there's no shelters in Metro anymore. But Madam Speaker, I bring this point up because we are living in unprecedented times. Since the pandemic, there's just been we're in times like we've never experienced. There's a lot of mental health, people just unable to cope, people having real difficulty readjusting back to normal functioning lifestyles. The price of fuel, we've seen the highest price of fuel over the last year that we've seen here in Nova Scotia in a long time. And I heard it was the #1 issue next to healthcare that I was hearing in my constituency office back a few months ago. So going back to why I support this hoist is oh, sorry.
It's okay. I'm just going to ask that there be a little bit of less quiet in the chatter in the room while the member for Cumberland North is speaking. Please. Thank you. Recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a serious topic, and the reason I support the hoist is we need to make sure that the price of fuel does not go up. It's just that plain and simple. We cannot afford an increase in the price of fuel in rural Nova Scotia. So I'm speaking on behalf of the farmers that absolutely need fuel to fuel their equipment and fuel their trucks. And listening to one of our urban MLAs a few minutes ago and just talking about hybrid vehicles and moving away from larger vehicles, it's a great concept. The fact is, in rural Nova Scotia, it's just not possible. It's not realistic. We're dealing with the types of economies and industries that are in rural Nova Scotia. People drive big trucks. I drive a big truck, and I had 4 businesses, and I was always hauling equipment, materials, retail. There was always something I needed to lug around. And I'm not in farming, fishing, or forestry, but I was in business. So it's not as simple to say, to take these measures to lower the use of fuel, especially in these types of industries that we see in rural Nova Scotia. And these industries in rural Nova Scotia are important, and I'll be the first to stand by it. It's part of who I am. It's in my blood. I grew up on a dairy farm, proud of it. And we need our farmers. We need to ensure that our farmers are able to earn a living and continue to produce food for the people in this province. So I have to stand up for my fellow farmers. I have to stand up for them. They're doing an incredible job. We do not produce enough food in this province. If anything, we need to be doing even more to be supporting our farmers and to be producing more food. And Madam Speaker, if this bill goes through without having an agreement in place with our federal government, then from everything I understand, we are looking at an increase, a guaranteed increase in the price of fuel. So we need to do everything we can to prevent that. There's so many things that we can say because it's such a very important topic when we're talking about our environment, talking about climate, we're talking about food, all the things that are impacted by the price of gas and the price of fuel. And I do stand in a very unique, I guess the only one here in this House of 55 MLAs that sits as an independent, where my true one and only loyalty is to the people that elected me. And thank you. But because of that, I have such a unique perspective of sitting on this side of the House in opposition with those that are, or at least the ones that served before, that are now in government. I have that unique experience. I have the unique experience of seeing the federal Liberals, the federal Conservatives, and honestly, becoming good friends with the colleagues on this side of the House in the NDP and the Liberals who have been so kind to me. So I just want to say thank you. It's been incredible. It's true. And everyone, whether federal or here provincially, that you're aligned with a party, you want to be true to what your party stands for and what your policies are and what you stand for. I really think this is such an important topic that every Nova Scotian cares about. And I mentioned earlier in my comments to, the idea of collaborating more and having the idea of having an all-party committee on this topic. Because if we sat down and we really talked about, okay, well, what do we agree on?
So it's just, I'm just going to ask if the conversations can go outside. It's a distraction when I'm up here for both sides. Thank you. I'll ask the member for Cumberland North to continue. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we looked at what are the things that actually unify us instead of looking at what are the things that we don't agree on. And I think if we looked at what are the things that unify us, I think we would all agree that we care about our earth. We all care about our Mother Earth. We all care about our children. We all care about our soon-to-be, hopefully someday, I'll be a grandmother, grandchildren. We all care about trying to give them the best future. So the scientists say we need to reduce our carbon emissions. And then I think it's from there that the strategies differ, right? That the different organizations, different political views have different ideas of, well, what is the best way to reduce the emissions? Is it with a carrot or is it with a stick? And do we pressure or penalize people if they don't reduce carbon? or do we provide an incentive to encourage people to reduce their carbon emissions? And some of us in this chamber that are parents, we probably all parent differently, right? Depending on, if our child, if we want to encourage a certain type of behavior, do we punish to try to train the child, or do we provide incentives, way to try and encourage behavior? But it comes down to, as legislators, as government, when we're developing policy, what is the best approach? And I think we agree on so many things around this topic, but not everyone agrees with the strategy of how to actually achieve it. But I want to give credit to the minister and to the government. There is a lot of good ideas and a lot of good strategies with this piece of legislation around green technology. And we've seen my colleague from Cumberland South, the Minister for Natural Resources, put forth some bills around green energy as well, green hydrogen. It's good. It's good. Challenge that what we have right now is the government does not appear to have the federal government on side. And the federal government have been clear that we will here in Nova Scotia see an increase in our price of fuel if we go in the direction that this bill would take us. And emphatically, I'm here to say, people I represent in Cumberland North cannot afford higher fuel prices. Full stop. I know that. Politically, it's kind of interesting to look at where we've come from. And I don't think the former premier would mind me sharing this, but when I introduced him to my father back in 2017, he shook my father's hand and he said, "I'm the most conservative, liberal premier Nova Scotians ever had." Yeah. He did. He did. But the reason I bring this up today is, we're looking at the cap and trade, which, saw Nova Scotians pay 1 cent a liter on their fuel. And I look at that in comparison. My neighbors 10 minutes away in New Brunswick are PC government, and they're paying 8 cents a liter on fuel, carbon tax, 8 cents carbon tax, on top of federal excise tax. Here in Nova Scotia, we pay 10 cents per liter federal excise tax. Here in Nova Scotia, we pay 15.5 cents provincial motor fuel tax per liter. We pay 1 cent carbon tax. I mean, most taxpayers would say, get rid of it all, we don't want to pay any tax. But when you compare 1 cent per liter compared to 8 cents per liter, I think, we're doing, most Nova Scotians would say they would prefer the 1 cent per liter carbon tax. And then, of course, we're all paying the HST on top of all of that. Fundamentally, Madam Speaker, I just totally disagree philosophically with tax on tax. I just think it's wrong, but we need the federal government to change that. We can't change that today. But what we can do is we can hoist this bill. We can go back to the federal government. We can talk with our federal partners. My colleague, former colleague here in the House, MLA from Dartmouth East, I believe former teacher would be an excellent negotiator. I believe he has the skill to work with our federal partners and come up with a plan that would not see an increase in fuel tax here in Nova Scotia. And there's a lot of other great negotiators and collaborators in government, and some really great skilled politicians. The MLA from Truro, Bible Hill, Salmon River. I don't see if he might have left the chamber, but, oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. He'd be an excellent, he's a former businessman, he would be an excellent person for the minister from Dartmouth, from the environment, to take with him, to work with and discuss this with the federal government. I do have to add one other comment, Madam Speaker, that's related but unrelated, but I can't help myself. My former legislative assistant, Kate Saxton, this would make her so proud. There was a bill in the spring session that we didn't agree with, that I didn't think was best for the people I represent, and she wanted me to do a hoist motion so bad. And she was so skilled and so smart when it came to the legislative process and dilatory motions. She was so skilled, and when I saw what was happening today, I just thought of her, and I just wanted to say, just wanted to mention her name. She was the most knowledgeable person I've ever met, and probably will ever know, when it came to the legislative process and the skill of and skill set and knowledge of how this legislature works and how the process works here in the House of Assembly. But I will end my comments by saying I support this hoist for the main reason that we cannot see an increase in the price of fuel here in the province of Nova Scotia. The people that I represent, and I believe all Nova Scotians, cannot afford it. If we see an increase in the price of fuel, that will increase the price of absolutely everything else. It will increase the price of food. It will increase the price of lumber that we need to build more homes. And right now is not the right time for that, Madam Speaker. Right now, we are seeing too many people homeless in our province, a situation that, like I said earlier, we've never seen in our area. Never. There's always been people living unsheltered, absolutely. There's always people maybe couch surfing or maybe have to spend a few nights outside in the summer, but never have we seen what we're seeing right now. And people just simply cannot afford to put a roof over their heads, let alone buy food. So this is not a time that we can see an increase in the price of food, Madam Speaker. I can only imagine how challenging it would be to negotiate with the federal minister responsible for this file. I know he's very passionate about the climate. But I do believe that the government have people within their cabinet that would have the skill set and the ability to create a strategy and a plan that would ensure the price of fuel does not increase for the people of Nova Scotia. And for that reason, I support this hoist. And thank you for this opportunity to speak, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Cumberland North for her comments and the comments of so many other of my colleagues on the opposition benches here who I think are speaking very well to this hoist motion before the House, which I, of course, support as well. Now, I've only been in the House here as an elected person for a little over a year. I know there's many others in the chamber who've been here quite a lot longer than me. When I was a staff person with the previous government, I recall a hoist motion at least once, perhaps. So it is a rare occurrence. There's no doubt about that. It's not an everyday procedure in the House, and it shouldn't be. But I think it is a useful tactic and a useful strategy in certain circumstances. And I think this actually, especially given some recent developments that I'm going to touch on as well tonight, is particularly appropriate. So what we're asking for, as was mentioned earlier when this motion was introduced, is a pause on this bill number 208, and a pause for a 3-month period. And I think that kind of pause, that kind of as the member for Bedford Basin said, sober second thought is particularly relevant on an issue like this. Carbon tax, cap and trade, output-based emissions. These are all really complex, very important issues that require, I think, a significant amount of debate and thought and negotiation, which is a word that we have heard from other members, and it's a word that I will be discussing as well. And I think what can happen often, and what is happening at the moment with this particular House session, is that those on the government side, particularly in a majority situation, which we of course find ourselves in at the moment, want to get in and out of here as quickly as possible. And that kind of attitude of ramming through every piece of legislation, no matter what it is, as quickly as possible, no matter how long it takes, is, as we've said at other occasions, probably undemocratic, but also I think leads to bad decision-making, bad outcomes, not just for government, not just for the official opposition, not just for the third party, but most importantly for Nova Scotians, of course, who are the people that we've all been elected to serve. And when we have a process like this, when we're talking about an issue as momentous as climate change, which, as I've said when I previously spoke to this bill, is something that should not be particularly partisan, but unfortunately has become in this case, I think it is perfectly reasonable to suggest that we take 3 months. We have further consultations with stakeholders. We understand perhaps a bit better what the federal government's point of view is on this issue, on this bill. We certainly need to know a little bit more in terms of what the provincial government's point of view is on this. And it is a bit confusing to me in terms of where we're at, where the two governments are at relative to one another. So my colleague from Fairview Clayton Park was kind enough to pull together some articles for me that I think are relevant. So this is from, losing track of the days, 2 days ago. Keith Doucette, Canadian Press, October 18th. Headline, Nova Scotia to replace federal cap and trade system with homegrown emissions reduction plan. So this would have been published the day that the member for Dartmouth East and Minister of Environment and Climate Change introduced this bill. And there's some really interesting notes in here that I think are relevant to the point that we on the Liberal benches are making here, that there is a need for pause, there is a need for at least a 3-month reset on this legislation. So the lead, the opening of this article says, Nova Scotia tabled legislation on Tuesday for an emissions reduction plan that would replace its cap and trade system for large industrial greenhouse gas emitters, but the new bill doesn't lay out how the province will meet its ambitious climate goals. So that is an important point. That's a big question. How are we going to meet the climate change goals that the minister has pointed out, and I think rightly are ambitious? I might be wrong on this, but I believe 53% below 2005 levels by 2030, which is, of course, a great target. Nobody would dispute that, but there is a difference, as we all know, between targets on paper and actually putting those targets into practice. And this bill, as this article notes, does not lay out how, in fact, the province will meet these ambitious climate goals. So that's one issue that I think demands or leads us in the direction of a pause on this bill. The other point that I mentioned earlier is, what is the exact state between the provincial and the federal government on this issue? And I think that has been an open question just about from the beginning. Maybe a couple of months ago, I was at an event in my riding at Masqua Aquatic Club, beautiful spot in Carney Lake. And the federal Minister of Environment, Minister Guilbeault, was there. The provincial Minister of Environment and Climate Change was there. The Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables was there as well. So it was a great chance to see all of the players, relevant players, in the same place at the same time, being asked the same questions and giving, I thought, different answers in a lot of ways. We know how these things go. You know, politicians are diplomatic, certainly when they're standing next to one another. But I could see there was some daylight between where the federal minister might have been on the issue of carbon tax and where the member for Dartmouth East was. And I think over the ensuing 2 to 3 months, we continue to see that. And I think that is an open question. So again, from this article here, Keith Doucette article 2 days ago, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change said Environment and Climate Change Canada has given the, quote, green light to the province's plan to replace the cap and trade system, which expires at the end of this year. The new system, which still needs approval from the federal cabinet, I think that's an important point, is scheduled to begin January 1st, 2023. Interesting here, the Federal Department of Environment and Climate Change declined to comment on Nova Scotia's proposed legislative changes when contacted Tuesday. Okay, there could be a perfectly legitimate reason for that. I don't know, but it is interesting, I think, that the federal department, as of 2 days ago, will not comment when asked about this plan. So that's another question that we don't have an answer to that lends itself to the idea that we should perhaps do a hoist and hold off on this for a couple of months. Continuing on this point here, Nova Scotia submitted its plan to the Federal Environment Department in early September. But the plan did not include a carbon charge, carbon levy, carbon tax, lots of words, same concept, which Ottawa can still impose on the province. The federal government has said it will impose a federal carbon charge on provinces that do not submit a carbon pricing plan it deems acceptable and that adheres to Canada's greenhouse gas emissions targets. So what's the long and the short of that here is that we don't know how the federal government will react, has reacted, might react to this proposed system that the province has put forward. We know that, frankly, the province's track record over the past 14 months on this is not reassuring. As the member for the leader of the New Democratic Party mentioned, as the member for Bedford Basin said, there is a tendency to scramble, to not do your homework, to wake up the morning of your exam and realize, oh my God, I don't know any of the answers. Can I call in sick to school and do it tomorrow? That's where we were when this government put forward its slickly packaged, made in Nova Scotia solution a couple of months ago that the federal government basically said, great, but no, you've known about this deadline for a year. How can you not get your stuff together and get it in on time? So again, we still don't know, and I'm dying to find out exactly what the federal government thinks about this issue. And so, again, that is more evidence to suggest that we need a little bit more time. We're not talking about a year or 2 years. We're talking 3 months, early in the new year here, to figure out whether or not this system makes sense for the province. Also in this article here, we have some commentary from Brenna Walsh, an energy coordinator from the Ecology Action Centre, which of course is an organization here in the city that has I think it's 50 years, I could be wrong, at least, very, very long history. Is that right? Very, very long history of comprehensive, detailed, very thorough analysis on issues related to the environment, to wildlife, to protection. So I think they're a voice that is worthy to listen to. And Brenna Walsh, as I said, from Ecology Action Center, noted, quote, "These emissions from these two large emitters," referring to Nova Scotia Power and the Lafarge cement plant, which are really the only two large emitters that this system would apply to, because as I mentioned in my previous remarks, we're looking at a threshold of 50,000 tons of emissions per year, which again only applies to two emitters in the province, which is another issue for sure that needs to be considered, is what about all of the other emitters in the province that don't meet that 50,000 ton threshold, but still certainly contribute, in fact, the majority of the emissions in our province. So Walsh says these emissions from Nova Scotia Power, Lafarge cement plant, really only cover a small piece of the pie in terms of where these reductions need to come from. So again, we have a tremendous goal in mind, and I'll give credit where credit is due. As I said, I think the goals in the Act, 53% below 2005 by 2030, are great. And as the member for Bedford Basin, I think, said earlier, the Progressive Conservative Party of Nova Scotia actually does have a record on climate that they should be proud of. I think I'm not sure if it was the Ham or the McDonald governments. My timing is a bit fuzzy on that, but the environmental goals, the Sustainable Prosperity Act, was introduced by a progressive conservative government within the last 15 years or so, and that was one of the most significant pieces of climate legislation we've had in recent history. So I think there is a record there that the party can be proud of, but I think perhaps they're falling a bit short on meeting that legacy on this particular bill and this particular issue. So we have these targets. We have this system before us here. We don't know, this bill doesn't say anything about how we get to those targets. We don't know what the federal government thinks about all of this specifically. They will not give comment as of 2 days ago on this. The only thing we have is a comment from the Minister of Environment and Climate Change suggesting that they have the green light. Okay, that sounds good, but that's it. That's just 2 words. I think we need a little bit more than that. So again, more evidence to suggest that we take a pause, take a breath, have a sip of water, and think about this bill a bit more. And more evidence in this article, in fact, and I commend the minister for his honesty here. The article follows up here at the end by saying, on Tuesday, 2 days ago, the Nova Scotia minister, member for Dartmouth East, hinted that the two sides, meaning the province and the federal government, have not been seeing eye to eye during talks on how the revenue from any carbon system will be spent. So again, I actually commend the minister for being honest about a disagreement here. And this is the minister's quote: "Was I surprised at how rigid they," meaning Ottawa, "were? Probably," the minister said, adding that discussions are ongoing. So, again, we have evidence coming from the minister that there is a disagreement between the province and the federal government on this issue, on how funds raised through this system will be used. And as we've heard from basically every member that's stood up and spoken on this issue dating back to last night, the Green Fund and the proposed successor fund that is laid out in this bill are really, really important, because those funds will raise millions and millions of dollars, presumably, and where that money will go, how that money will be used, will it be returned directly to consumers, as is the case in some provinces? You know, I have one of my best friends lives in Calgary, and of course, the government in Alberta fought the carbon tax tooth and nail, lost, as we've heard, and he's certainly no Liberal fan, this friend of mine, but you know, just a few days ago, he mentioned to me, okay, I got my quarterly return check on carbon tax payments. So that's one way to do it. That happens in many provinces, I believe Ontario and some others as well. Funds are returned directly to consumers. Will that happen here in Nova Scotia? Will that money go from the federal government to Nova Scotians? Will it go from the province to Nova Scotians? Will it go from the province to Nova Scotians in the form of, again, energy rebates, efficiency installations, solar panel installations, heat pump installations? These are open questions that, based on the minister's own words in the media a couple of days ago, are still being negotiated between the two levels of government. And okay, that's not necessarily a bad or surprising thing when you're dealing with an issue of this complexity, this importance, and this scale. It is certainly to be expected that there will be disagreements and negotiations between the two levels of government. And what we are suggesting here as an opposition with this hoist motion is just to say, let's not put the cart too far before the horse on this. If there are negotiations ongoing, if there are significant, substantive issues at play here between the two parties on what the future of carbon system in Nova Scotia will look like, then let's just take 3 months, have some further consultations, have some meetings, allow members of the government, members of the opposition, members of the third party to speak to this issue and to better understand the positions, the relative positions of the two levels of government. Seems simple enough to me. Now, another issue that's really, really important that we are just learning about, you know, almost in real time over the last couple of hours, and I know the member for Halifax Atlantic, the member for Sydney Member 2, and others have referred to some comments, some pretty alarming comments, I would suggest, from Scott Balfour, the CEO of Emera, regarding Emera's outlook on investments in the Atlantic Loop. And we know that the Atlantic Loop is absolutely critical for the province to meet its goals, its ambitious goals, as we've heard many, many times. The Atlantic Loop is not just important, it's not just key, it is absolutely essential to meeting those goals. And don't take my word for it. I've heard the Premier say it more than once. I've heard the Minister say it. Many ministers on the government side say that more than once. It's why the Premier of Nova Scotia, the Premier of New Brunswick, and of PEI have all gone to the Prime Minister and others at the federal level and said, will you help us with a $5 billion price tag for the Atlantic Loop? Because we desperately need that clean, renewable energy source from northern Quebec and Labrador, provinces that are, you know, tremendously blessed with hydropower, which we, you know, unfortunately are not. We need that power. We need the transmission capacity to take that hydropower from northern Quebec, from Labrador, and transmit it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kilometers to our provinces. And if we don't have that, if we don't have the federal government on side, it won't happen. And we've asked, I believe, in the past, what's plan B if that doesn't happen, right? And there really wasn't one. There wasn't much of a plan B in order to reach 80% renewable electricity generation in about 7 years, 2030. So our assumption had been, over the last little while, that the sticking point, if there was one, on whether or not Nova Scotia would achieve the Atlantic Loop was the federal government, and whether or not they would invest that money. Okay, we can understand that. But now what we are seeing is that there is an issue with Emera, with Emera's willingness to invest that kind of capital to get that done. And the reason why Emera is saying this is because of the legislation that has been introduced yesterday, I believe it was, by the minister on power rates. And again, I'm not going to dive into the details on power rates because I know that's not what we're necessarily talking about here tonight. But the reason why I bring it up is because I think what we have seen with this government and what I have seen from this government from the beginning is a failure of vision, a failure of principle, an idea that you should govern to be popular, you should govern to maximize public relations opportunities, and that's a field that I spent some time in myself professionally, so I actually commend the government a little bit in some odd way for being slick PR practitioners. I think that's very important to the Premier and his office. But the downside is that we aren't selling chocolate bars. We're governing. We're legislating. It's a different game. It's not just about public relations. So this government, I think, has failed to negotiate on a couple fronts, and this is one of them. This government has failed to negotiate well with the federal government on cap and trade, carbon tax, whatever the carbon system will be in Nova Scotia. And I think we've proven that. I think we've seen that very clearly over the past 14 months, that there has been an abject failure to negotiate appropriately, and we're still seeing it now. We have a bill before this House and still a great deal of uncertainty about whether or not this system is even acceptable to the federal government. So if that is the case, I think it's fair to say that there has been a very weak, disorganized...
Order. I recognize the honourable member for West Side, North Side, Westmount.
It's all good.
Okay. The honourable member for Bedford South has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's okay. I needed a breather, so I don't mind. So as I was saying, I do think there is a failure to negotiate and a desire to be political and think first about what is the public relations value of something before what is the right and appropriate course of action. So again, as my colleague from Clare was saying earlier this evening, when we hear over and over and over again about a liberal carbon tax, when we see press releases coming out with blatant misinformation minutes after something happened that the press release says didn't happen, when we see an inability or an unwillingness to address issues head on for what they are, and instead an eagerness to bury your opponent under repetition and repetition and repetition of something that is not the case. That is perhaps effective in a cynical way, but it is not useful, it is not appropriate, and I don't think it's right. And so I think where we see that philosophy of this government manifesting itself on this issue is in the idea that it's okay, we'll wait till the last minute to file our plan, and it's not a good plan, and we know what's going to happen. We know, because we've seen it in every other province that's done this, we know that the federal government, if they say our plan is unacceptable, they will impose a carbon tax. And we know that's likely. We waited till the last minute. We didn't negotiate very well. And now that we've done that, if the federal government goes ahead and says, sorry, Nova Scotia, you failed your test on this, your plan is not sufficient, we're going to go ahead and impose a carbon tax in addition to the system you've put forward. And as the member for Cumberland North noted, as has been noted all over the place by many members of the government as well, that will lead to increases in costs for consumers and for Nova Scotians, maybe 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cents at the pumps. And again, we're raising the issue of gas prices on the opposition side for some time. The government, and I think the Premier, kind of sloughed it off, talked about market conditions and global trends and all these kinds of things, gave the impression that this would resolve itself. And several months later, gas is $1.70 still in Halifax. And it, in fact, has been inching up. So that hasn't resolved itself. And again, if the calculus on this side, on the government side of the House, is to wait till the last minute, submit a plan that you know is going to get rejected, have a carbon tax imposed upon you, and then blame the provincial Liberals for it, okay, I guess that's clever. It's also morally questionable at best. I don't know how else to describe that. And I think that is the trend, that is the playbook that I have seen from my perspective on this side of the House on this particular issue. So that, I think, speaks to, again, either a failure to negotiate, if I'm being generous and kind, which I like to be, or it's an unwillingness to negotiate in order to further a political agenda, if I wanted to be a bit more cynical on the issue. And we'll see, I guess, over the next little while what interpretation is correct. But I think if the goal is to be as straightforward, as decent and honest as we want to be on an issue like this, I think a reasonable step is to push this bill down the line for 3 months, as we've heard. That would help all of us get more answers as to where we're going. Now, to my point about a failure to negotiate, well, a failure of vision and how that ties into what's happening here on carbon and greenhouse gas emissions and all these other things, we also see the issue with the Nova Scotia Power issue, with the rate increase. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we are now hearing on the record from the CEO of Emera that they are pretty much, I would say, closing the door on significant investment in the Atlantic Loop. And we knew months and months ago that Nova Scotia Power was looking for a significant rate increase here in Nova Scotia. It's no secret. The UARB is not some kind of mystical Illuminati organization. It's on the internet. You can Google it. We knew they were asking for a significant rate increase. The government knew they were asking for a significant rate increase. And they also would have known, because the Nova Scotia legislature has an open website, that other governments have taken steps, legislative steps in this chamber to limit rate increases. Okay? If this government was so concerned about this, they could have introduced amendments several sessions ago, at least 2 sessions ago, maybe 3. I'm not sure about the timing on that. And that perhaps, if they had negotiated that with Nova Scotia Power in a reasonable, open way, perhaps that could have been achieved. Instead, what we saw from this government, which again, I think loves marketing, loves public relations. Take a look at the, as we did at budget estimates, the Communications Nova Scotia color palette, which was the progressive conservative color palette, down to the little yellow touch there, which was delightful. If they wanted, if the government wanted to negotiate that with Nova Scotia Power ahead of time, they could have done so, and we could have gotten to a point where perhaps rate increases could have been capped, as they are now. But the difference, the significant difference, I think, and the relevancy to what we're talking about here on carbon and on greenhouse gas emissions in particular, is that if this government had negotiated a bit better, if they had been a bit more interested in policy and not politics, and governing, I think, effectively rather than winning the news headline, I think it's reasonable to expect that we could have gotten to a point where we could have had a cap on rates, and Nova Scotia Power and Emera might still have been willing to invest in the Maritime Loop. But instead, at the 11th hour, the 11th and a half hour, if that's even grammatically correct, this government comes, pats itself on the back, has some slick graphics, some signatures, some little lion's crests, blue and yellow and beautiful, talking about how they're protecting ratepayers. Nice little 30-second video talking about how they're protecting ratepayers at the last minute, in the middle of a UARB process. And we heard the Minister of Service Nova Scotia today talk ad nauseum about this government's respect for procurement processes. I guess that doesn't apply to UARB processes, even though that's also very important. And what we see here is when this government intervenes in the middle of something at the 11th hour, rather than being a bit more pragmatic and getting the work done months ahead of time, Nova Scotia Power and Emera respond, not surprisingly, in a very negative way. And so the only people that are being hurt by this failure to negotiate from this government are Nova Scotians. That is what's happening here. Nova Scotians are the ones who will be paying the price for the failure of vision, the failure of negotiation that we see over and over and over again from this government. They will be paying more at the pumps. Their power bills will be more expensive. They will have less ability to have access to rebates for solar panels, for heat pumps, for e-bikes, for e-scooters. They will see higher power rates. Maybe not as high as they would have been, but they will see higher power rates. And most crucially, it looks like they're going to see higher power rates for longer. They're going to see less investment in clean energy. They're going to see that it's just about impossible for this government to meet the goals of 80% renewable energy by 2030. And you watch, over the next little while, there will be a shift in tone. There will be a shift in narrative here, I expect, from the government on the issue of the Maritime Loop. It will no longer be about the federal government. The blame will shift to Emera. The blame will shift to Nova Scotia Power. It'll be everybody's fault but the government that the Maritime Loop isn't happening. It'll be everybody's fault but the government that the goal, the critically important goal of getting to 80% renewables by 2030 is off the table. It'll be everybody's fault but the government that we are not going to be getting off coal by 2030. It'll be everybody's fault but the government that a carbon tax will be imposed in Nova Scotia. And that can work for a very short period of time. And I think we're already past that point. We hear from members on the government side every day in question period about the last 8 years. And as I've said before, I get it. I think that's a standard operating procedure to blame the folks who came before you. But we are more than 25% of the way through this government's mandate. This carbon issue is not a holdover from the previous government. In fact, as every other member who has spoken before me has made the case very well, this government was actually handed a system on a silver platter when it came to carbon. They had a unique, useful system that, as we see here from documents that were released at the time when the cap and trade system was put in place, the government was saying, I don't have the date on this specifically, apologies, but the program, meaning cap and trade, will add about 1 cent per liter to the price of gas, compared with about 11 cents per liter by 2022 under the federal approach. The program will increase electricity rates by about 1% versus about 8% by 2022 under the federal plan. So again, I think if the failure to negotiate is not enough, and I think I've made the case pretty well that this government has failed to negotiate on power rates and on carbon systems. I think the failure to have a vision for what the government wants to do on this issue is also telling. I think there's a couple of ways that you can manage yourself in a majority government situation, any government situation, but especially in a majority where you really can do whatever you want. You can govern to do what you think is right and what you think is best for the province, or you can govern to get reelected. And as we heard from the member for Cumberland North in recent days, when she was talking about the mandate letter she received and her number one goal was to get reelected, I think we know. I think we know where the priorities lay. And when you approach governing in that way, I think it can lead to poor decisions, poor decision making, and a short-sightedness on just about everything. And an issue that would be very unfortunate to be short-sighted on, perhaps the worst you could make a case for, is environment and is climate. And I think there's a very strong argument to be made that this government has been short-sighted on climate, has allowed this issue to creep up on them somehow. Again, even though we all knew when the cap and trade system was set to expire, we all knew what was happening in other provinces when it came to carbon pricing. We all know what the federal government's position has been, continues to be, and I imagine will be as long as the Trudeau government is in power, on carbon pricing. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change knew very well what the federal government's position was. He heard it from Minister Guilbeault himself. I was standing there. They were no more than 3 feet apart at beautiful Mascwa on Carney Lake. And it was clear to me that the federal Minister of Environment was signaling very strongly that the federal government would not budge on the issue of carbon pricing. And why would they? It's been a signature issue for that government. It's been a signature issue for Prime Minister Trudeau. He and his government, whether you agree with it or not, have been very clear and very firm on their position that it's your own system that we approve of, or a carbon price. You make your choice. And the previous government was able, through negotiation, again, there's that critical word, through sustained, rigorous, thoughtful negotiation, get a cap-and-trade system in place. And the member for Timberley Prospect said yesterday that Premier McNeil at the time in 2016-17 range, I think it would have been, was very clear to him that the carbon tax would not be an option here in Nova Scotia. And rather than say, oh, geez, well, they're going to impose it on us, what else can we do? Let's start blaming the other guys for what's coming down the road. The member and the Premier and the government said, okay, let's design a system that will work for Nova Scotians. And as I said before, this was not a system that was easy to design. It was not a system, I don't believe, that was popular within the Department of Environment and Climate Change. I think there was a lot of support for a carbon tax system at that time, which again is a system that a lot of economists speak favorably of. So that's not surprising that there would be a lot of support for that. But the leaders of this province at that time, including the member for Timberley Prospect, decided that a cap-and-trade system would work better. And it did. And it still does. And it's got maybe 6 weeks left, unfortunately, until we see something new come in. And this was a system at the time when it was created that was not common by any means. There was only one other jurisdiction in Canada that had a cap-and-trade system, and that's the province of Quebec. And as I mentioned earlier, Quebec is blessed with some of the greatest hydropower resources of any place on planet Earth. And so they are able to manage their clean electricity and clean energy needs much better, much easier, I should say, than Nova Scotia. And they're able to sell a lot of energy to the northeastern United States, for example. And the only other jurisdiction in North America that actually has implemented a cap-and-trade system is the great state of California, which, as I said earlier, has long been a leader on climate. And it's interesting if you think about it. California is the biggest state in the U.S. There's a population of over 40 million. It would be one of the 10 largest economies in the world if it was a country by itself. Just think about that. It's pretty amazing. This is a massive economy. This is a massive population. This is a big, big place. And then we have Nova Scotia. 1 million people as compared to 40. A fairly small economy by the standards of our country, certainly. And certainly tiny compared to a state like California. And yet, cap-and-trade worked here. Cap-and-trade worked and continues to work. Again, it's still in place in California. And then we have Quebec, the second biggest province in Canada, second largest economy. Again, unlike Nova Scotia, major clean energy producer at this point through hydropower. And cap-and-trade has been very successful in the province of Quebec as well. So this is not, what happened in Nova Scotia was not some kind of goofy pilot project. It was not some kind of silly system that, you know, little Nova Scotia over there is playing around with the cap-and-trade system, and we'll let them do their thing, play in their sandbox for a little while, and then when the time comes, they can get serious and get a real system. No, that's not the reality at all. The reality is that cap-and-trade was in place for several years. It capped prices. It raised hundreds of millions of dollars through the Green Fund for worthwhile projects. It worked, plain and simple. There is no other way to say it other than it worked. And perhaps the government's position, and again, I'm sure the minister at some point will get a chance to respond to our comments, although he'd have a lot of things to respond to. But at some point in time, he will get the chance to respond, I'm sure. And I would love to hear from him a few things. First of all, was the continuation of the cap and trade system doomed from the start, or did this government calculate that it might be beneficial politically if the system expired and some kind of carbon pricing scheme was instituted that, as the member for Sydney Member 2 laid out earlier, they could slap liberal carbon tax onto everything, left, right, and center, and try to tag the party that, in fact, kept the carbon tax out of Nova Scotia for several years with it. So think about how backwards that logic is. It's like a pretzel. It's so twisted. You have a party, the Liberal Party, that was in power, that instituted a system that kept the carbon tax out of Nova Scotia for several years. Now you have a progressive conservative government in power that is now blaming the Liberal Party for a carbon tax that they have done very little, if not nothing, to prevent the federal government from imposing on Nova Scotia. So again, it's an abdication of responsibility. It's a stunning lack of vision. It's an inability to have it's an inability to have a consistent and clear negotiating position that leads to a positive outcome. It's an end result that is so silly, so ludicrous, as to almost defy explanation. And sometimes I think when we're in politics, we kind of get used to the absurdity of situations. We get used to the absurdity of talking about this at 9 p.m. We get used to the absurdity that the only way to respond to a question is to say, well, you did it too, so we can. We get used to the absurdity that sitting from 9 a.m. to midnight tomorrow is helpful. We get used to the absurdity that the imposition of a carbon tax 16 months after the Liberal Party left power is the Nova Scotia Liberal Party's fault. We get used to the absurdity that this government had no idea that the federal government would impose a carbon tax at some point, despite all evidence to the contrary. We get used to the absurdity that this bill needs to be decided in 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We get used to the absurdity that it makes sense to take a bill dealing with the most important existential issue of our time, should be debated, passed without amendment, of course, and moved on through the process in the dark of night for no reason other than it is politically expedient to do so. And so the motion to hoist this bill, as the term goes, to park it for 3 months, is not based on vindictiveness, I don't think, or any desire to be punitive. I think what it's based on is a recognition that this issue of climate, this issue of carbon pricing, should remain nonpartisan this issue of carbon pricing deserves deep, meaningful stakeholder engagement. This issue of carbon pricing demands the attention to detail that this legislature can exhibit on rare occasions when we are collectively able to put aside our petty and often thin partisan differences and actually try to achieve something that is worthwhile for all Nova Scotians. That is the essence of what this process, this legislative process, is designed for. That is the essence of what all 55 of us were elected to do. We were elected to try and make better laws for the province of Nova Scotia. That is who we are. We are legislators, first and foremost. That's how I feel. That's why I, despite all evidence to the contrary at times, that's why I like being in the legislature, because it is kind of the point of the job. It's kind of the point of the institutions. It's kind of the point of this entire process that dates back hundreds of years. And so I worry that in this particular instance, where we have a bill on an issue that I think we all actually generally agree on, I would say we are all in the same boat on this, in that climate change is very much real. It is very much a clear and present danger to our province, to our planet, to future generations, to all people around the world, no matter where you live. You cannot escape the effects of climate change, whether you live in China or South Africa or Argentina or Canada or New Zealand. No matter where you live, climate change is affecting you right now today. And so it's rare to have issues where you have that kind of consensus. You know, we can agree, have good faith disagreements on how to manage health care. We can have good faith disagreements on how much money to spend on roads versus bike lanes. We can have good faith disagreements on fish farming, ferries. We can have good faith disagreements on economic development, on housing, how much we spend on affordable housing, for example. We can have good faith disagreements on recruitment and retention of physicians, or whether or not we want to do a P3 process versus a traditional procurement. There are limitless things we can have good and sometimes, I guess, bad faith disagreements on. That's fine. That's the nature of things. But climate change, I think, is a unique issue in the sense that we all agree on the baseline issue, which is very rare and should, I think, be an opportunity for all of us to come together and say, let's figure out the best system for Nova Scotia, not let's figure out the best system for our re-election chances. Let's figure out the best system to punish the Liberals. Let's figure out the best system to call this a Trudeau tax. Whatever the argument might be, it falls a bit flat, and it feels insincere on an issue of this type, where I know, outside of the often artificial nature of this room, we would be on the same page on this across all three aisles. And that's a shame, right? When we have situations like that, where we allow this chamber and the atmosphere of this place and the norms of partisan politics to interfere with common sense, decent human-to-human interaction. And we throw common sense out the window, we throw decency out the window, we throw humility out the window in exchange for perceived partisan advantage. And again, it's perceived. I think actually that a lot of these things are meaningless. and nobody knows what's going on, and nobody really cares. And in fact, a lot of people would be turned off by the idea that one party, and again, all three parties can be guilty of this, is using an issue of this importance, of this significance that we have a basic agreement on for a perceived partisan advantage. Because I think we all know this intuitively. We are all connected to people much more than we were through social media. And you'll notice, I noticed this, when you post things on your social media that are partisan in nature, you actually get less response, much less response, than if you post something that is reasonable, that is common sense, that acknowledges, yeah, I agree with 50% of the government's position on this, or I think this part of it made sense, or I think the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is a good guy who cares about the environment. And then you say, but I think on X, Y, and Z, the government is falling short, and here's what I think should be done instead. That, to me, is an effective and appropriate way to serve your constituents, to serve in opposition, and to serve in government as well. So in my last 3 minutes, I'll just say that the ask we have here before the House today is not to scrap this bill. There's a lot of worthwhile elements to this bill. The idea here is not to lambaste the government, the minister, the department for the long hours of effort that they have put in to bring this bill to the floor of the legislature, because it is a titanic task to do something like that. The intention of this motion to hoist this bill is so that all three parties and the independent member have a chance to talk with the government, to engage with the government, to engage with stakeholders, to better understand the position of the federal government on this, to the benefit of Nova Scotians. Because at the end of the day, if the net result of this whole situation is that we see gas prices go up, we see home heating costs go up, we see a Atlantic Loop project fall apart, we see Nova Scotia in 7 years with coal-burning power plants still operating, if we see ourselves fall far short of an 80% renewable energy target by 2030, if the end result of this entire process is that outcome, I don't think the government wins. I don't think the opposition wins. I don't think anybody wins in that scenario. I do know that people lose. And the people who will lose in that scenario are the people who are not here right now, who are not watching right now, who are probably getting ready for bed. The people who elected us to this chamber, who have put their faith and trust in us to make good, reasonable decisions so that we can take care of them, protect their interests, and protect our planet for this generation and for generations to come. And so with those few comments, perhaps, next chair, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Speaker, excuse me. That's a good start. Appreciate the opportunity to try and untwist my tongue and recommence with some time on this very important debate and a new element of the debate that perhaps we've only seen a couple of times in this House, at least during my time here, a hoist, where the opposition can try to delay things a little bit. When I joined in 2013, I didn't know which side of the House I'd end up on, and I didn't know what my experience would be like in the chamber. And the same thing occurred in 2017, and then again last year in the election. And when you get involved, particularly as a young person, just wet around the ears, just trying to. Is that parliamentary? That's fine, isn't it? I thought about that after the fact, but sorry, folks. Just getting involved, and in this scenario, this is my first job after university, and one that I've appreciated the opportunity to have these different experiences in. And I think that over the years I've tried to learn from other members in the House. I had the privilege to sit on the government bench. I had the opportunity to hold the position as the government whip. And when you're involved with the House and the legislature and you hold positions like that, it sometimes forces you to get used to a little more quickly what sort of elements of the debate are in the realm of the possible. And when on the government side we're debating things like environment, or I think we had a couple of essential services bills that were of consequence and did take quite some time and the undivided attention of all members of the House, which I am grateful to see all the members in the House paying very close attention, and really buckling down to understand the different perspectives that we all have throughout the House. And I know that deep down, and I know that there will be a part of this debate where members of the government stand up and get involved vocally in this debate, as the member from Kings West did. We appreciate that. Lets us know on the opposition side that the government is, at least to some degree, paying attention to the debate that's taking place. And it lets Nova Scotians know that aside from a minister, in this case the Minister of Environment, subject to the Bill 208 before us now, let's Nova Scotians know that there are more people on the government bench that support the legislation that's being debated. It gives some degree of confidence, whether they agree with what's taking place or not, that the members of the government are active and invested in what's taking place in the House. So now we have before us this Bill 208, this opportunity to have a discussion on carbon pricing. And we've introduced this hoist motion because seemingly there is no other course for us to take at this juncture. We have all members invested in debating this as long as we possibly can, and we, as members of the opposition, look forward to every other day that we can we can continue this discussion. And so this hoist motion is one of the ways that we can do our part to ensure that more focus, more Nova Scotians, more attention, more consideration, more action is taken to spread the word about what's taking place in the House after 9 o'clock on, what is it, Thursday, October 20th? 2022. It's 2 days before my birthday. And at this rate, it kind of looks like we'll be here till 12:01 on Friday night. And we can all sing happy birthday and kumbaya on Friday night. How do we feel about that, folks? Through the chair. So yes, we have the opportunity to suggest, as opposition members, we have the opportunity to suggest through this hoist motion that an additional 3 months, not 1, not 2, not 4, not 5. Government seems fond of that number 5. But so we're here to suggest 3 months. And we would appreciate a great deal of consideration from the government to pick up on what we're putting down. 3 months in the grand scheme of things, when the carbon price has been 5 years or more in the making. I know that there were discussions at the national level preceding that 5 years ago milestone. And certainly there have been philosophical debates and scientific debates that have taken place preceding that 5-year marker that happened historically and ended up leaving us as a nation, as individuals, as communities, and as governments of all stripes and all shapes and sizes to have this dialogue around carbon pricing. And 5 years ago today, maybe not today, I'm sorry, 5 years ago approximately, when this situation that we find ourselves in, a situation that we are obligated as a government to adhere to, we have some options that we had some options put forward that we're required to look at and to accept. We have to make a choice. We have to debate and do our homework, do our research, connect with as many people in our communities that we represent, step outside of our communities, because that's an important element to this too. I've had the good fortune, and I know that many members on all sides of the House have participated in by-elections around the province. And I think functionally that it's important to do stuff like that when it comes to debating bills in the House and hoist motions such as the one we have in front of us today. I think that commitment that you make to travel to other parts of the province and participate in a by-election and knock on the doors of other communities, it's important, and it helps us all helps us all understand more completely what the needs and the wants and the perspectives of Nova Scotians are. And there are plenty of ways that we can reach out to Nova Scotians beyond the walls of our districts. Because oftentimes, when you're knocking doors in your own riding, conversations like this come about, important conversations on the environment. And it is important, even as a representative for one particular community, that you're able to, at least to some degree, bring more voices into the conversation. Sometimes it's very helpful back home, being able to speak to the perspectives of people from around the province. And, you know, we all have the opportunity, and in this case, we could have, as 55 members spread out respectively across the province in communities that we all represent, but we could have an extra 3 months here because of this particular hoist motion, if through the chair the government is willing to oblige. And I know that we've all participated in out-of-town caucus opportunities. And that's another example of a part of the job that we have in here, something that we're capable of doing, that we all take part in to a certain extent. My last out-of-town caucus, we had the opportunity to meet with an organization in Mahone Bay that is rebuilding the coastal infrastructure, a natural coastal infrastructure initiative that is being looked to from different parts of the world, to be honest. They've had to rebuild part of this waterfront. And I know we're all familiar with the waterfront down there in Mahone Bay. A little further down the road from Saltbox, between a few of the churches. A couple little shops right down there. So I know that many of the members would be familiar with the waterfront that I'm talking about. But that waterfront is, and that initiative by the team in Mahone Bay is an example of why debates on the environment and climate change, carbon pricing, and how we take up action against anyone that would seek to further add to the damage that we've globally caused already. So it's important that we bring this motion to the table. We've got an opportunity to conduct 3 additional months of research and engagement. And I know to date that the minister has spent many hours and engaged with many people, many Nova Scotians. You don't get reelected unless you go out there and you have those conversations and make a point to try and hear from people. One of the questions that we continue to ask throughout this last couple days is for some further depth on those meetings, on those engagements that the minister has been involved with. We need to know because, I mean, we all come from different parts of the province. We represent different parties and we come from different backgrounds personally and professionally. And we all know different people. So, as a collective, if we have that information about the stakeholders, the list of stakeholders, whether it's 10, 20, 30, 100, 5 stakeholders, then we need to know that information so that we can reference it and say, you know what? Through the chair, I don't believe that the minister has had a conversation with this person. And this person who has a long history in a profession that is very related to whether it's the environment, the economy, social assistance. You know, we can identify people, we can work as a team and work to identify a more complete list of stakeholders so that when that list finally is shared, it is a more complete list that will produce a more complete, thorough, strong, thoughtful piece of legislation, one that Nova Scotians can be proud of. And we've heard that terminology around Nova Scotia solutions. So how appropriate would it be for us as a legislature to take a step back and say, wow, we can make this better. We have the opportunity to do just that. The opposition has humbly placed this hoist motion to accept another 3 months as part of the process and go forward to Nova Scotians and come up with a Nova Scotia solution that has the hands, the minds, the perspectives, the impressions, the footprints of people from Yarmouth to Sydney to the Cumberland shore to Guysborough. How wonderful would that be to all walk away from this debate with a package for Nova Scotians that truly screamed, this is a Nova Scotia solution, made in Nova Scotia by Nova Scotians. That would be lovely. I would appreciate that. However, we do find ourselves in a situation here whereby our Honourable Minister of Environment has presented a bill because, in fact, he and the government are obliged to do something. We know that the duration of the cap and trade program has come to a close. We submit on the opposition side that the government had a ton of time to get their ducks in a row. We knew, again, 5 years ago that we had options that we had to pick from. We, as a government, the government of the day, went toe-to-toe with our national partners and said that we don't accept the first choice. We would like to come up with a solution for Nova Scotians that not only meets the requirements around carbon pricing, adding a levy or a fee or a tax, an installment, whatever you want to call it. We met that obligation. But we went a step further, Mick Speaker. We went a step further. And we went to the cap and trade system, whereby we were able to establish a fund that I would say most members have seen the revenues from touch parts of, if not parts of their ridings, if not in ridings with close proximity. We did hear the honourable member from Kings West speak to some of those initiatives in his district yesterday. And he was truly proud of those. And I know that all members, no matter what side of the House that you stand on, and I know community members and individuals throughout our province are proud of what we've been able to accomplish as a result of the Green Fund. And if I can, because you never know who's watching and you don't want people to miss anything, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the cap and trade program, and I'm happy to table these documents for public consumption and for the benefit of the House and certain anybody who's watching from home. You can pick these up on the World Wide Web. So this is a news release here about the cap and trade. News release titled, Cap and Trade costs to Nova Scotians less than federal approach. It goes on to say, Nova Scotia's climate change plan will protect the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians and preserve the environment for future generations. The federal government announced in 2016 that all provinces and territories must put a price on carbon pollution and gave them three choices: a carbon tax, a cap and trade program, or a blend of the two, through the chair. So today is October 23rd. The federal government has accepted Nova Scotia's cap and trade program, which will cost far less than the federal approach to carbon pricing. That was a win for Nova Scotians. We as a government fought hard for this scenario that we're discussing here. There's a quote from the Premier of the day, Stephen McNeil. Thanks to the hard work of Nova Scotians, our province is already a national leader in the fight against climate change. Through this program, we will reduce emissions with very minimal cost. And that's a big piece to this as well. Is because we are matter-of-factly talking about a cost that Nova Scotians will have to shoulder. And we all know that Nova Scotians from all across our province. People come from different backgrounds and people have different capacity to pay their bills. So we chose to stand up for them and establish a program that would indeed be more affordable than the one proposed by the feds, one that protected Nova Scotians of all parts, of all walks of life, especially those who need us to stand up for them, who can't stand up for themselves or who are too scared at times to stand up for themselves. So the independent consultant, Navius Research, estimated that cost increases for Nova Scotians over the first 4 years of carbon pricing. And for example, the cap and trade program will add about 1 cent per liter to the price of gas, as opposed to about 11 cents per liter by 2022 under the federal approach. I think that's important to take a second to reflect on. Because if we were here today and we had not had the ambition and the persistence and the consideration to say no to that initial proposal from the feds, we'd be in a situation where Nova Scotians are spending an additional 11 cents per liter versus that 1 cent that's on our bills today. And we know that gas prices today are some of the highest that I know I've personally seen in my life. That's not as long as some folks from around the province, but you know, they're some of the biggest, or some of the most significant gas prices I've seen today. And to think that if we hadn't, former ministers Margaret Miller and the member for Timberley Prospect, if they hadn't have had the wherewithal and the courage to stand up for Nova Scotians at that time, that in addition to the, what's gas at now, $1.70 a liter? Something like that. You know, we'd be $1.80. You know, maybe even getting closer to $2 like that. And that has a big impact. And it disproportionately affects a lot of people in this province. So I want to make sure I read through this because it is important. Government also announced today that Nova Scotia is setting one of Canada's, oh, this is pretty cool. Government has also announced today that Nova Scotia is setting one of Canada's most ambitious, I say again, most ambitious greenhouse gas reduction targets for 2030. That's coming up pretty soon, folks. That's 8 years out. Building on our success to date, because it's important to acknowledge the past success that Nova Scotians have had. Nova Scotians from all parts of the province who have been represented by political stripes of all different sorts. We've had successive governments of different stripes. So it is important to acknowledge that, as this article clearly does, talks about the success that we've achieved as a province to date. So building on our success to date, we will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 45 to 50% from 2005 levels by 2030, said Environment Minister Margaret Miller. This is a very important step that we are taking to ensure a bright, sustainable, and prosperous future for Nova Scotia. The target is for all greenhouse gas emissions in the province. That's important to touch on too, because now we have a submission in the form of Bill 208 that presents a scenario whereby we are not maximizing our coverage of pricing carbon emissions throughout the province. We've learned, at least I've learned over the last couple of days, that there's a gap here in this new proposal from the government today that does incorporate the emissions of some of our larger producers, larger public utilities and big polluters. It does target them, which we would agree with. We do believe that to be reasonable, Mixed Speaker, but it doesn't go far enough. And if I had a nickel for every time I heard an opposition member say that, and I can't believe I just said it out loud, it doesn't go far enough. We might be able to help balance this out with those nickels. So the cap and trade is one of the steps that the province is taking to meet that target. It will begin January 1st. That means 2019. This article, again, titled Cap and Trade to Cost Nova Scotians, Cap and Trade to Cost Nova Scotians Less Than Federal Approach. This was dated this was the day after my birthday in 2018. So we're talking about the January 1 start date that is referenced in said article is talking about the year 2019. And I'll table that. Thank you. So as we got into in that article, we have this cap and trade program and I started getting into it a little bit, alluding to recognizing, acknowledging, confirming the fact that the government submission through Bill 208 is not as complete coverage as what Nova Scotians have grown accustomed to and what they should be able to expect from programs such as this. And the rate that we're seeing it reduced by, the rate that we're looking at now is only 40%, only for 40% of emissions. That's a little bit concerning because when we have a scenario that further maximizes our ability to utilize more income streams, we bring in more finances, we bring in more revenue. We have a greater capacity to spend those dollars, which Nova Scotians have entrusted us to do. Some of us are brand new to the legislature. Some of us have been here for a little while. Some of us have been here for quite some time. And Nova Scotians expect us to, if we are taking in their tax dollars and if there are fees associated with some of the programs that we produce as a provincial government, they do expect us to treat them treat their money that they've entrusted us with respect and consideration, and to do meaningful things with them. And part of those meaningful things that we were able to do, some of those meaningful things that we were able to do as a province because of the cap and trade program. The cap and trade program, which in fact enabled what we've come to know as the Green Fund. This is something that, and one of the cool things about this, and no one likes to have to pay more for anything, regardless of how much it is. Like, let's be frank about that. That is probably a fair assessment of that scenario. Nova Scotians are already asked for a lot financially, with the highest taxes in the nation. And when you ask them for more, it's certainly concerning. And it doesn't matter what part of the nation that you're from. It's a little bit of a tough pill. But perhaps if that amount is marginal enough, which in the cap and trade program established under the previous government, we were able to achieve. We're talking about 1 cent on a liter of fuel. But that 1 cent, in a way, next speaker, that's kind of like the input of everybody. That's, in a way, demonstrating that you're willing to commit to a cause, the cause being the fight against climate change, by paying this additional marginal fee, tax, however you want to frame it. We want to be a part of the solution. So our expectations are that our government will accept those funds and do something constructive with it. Something constructive that will have a lasting impact. Something that will, and if it's a good thing, something that will be continued by future generations, future governments. And we still have yet to, and I know that the minister will get on his feet to wrap up debate here, and I know he's been listening intently at some point in time. I know he's been listening intently to the various elements of the debate over the last several hours and a couple of evenings and afternoons. We had a little bit of morning. Did we? Yeah, we were in the morning. We'll be in the morning tomorrow. Yeah. So he'll come out with some of the, he'll be able to present some of the information that I know that we're all just licking our chops to hear about. And I'm looking forward to that. But to this point in time, we have done our part to present as many of the facts as we can about the last several years under the cap and trade program and the fruits from that labor and the work that has been able to be accomplished, the investments that have been distributed throughout Nova Scotia via the Green Fund, next speaker. And I'll table this document as well. And it's certainly, I know that we've heard this a couple of times in the House this evening, but in case anybody new, next speaker, has turned in, I want to make sure that they get this information as well. And the Green Fund. The Green Fund investments will include $5.5 million. Count that again, $5.5 million over 2 years for the Solar Homes program, which offers rebates to homeowners for installing solar panels. And we know that there has been a tremendous amount of uptake in the solar industry. We've gone from, I believe the number that I heard reference, where we went from 13 to 70 companies in a single year. There's a company that's made its home in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, and they're flat out. And they're flat out because of the capacity that this funding and funding like this has enabled. Because people have an appetite to install those solar panels on their houses, because they want to continue to participate in the fight against climate change. They want to find ways that they can reduce their power bills over time. Additionally, mixed speaker, additionally, $6.7 million over 3 years for, wait for it, the Affordable Multifamily Housing Program, which provides incentives for energy efficiency upgrades in affordable housing projects. Now, we all know how deep in a hole that we are around housing and the needs of housing, and in particular, affordable housing and quality affordable housing. Quality affordable housing. And this is an example of a program that will help not only the infrastructure of those affordable spaces, but they'll also help the people that are living in those spaces by adding efficiencies that will help them keep the heat in the winter and keep the heat out when it gets hot in the summer. We also have been fortunate to achieve an investment of $3.5 million over 3 years. Wait, I just did that one. No, it's not. Sorry, let me get back here. 3.5 million. Carry the one. We could carry it if we continued the program. We could carry it, but alas, we're working on that. So 3.5 million over 3 years for the small business, and not-for-profit energy solutions program, which offers incentives for energy efficiency upgrades for small business and for not-for-profits. And we've all met with small business owners throughout our districts, throughout the province. Again, we've taken upon ourselves to do those out-of-town caucuses, to go to by-elections and see what's going on in other parts of the province. And we've met those small business owners from all across the province. And we've met with those not-for-profit agencies from across the province that in both scenarios, whether they're doing very well or whether they're not doing so hot and they're trying to find every penny that they can scrape together. I know that there's no pennies anymore, but that saying should still ring true. So when programs like this come up, because of the Green Fund, because of the cap and trade program, this creates a funding stream for these folks and these organizations to tap into so that these are not expenses that they have to take on as organizations. In fact, investments like this, programs like this, as they do for individuals and affordable units like I just referenced, it creates an opportunity for these businesses and these not-for-profits to upgrade their facilities and upgrade their operations so that the energy that they expend is more controlled, and they end up being able to make better use, more efficient use of their operations in such a way that on top of receiving funding to do these types of upgrades, they actually save a few bucks, which for a lot of businesses and a lot of not-for-profits, I know that in particular the not-for-profits, our community centers, our church halls, you know, places like this, these are types of programs that matter. They help. They truly help in a meaningful way. And the frustrating thing is that we're discussing a scenario where they won't be able to tap into these types of programs. Finally, there's another example here from this Green Fund. Again, that many members would be able to reference and be proud of some of the offshoots from these investments. $2 million. Next speaker. $2 million over 5 years for the Clean Leadership Program to allow youth interns to work on climate change projects across the province. That's a pretty amazing thing too, because not only do we acknowledge young people as a group that continues to surprise us every day by just how engaged and confident and researched and ambitious and forthright and demanding that they are. And they demand that we have a sharp focus on the issue facing us, the greatest issue perhaps of our lifetime. They expect us, they demand that we make important strides towards fighting climate change. And what more sustainable of a way to ensure that this mentality continues, that this focus continues, this capability that we have, next speaker, to fight climate change, than to look to our next generation and deploy investments like this in such a way that directly ties into further educating and further training and giving more experience, real life experience, to the next generation so that they're able to carry on with this battle after we're no longer in this legislature, after we're no longer around, period. So I think that's probably one of my favorite investments that we've gotten to talk about and acknowledge that is a direct result of the Green Fund, because it has an impact on the future generations that are being trained, and they will have the knowledge and the expertise to pass on to their children in the next generation. And I should before I table this, I should include the last piece here. The investments in energy efficiency will save Nova Scotians. I kind of talked about that as I descended through the list of these investments, and I talked about the small businesses and the savings that they get, and the not-for-profits and the savings that they are able to achieve through these types of programs, the savings that low-income families are able to realize because of these programs. The investments in energy efficiency will save Nova Scotians approximately $1.8 million a year on their energy bills. The Clean Foundation will be able to create an additional 175 youth internships. That's pretty incredible. And to personalize some of those internships, we've seen, I'll table that. Thank you so much for your patience. Some of those internships came in the form of individuals that supported the Friends of Blue Mountain Birch Cove, the organization that is, because we all know that the environment is important, and legislation like this is important to all Nova Scotians. And in this scenario, the Green Fund was able to contribute to internships. And there was a group of 3 interns who worked with that organization this year to provide them with a significant amount of data. We were just, myself and the member for Bedford South and the member from Clayton Park West. Thank you. We had the opportunity to attend that with a former colleague, Diana Whalen, who is involved with that organization, helping them. Go figure, it helps to have a former finance minister as the treasurer on your board. That doesn't hurt. But they were able to deploy these young professionals, these young students, into that community asset and get much needed data that they wouldn't otherwise have as they move forward with their very admirable mandate to make that Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Park a national urban park. And we're looking forward to the opportunity to see that realized. And it is programs like this that we see increased capacity to tackle, to eat the many small bites of the elephant that we need to take before we can have any sort of satisfaction that we are meaningfully addressing climate change. And, you know, Blue Mountain Birch Cove is only one example. It's close to home. It borders my district with a couple of the colleagues that I mentioned, but that's just one example that certainly hits home. So as I begin to wrap up here tonight, having a great deal of gratitude, for the opportunity to weigh in here on this hoist motion it's a pretty simple ask. Pretty simple ask that I know is possible if there is a will from our colleagues from the Progressive Conservative Caucus, from the Premier, to take a step back, Say, let's use this 3 months. Heck, we can even defeat this particular motion, and the government could bring it back as a motion of their own. Make it their own, because that's sometimes something that helps get things across the line in this House. An opposition party and an opposition member presents something that is a good idea, and the government picks it up and runs with it. So we'd be willing to see that happen too. The point is that so we can go into our communities and we can go into different parts of the province and have these conversations and look at Nova Scotians in the eye and ask them, Mr. Speaker, ask them if this is acceptable. Regardless of what the scenario is, we have law amendments that's coming up. At some point in time, through any bill process, we have law amendments. We're fortunate to have law amendments as part of the approval process in our Nova Scotia legislature. We're privileged to have that element to our process. So even if this particular motion is not accepted at this particular time, then maybe, just maybe, there's an opportunity to pick up on the spirit of this motion through the law amendments process and extend that to allow for people from anywhere to weigh in on this important conversation in a more thorough way. Now that we've had a chance to look at the bill before us, that's one of the things that I always kind of was grateful for, was the opportunity to look at things, and I still am, look at things more in depth and ask those questions and try to understand a little bit more before press and go. Because ultimately, these are things that we all have to accept can have a meaningful, concrete, at times detrimental, at times positive impact on the lives of Nova Scotians. So we're saying it makes sense when you're looking at a bill that moves from a by all accounts successful program, that funds important initiatives that protect the pocketbooks of vulnerable Nova Scotians, that protects our environment, we don't want to see this moved away from so easily without a truly meaningful engagement to take place. And sometimes that doesn't happen, because depending on how closely people pay attention to what's going on in here on a regular basis, people come to me, a couple years down the road and say, geez, when did you guys do that? When did that happen? And I said, shoot, that happened 2 years ago. And we have an opportunity with this particular motion to proclaim this a little more thoroughly throughout the province. We know that the progressive Conservative government has an inclination for public relations, a profession that I do believe in, I appreciate. And so why don't we deploy those many resources, those minds that are so actively at work to spread the word about a very important environmental bill.
recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Thank you, Mr. It's 10:14, Thursday night. I'm standing here to use my privilege as a member of this House that I'm entitled 59, almost an hour. I missed 33 seconds. And I'm going to use my privilege because this is the beauty of democracy. This is the entitlement of democracy. And I give a thought to say myself, can I speak 1 hour? And what can I say 1 hour? And the simple things that come to my mind is I did ask the staff of the caucus to bring me the binder of the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, and it's right here in my hand. And I made the decision to read this page by page because I am entitled to speak 1 hour. I realized I did raise the file, and I'm taking back but also I was wise enough to say not to do that and to speak my heart without notes, because I believe what I'm doing it. First of all, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank and to acknowledge the respect and the honor I, as an individual, I have the Minister of the Environment and the Climate Change. He's very quiet leader, good listener, and if I've been given a chance to give an award this House, members of this House, who are 55 people, especially the respect and the intention they give every single individual in this House who stand and to speak. There's only two people comes in my mind. And oftentimes I struggle with my personal bias, which one should I give that award? And those two individuals is the Minister of Environment and my colleague, Claire, who's most of the time, he doesn't even move his seat.
Takes it all in.
But tonight, because of the subject matter that we're talking about, I'm going to give that award to the Minister of the Environment. And I thank you, respecting your colleagues, willingness to listen, and I'm very hopeful what's happening here tonight, you will respond, because I have that faith for you.
Order. Can I ask you that you speak to the member through me?
I am.
Okay.
I am. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
I'm here tonight to speak Bill 208 Environment Act. This act, many members of this House have been spoken clearly to the point the leader of the NDP and the way has been described this issue was a very, very elegant and very understood. And the conclusion was, we need to do our homework. And we need to take our time. And we need to listen to each other. I get it, why we're here this late hours. Something that all of us affect us. Something all of us, we believe it. And sometimes people ask me, you know, you become a politician? And how could you have all this belief? You know, we all like each other and we will hug and we'll say kumbaya. I actually believe that. We can hold hand each other and say kumbaya and work together as a team. And I'm gonna hold that hope and faith each other. Being here a very short time, I've learned, especially those who's been here long enough, what happened here in this house. And if you ever felt, if you're sitting the other side and you ever felt you were not being respected, you're not better, because you're doing exactly what happened those who's been here in the past 8 years. So I'll urge you to be better. I'll urge you to do better. And we could do that. I'm standing here to speak this bill for the sake of the Nova Scotians. I'm standing here to speak this bill for the sake of my constituents. I'm standing here to speak this bill to give chance for this sitting government. This is my third session that I'm sitting this House. And one of the things I'm still struggling is the idea of blame. If you were opposition 8 years and you've been blaming and you've been elected as a government, you were not elected to blame. You elected to lead. And I don't see last 3 sessions that I've been here, a leadership. And that's what I'm hoping for, the sitting government. That's what I'm hoping for. The decisions that Nova Scotians have made it, to have a leadership that can lead a better future. This bill will not offer Nova Scotia any solution. We can blame the federal government as much as we wish. The federal government, it doesn't matter what party they belong, they have obligation in the eyes of the international community to speak on behalf of Canadians. And whatever decision they made on behalf of the Canadian people. Because of that reason, we as a province have obligation to fulfill that international agreement. Having said that, we as a province, we have obligation to protect the interests of the Nova Scotians. That's right. And I'm actually got confused because I'm not sure if it was the last 1 month or So I've been seeing a truck that written, made Nova Scotia. I think, what was the other thing? Build Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia loyal. What's happening here? Is this kind of ideas and this kind of decisions that's how we are loyal to Nova Scotians? Is that how we portray? This is how we are willing to build Nova Scotia? In my view, I think we can do better than this. We have a province that has many educational institutions. We have so many organizations and community-led environmental issues. We need to go back. We need to consult people. We need to reach out those who are the expertise, who have the knowledge, and to come up a better solution that's for good for Nova Scotians. It has been repeated here. This will not be good for the pump. It will not be good for the small business. It will not be good for the rural communities. Then who are we working for? Who we are making decision for? If all these groups and individuals, the decisions that we're making here will have an effect on their life, that's why we are here at these hours. I'm optimistic. I think we can do better than this. And what we're asking for is listen one another. What we're asking for is take more time to thinking about this and consult each other and to come up a better solution. I still believe that it's doable. As I said, I do trust the minister will listen, as well as the premier. Within this file, one of the first page that I read was the minister's mandate, signed by the premier. And I'm going to quote for. And after I quote it, I'll be willing to table. We have committed to listen to and respect all Nova Scotians. We have also committed to lead a government which presents all Nova Scotians and is reflective of the modern social makeup of Nova Scotia, inclusive and respect of all demographics, cultures, and ethnic diversity to advance our collective growth and prosperity. This bill did not show prosperity for Nova Scotians. This bill did not show listening to one another as Nova Scotians. I'll urge the Premier, this paper have your signature. Nova Scotia expected you to lead. Nova Scotia expected you prosperity. Nova Scotia expected to you growth. And I'll take my seat. Minister, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I stand in my place in support of the hoist motion. Like I said previously, I'm not an expert on the subject matter, but I've had a lot of opportunity to listen to my colleagues, and it seems pretty clear that the choices here are to support the bill with a high probability that a carbon tax will be imposed by the government, or to try to send the bill back for further deliberation and give an opportunity for the government to negotiate a better deal that would save 10 cents, 11 cents on a liter of gas. So to try to negotiate a carbon tax, negotiate a cap and trade like the previous Liberal government. So in my mind, from what we've been hearing in the last few weeks, and I did mention this previously, the branding of the carbon tax as a Liberal carbon tax. And we've heard the Premier and we've heard others clearly use that language to try to brand that and blame the opposition for whatever comes into the future, rather than, take more time and try to negotiate a deal. But one thing we did hear as well is that the Liberal Party should stand up and fight for Nova Scotians to work with our federal counterparts and try to stop a 10, 11 cent increase on a liter of fuel. And I'd say this is why we're here tonight. We've heard the Premier and we've heard the government. We've been asked many times to stand up for Nova Scotians against this increase in cost of living, the increase in the cost of fuel, which will increase the cost of everything essentially. So we've heard the Premier, and this is what we've decided to do: is fight for Nova Scotians, fight for a better deal, and make sure that people of Nova Scotia don't see a massive increase when it comes to all kinds of costs. Clearly, and I'll say it multiple times, I'm not an expert, but one thing I do understand is that my constituents can't afford to pay more. So as MLAs, we see seniors come into our offices struggling to pay for heat, struggling to pay their medication, struggling to put fuel in their cars if they have one or can afford the insurance. So 10 cents, 11 cents does make a huge difference. We see our industries. When you come from rural Nova Scotia, where public transit isn't always an option, seniors have to drive large distances to get their medication, to just go to the store to get some food. So I feel what we're doing here tonight is fighting for Nova Scotians, fighting against that 10, 11 cents increase in fuel prices. Rural Nova Scotia as well depends on resources. It's a resource sector economy. So it's forestry, it's fisheries. We live far from the center, which includes a lot of transportation costs. So when you talk about carbon pricing, the option that's presented to us here in this chamber will not help ordinary Nova Scotians, but will in fact hurt ordinary Nova Scotians, while at the same time, from what I'm hearing from my colleagues, will not really improve the environment. So, Mr. Speaker, it's painful to to be honest, it's painful to be here at 10:34 on a Thursday night fighting for something we've been accused of trying to bring in ourselves because of our lack of action on this file. But, you know, it's the prior liberal governments that brought in cap and trade. It's the prior liberal government that instead of seeing massive increases in fuel rates, saw an increase of 1 cent on average per liter. And now, you know, the cap and trade is coming to an end or has to be renegotiated. And now the government is saying that they're not ready to renegotiate. But at the same time, they're saying that the liberal carbon tax will be coming in. And it's our fault because we're not ready to fight for it. So I can assure you, from what I see from my caucus colleagues, that we are prepared to fight for it. Because I think it's the right thing to do, honestly. And I don't say that disrespectfully to the Minister of the Environment. I have a great deal of respect for the Minister. But the reality, our job is to make sure that the people of Nova Scotia have the best deal that they can get. And right now, I don't see from my colleagues, member from Timberley Prospect, who I feel is an expert in the field, I feel that that from what I've heard from him, it would make a lot of sense to, you know, engage Nova Scotians and take 3 months to look at this bill, to come up. It would give ample opportunity to try to renegotiate or negotiate with the federal government. And, you know, I have full confidence that it can be done, and I honestly think this government can do it if they choose to. I mean, coming from a municipal background, you know, and I realize it's not the same, but we've sent multiple, it's not bills, but multiple motions, you know, that passed council, that went to, you know, a planning advisory committee. And when we see that, you know, there is a better way, there's a better option, there's a better way to negotiate. You know, we've backed off, looked at our constituents, looked at how it affects the residents of at that time, our community, and had a second sober look, and came back with something usually much better because the public had an opportunity to engage, and we kind of had time to look at what was presented and where we could improve it. So, you know, it's not you know, sometimes we look at things in terms of winning and losing or positions of strength and weakness, but, you know, there are times you just have to look at it for what's the best for Nova Scotians. And in this case, I think this hoist motion is actually the right thing to do. So I have no issue standing here today and supporting this motion and asking the government to take it back, because at the end of the day, they can call it a liberal carbon tax, but for seniors and for single mothers and for people struggling to make ends meet, for them it's just an increase in the cost of living. And again, coming from a rural community where a lot of people are in the forestry sector, I'll take the lobster fishery, for example. So, you know, every time the cost of fuel goes up, the cost of bait goes up, and then for the buyers, the cost of transportation goes up. So lobster, it affects the price of lobster in a negative way, and then increases cost for lobster fishermen. So, you know, I feel, you know, on multiple levels, the responsibility is to stand here and say that I support this motion, not to try to prove the government, you know, didn't try their best or they couldn't do it or what. It's their opportunity to really take a second look at it and to try to figure out how we can come up with a price on carbon, essentially, or that won't have the same impact on regular Nova Scotians that I see in my office every day, like I assume most of you see as well. The forestry sector is, is I'd say, struggling as well. The price of wood is not as high. Wood chips have a hard time finding markets. So, the cost of transporting the wood, cutting the wood, they have to drive further to deliver their product. Again, carbon tax or 10, 11 cents on a liter of fuel will have a devastating impact on that industry. So before we just all, take for granted that this legislation will pass, people will pay more, have to try to figure out how to make ends meet, especially in certain industries. I think we all have a responsibility to look at ourselves and say, did we do absolutely everything we could to come up with a solution that could help regular Nova Scotians? And honestly, there's been a lot of great debate here since yesterday, and a lot of people with a lot of knowledge on the file who think that there's a better way to negotiate a better deal. And I think that deal is a cap and trade program from everything I've seen. So again, I really hope people consider this motion seriously. It's easy to dismiss it as a stall tactic, but I'll say it again, we've been challenged to fight for Nova Scotians, and I say we've stood up and we're fighting for Nova Scotians. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Chair, it is about regular Nova Scotians, it's about industry, and a price of 10, 11 cents, and eventually higher, will have detrimental impacts on our communities and our economy and our businesses. So again, you can see it as a stall tactic, but we've heard the Premier ask the Liberal Party on this side to stand up for Nova Scotians. I've listened to him and I've heard him, and that's what I plan to do. So with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member from Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mick Speaker, and I'm also happy to stand here and in support of this hoist motion to give this government some time to rework the deal. So, Madam Speaker, I'm sure everybody loves cake, right? I love cake. We all love cake. So, have you ever gone into a location, see this beautiful cake, and it's like screaming at you, eat me. And you look at that cake and you say, I'm buying that cake. So I buy that cake and I get home and I'm all excited and I cut into that cake and it's not cooked in the center. You know what? It just needed a little more time. Yeah. Kind of like this bill. It's half-baked. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, the purpose of this hoist motion is to allow the minister to spend a little more time with the cake in the oven. 3 months is not a long period of time. We'll probably still be in the House, so they can work on it while in off hours. But 3 months to work with their federal partners to negotiate a real deal for Nova Scotians. And that deal would be, of course, a cap and trade deal. Madam Speaker, the area that I come from in Cape Breton, Northside Westmount, from Alder Point, Little Pond, Florence, Sydney Mines, North Sydney, Celtic Drive, Point Edward, Westmount, parts of Coxheath.
Just so you don't forget.
Coxheath. People are struggling. And if we were to look at the economic situation in some of those communities, it would really break your heart, Madam Speaker. People cannot afford furnace oil. They can't afford food. They're looking at their prescriptions and they're looking at their oil. Do they want to stay warm or alive? And that's a difficult decision. Now, add 10 cents or more on top of gas, furnace oil, probably even more than that on groceries when you add all of those things in together. And what we're doing to Nova Scotians is we're sinking them. They're not able to afford the necessities of life. And for what reason? For what reason, Madam Speaker, would we do that to Nova Scotians? We heard the leader of the NDP talk today about homework and dogs eating it, losing it, not handing it in. Well, what I would suggest, Madam Speaker, is that we already did the government's homework for them. What better deal can you get than that? There's a system in place where they can take that and build upon it. They can build upon it. We gave them some homework in the last session. I actually introduced a bill to reduce the motor fuel tax by 50%. That would have cut 7.5 cents a litre off for all Nova Scotians. But no, that couldn't get passed. So, what did we do? We don't help Nova Scotians. What we do is we just sit on our hands for a year, 14 months, and just hope that somebody does the work for us. And then I'll say, someone said 11 and a half hours, but I'll say at the 12th hour, we say, oh, goodness, we've got to get this homework into the feds. So we send them, let's say, is that a prop?
No.
Imaginary prop. At the 12th hour, we'll send them a half-baked plan. And of course, they're not going to approve that plan. It doesn't meet the requirements. So what's going to happen? It's a half a hybrid, a half a plan, whatever it might be, is that Nova Scotians are going to get saddled with 10 cents per litre. Now, the government would tell you that that's a liberal tax. I think I've heard that's a liberal tax, that's a federal government tax, and I think one member from Kings West, if I think I have that right, even said it's an Ottawa tax because he didn't want to use the word liberal. Well, Mixed Speaker, it's clearly a PC tax. It's a PC tax. And the reason it's a PC tax is because they didn't do the work.
I am going to ask the member to speak to the hoist motion.
Which is why we have to...
Okay, you're good.
Which is why we have to hoist the motion. Because they need clearly more time to avoid additional tax on Nova Scotians. So we don't want it to be a PC tax. That's why we're hoisting. So if we are able to work with the folks on the other side to actually do the right thing, take those months, engage Nova Scotians, engage some experts. I'm sure the member for Timberlake Prospect would be happy to give some advice and guidance on how to actually negotiate a cap and trade deal. He was very successful in doing that as Minister of the Environment. We have a great Minister of the Environment, and I also have a lot of respect for the Minister. But I just think in this particular case, maybe the message from on high was, no, Minister, don't do that negotiation. That should be done because we want to have a scrap. Where I come from, it's not a fight, it's a scrap. So we want to have a scrap with the feds so that we can blame this all on a liberal tax. But no, it's not. It needs to be rethought. It needs to be reworked. And I do know, honestly, I do know that a negotiation of that type is not easy. It's tough. It's tough to negotiate, you know, because in every negotiation, you may win some, you may lose a little, but in the end, you will come out with a compromise, which would be a good deal. And what's important is that it's a good deal for Nova Scotians. It's not that it's a good deal for political points. It's not that it's a good deal for revenue, extra revenue. It's that it's a good deal for struggling residents of Northside Westmount. It's a good deal for struggling residents of the other 54 constituencies within Nova Scotia. At the end of the day, it's about the people of our province. It's about keeping them whole. It's about allowing them to survive in their communities where they live and what they need to do to heat their homes. So a deal needs to be done quickly to work with the feds. 3 months is not a long period of time. You know, we're not voting down the motion. We're simply asking it to be reworked. Go back into the chamber and do the hard work that's required with do the hard work that's required to make this happen. And some of the things, when we look at this tax that's going to be added, this 10 cents, you know, it's going to bring us backward. It's not going to bring us forward. It's going to eliminate some very important programs. Mixed Speaker, some very important programs that we had listed here. So what's it going to do? The solar homes program. So we're not going to be able to, I mean, and look, you know what? There's a company, there's multiple companies in Cape Breton, but one that I've been talking to recently, they said, you know, Fred, we could green your whole community. The way that these rebates and plans are structured, you think about that community rink, the community rink that is run by a volunteer board is struggling to keep the lights on. $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a month just for power. It's so hard for these organizations. Imagine if they're not able to tap into these amazing rebates and programs that were made possible because of the Green Fund. The Green Fund that came from the cap and trade program. Millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. On my own street in Northside Westmount, in Sydney Mines, there's a couple of homes that have installed solar panels on their entire roof. Not only are they helping the environment, but they're helping their pocketbooks. They're saving money, helping the environment, and because of the Green Fund, they were able to get rebates, low interest financing, and other programs to help with the installation costs. We understand that there's a capital cost up front, And that's what the Green Fund is for. Next speaker. Affordable multifamily housing programs. So energy rebates for those projects. Small business and nonprofit energy programs, all could be gone. And what about the Clean Leadership Summer Internship Program? What an amazing program where we can create future leaders for our environment from across this province, Mixed Speaker, that would be able to then spread that news to their communities. Can you imagine a young person comes home from an energy summer camp, all excited. They come home and they talk to their parents, Mom and Dad, did you know that we can access these funds through this amazing Liberal program that was put in place a couple of years ago, but is now in jeopardy because of the PC tax? Can you imagine what that conversation would be around the dinner table when they talk about the programs available, the solar panels, you know, to green their homes? So the short-sighted piece to all of this is that, Mixed Speaker, the short-sighted piece to all of this.
Order. There's quite a bit of chatter in the chambers, and I would just invite folks to take conversations outside. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mixed Speaker. Lost my train of thought for a second here. Yeah, so I was in around with the young people. So, you know, the summer internship program, where these young people become future environment leaders, and they're able to spread that word and grow the environmental movement in Nova Scotia. Last night, Mixed Speaker, the member for Timberley Prospect did an amazing analysis and an amazing speech on this bill. And I would just like to quote one part of his speech, which I will table. The member from Timberley Prospect, who, in my opinion, and I know in the opinion of many others on this side of the aisle, feel is an expert in this industry, has a ton of knowledge, experience, and respect from the environmental community. But he said last night, and this really stuck with me, I even highlighted it, I can't support something that does less for the environment, that only takes up 40% of emitting sources by the admission of the minister. It completely ignores the rest of the emitting sources in the province. The cap and trade program covered 80%, double, and minimized the cost to consumers. That alone, Mixed Speaker, should be enough for us to say, absolutely, we need to take a pause on this bill. You know, we need to rethink this. Imagine 1 cent per liter. I'm going to hang on to this for a minute. I'll table it at the end. 1 cent per liter of carbon tax, let's call it, versus 10 cents per liter. On top of that, it's better for the environment by double of what the program that is being proposed by the Progressive Conservative Party of Nova Scotia. And like my honorable colleague from Clare said, We've been challenged multiple times. You're not doing enough. You are not helping us. You're not helping us fight the federal government. You're not helping us help Nova Scotians. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is a crock. The cap and trade program is the way to help Nova Scotians. The blueprint was available. All they had to do, all the opposition, the other side had to do, was take that blueprint, expand on it, and then do the work and submit that program. Cap and trade is one of the 3 options available in this carbon program, Mr. Speaker. And they absolutely should have done that. Mr. Speaker, you know, it just frustrates me because when I think about the potential for this program, and I think about all of the seniors, and I think about all of the youth, and I think about all of the struggling families in our communities that are going to struggle even worse. You know, gas, we talked about it earlier, I think it's $1.80 or something now, or $1.70 something. You know, it's going to go over $2 if this keeps up. And this is only going to exacerbate that, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, with that, I move to adjourn debate for this evening on this Hoist motion.
There's a motion to adjourn debate. Recorded vote. There has been a call for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied.